Come on, buddy, come on.
So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of all ages, the Bazooko Casino Circus proudly presents...
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. Searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You're full of dream, can't you see you getting closer to surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flying open. It's a picture in the pulpit and you're blind to bullshit. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall that's holding on that you know. So tell me, do you wanna go?
Just like that, we are live. Good morning, Stephen. How you doing?
Good morning, Bleak. How are you?
Not too bad. You look very, very nice over there. I'm
Oh, yes, you do.
digging the
Put
duds.
on the colors you save. It's quite good.
Digging the duds. All right, I'd love it. Evil, friends with all the bad kids. That tracks. Guy named Evil Mike. That tracks. We'll say hi to some people in the chat so it doesn't get out of control. Who we got hanging out with us? We got Las Cruces all the way from New Mexico. Good morning, Las Cruces. Appreciate
Good morning.
you. I don't know how he does it, but he's on every stream, everybody's stream. He's awesome. So Las Cruces, thanks very much. Of course, we got Beckerman in the chat. I don't know where Beckerman is. Usually he's on panel with us.
Yeah, where is Mr. Beckerman?
I don't know where Beckerman is. He didn't give me any, like, I won't be at church. Not that I can remember. He may have. I do have a slippery mind, so who knows. Oh, we've got me. Hi, me. How you doing? That guy's a good dude. Go check him out. Give him a follow and a like. He's a good guy. I like Bleecker Street. Collect06. He's okay.
Yeah,
He's okay.
maybe, sort of, kind of.
He's one of the best. One of the best. Collecto. It was really nice that you popped on to Biggie's stream the other night and helped with the top 100 covers. That was, people have been talking about that stream. I think Biggie did a good job with that stream, to be honest. A very fun stream. And
well, it's a strange thing that it seems as though comic collectors have opinions about various things. This may be news to you.
Comic collectors are opinionated. Really? Weird. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm gonna have to look into this further. John's Comics with Kids. How are you, my friend? Good morning. I've been watching John's Comics a lot, so I like John. He's a good dude. He's always, I don't know what it is, but watching his show, it just feels like you're just hanging out with John. I like it. Rad, what's going on? One of the best artists in our community. I don't know. He's putting up art every day on his IG, and it's awesome stuff. I think he's doing something interesting soon. Like he's got a project or something to do with his art. So rad, cool stuff, man. It's been awesome watching you do all your art. K-pop junkie, we miss you, K-pop. She is at a card show right now, I believe. She's going with her bro to a card show. So hopefully she has a good day and maybe get some cool stuff. Who knows? But we miss you. Suzy Q, good morning.
Hi, Sue.
No, she said good morning to me, not to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. It's just...
That's a good morning, Bleak. Doesn't say good morning, Steven. Jeez.
Ah, jeez already. Oh, my God.
Evil Mike, what's going on? How you doing, brother? Circumstances, my man, what's happening? I don't know if you watch FOC and Chill, but
may I just ask, what does FOC mean?
Final Order Cutoff.
Okay.
So it's when you go into your LCS and they have those big preview books, and you go through the preview book and you go, oh, I want that book, and I want that book, and I want that book, and I want that book. And then you go, hey man, can I order these books? And they say, no, sorry, bro. That FOC is done last week. This is the new FOC. So there's like from when you can order books and when you can't. It's fun.
Fair enough. Thank you.
No worries.
Looks like Biggie's got Big's got an ice storm coming in.
Oh no, that's not good. I hope I don't have an ice storm coming in. Biggie, really? Hey, good morning, Biggie Shack. Good to see you. You're more than welcome to pop on. You know where the link is. If you're feeling it, you're probably just waking up. What else we got hanging out? Everybody's saying hi.
Wow, circumstances. KC is blanketed with ice and snow currently.
Oh my god. But yeah,
and now K-pop says it's going to be hitting her by tomorrow.
Ugh, that means it's coming to us by the next day. If it hits K-pop tomorrow, it'll be hitting us on Tuesday. Ugh, that sucks. But FOC and Chill was taken over rudely by Beckerman this week. Maybe that's why he didn't show up this week, because he kicked me off of FOC and Chill. He was like, "Get out of here, Bleecker. We don't want none of that drama talk." And he kicked me right off the show. I was hurt. I still feel a little bit of tang, like a pain in my heart. So maybe that's why Beckerman didn't show up today.
I got the impression that he enjoyed that somehow.
That's what I got too. Like he had a bit of a wry smile on his face. Like I was like, oh, that's a wry smile. And I was like, huh. Yeah, he's probably jealous of my steak. That's probably true. I did have a very good meal that night. It was quite lovely. Yeah. So we're doing 10 degrees currently. Ugh.
Good God. We're in the 40s and rainy. I give Oregon gets a lot of rain, but I really would prefer rain to snow and ice. We get it once in a while, maybe once a year or something, and it freezes everything. Everything stops completely. I mean, the light rail can't run. You know, it says the light rail is designed so that in bad weather you can get around. Light rail will not be working today. Buses will be on snow routes. You know, that junk.
Mr. John's Comics with Kids. How you doing, brother? Yeah. I don't know, man. It hasn't been too bad a winter here yet. It's snowed a few times. It's been cold though, like -10, -11. It's chilly, very chilly, especially if you work outside. So stay warm, people. Stay warm, or work inside. That's find an inside job. I don't have the skills for an inside job, so I have to work outside, and that's the way that was working out. We're doing top 10 things that we got this year. Top 10 that we think. You know, it doesn't have to be
top 10 purchases. I mean, your favorite top 10 you got this year.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So everybody in the congregation, please, pull your books out and look and see what you got, and as you join us and to look at that, I think it'd be really fun to do. Sort of a good show to do after the new year to do.
Yeah, of course, Biggie. Of course, you can play that. I got my 10 books beside me. I can't.
I got my 10 books beside me too.
I don't know if I did. I probably got some other ones, but these ones were, my favorites. I think that I got this year. So, yeah, there's some big ones. There's some. They're mostly pretty big, actually. I can't say they're small books. There's a few like magazines that weren't very costly, but I think they're big books. So I don't know. So I think they're big books, so they're big books. But we'll put
it's your call, definitely.
Yeah, we'll put the link in the chat because we like to have people hang out with us. And it'll be a quick show if it's just you and I showing off our 10 books each. So.
Well, then I'm certain that the congregation will participate. I hope Alan, I think, is supposed to come along. If you send the if you sent him a link or like that for Mr. Allen, because he said he thought he would be able to. Big Matt Atkinson is basically his in-laws were ill for New Year's, and so he is now they're having their New Year's brunch today. So otherwise he would be here. I don't know if Big Lyle might want to come on. If Big Lyle is around, that would be fun to show your 10 of your best gets this year. That would be fun.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to send that to Alan right now. Yeah, let's go Comic Collector Geek, actually. There he is. Oh, I got to also pack up some books today. I got to mail some books out tomorrow.
So they're mailing again in Canada.
Yeah, I can mail you guys books. I just waited till after.
Yeah. Oh no, the crush. No hurry.
Yeah. We started mailing just before Christmas. I could mail stuff.
But we still can't send to you because of the backlog from the United States.
Yes, I think
for regular post.
Hallie called, and I believe Hudat knows as well. I think Monday is the day. I would call though. Like, don't go down and check.
Or go online. Just go on. If you try to call the post office, you get sucked into a vortex of computer. Do you want this? Do you want that? And then they say, well, no one can. And after 10 minutes of going to different spots, they'll say, no one is available at this time. Please try later. And you kind of go, great. If you just go online, then you have the answers.
Evil Mike, it doesn't have to be comic books. It could be toys. It could be anything. If you bought 10 things that you think are awesome, we want to see them.
No kitchen utensils like last time. I'm afraid that just we can't, your favorite kitchen utensils isn't going to work. Okay.
Depends on the kitchen utensil. One of them fancy egg beaters. Whew, that's a heck of a thing right there.
Boy, are you an ancient freeze-dried guy? Because you went like this with a mixer. Do you know how many kids even understand that? Those things were so cool. And then you try and put your finger in there, and see how will that hurt. Oh, it does hurt. Okay. Oh, this is fun. I'll try it again. Oh, it still hurts. It's stupid.
Yeah. You get to lick the mixing thing when all the cake batter or cookie dough or whatever it is. I don't know. It was good times when I was a kid.
That is a thing that it's everybody has that experience, which is so wonderful to have that sort of thing too. To bake, you're baking cookies and get them coming off, or a cake is coming. It's great.
We did. You know what? We can start talking about it, to be honest. But we did have some news that CGC lost its $10 million lawsuit this last week. I sort of wanted to talk about that today. I don't know if you want to get into that at some point.
I think that is very telling that the people that were defamed won. I mean, you might want to give everybody, or wait a little while until we get more people in the seats, the congregation, to lay that on.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Beckerman. There he is.
Well,
he doesn't look thrilled at all.
Yeah.
I can't.
He also is muted too. This is great. He's pretending like he's talking.
I know. He hates us.
We're in a blizzard here, and I just got back from shoveling.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now
man.
Now I get the miserable look on your face.
Yeah.
I get it.
Take some Advil, Michael.
Ibuprofen already happened, so...
okay, good. You need to do that, because people, they say, well, I want to shovel it, then you want to shovel it fast and get rid of it and get done, and then you end up hurting yourself and, getting vapor lock and falling over. That's no good.
No, we're doing it in stages, so this is going through the afternoon and night, but I wanted to get out and get the first few inches shoveled, because we got freezing rain in my part of Kansas City. Up north didn't get that as much, but we got freezing rain, then thunder, sleet, now snow. and it's real heavy on the bottom there. So I wanted to get that
yes.
up and done. So the driveway is clear because my wife works in healthcare, and tomorrow we'll have to go to work. So I at least want the driveway cleaned to be able to pull out of the garage.
How far is your garage down to the street?
Not far. I mean, I don't know feet. But it's not a big, long, winding driveway.
But the street itself has been plowed?
No, not yet. But they will by then.
Something tells me Marcus.
She doesn't have to leave till tomorrow, so.
He's a weird one.
We don't lose our power very often here, but when we do, it's either if it's it generally is not with frozen everything, but we do have wind, and that will knock lines down, and sometimes it does take a while. And years ago, what I invested in, and even though I don't use it very often, but I bought a natural gas fired generator to put in the backyard. And when the Imperial Hotel installed boilers on its roof for natural gas fired gas heat, we used to get it from the city, and we had sawdust because Oregon's is big lumber, and we had the world's largest pile of sawdust that wasn't worth anything that they would burn, and then the streets would stay, the city steam would be beans because the cost of the fuel was nothing. And the streets stayed nice and clear because all the pipes, the steam pipes, were in the street. And so it worked. It did two things. But then they found out that sawdust can be turned into God near almost anything you can think of with that glue and furniture and all these other things they are. And so it got to the point where the bill was for the whole hotel would be like the cost of steam will be $825 for the whole building. Fuel cost adjustment, $2,500 because of the cost of running the thing. So they basically phased it out, and everybody had to go in and put natural gas. But the long and the short of it is, when the contractors came in, I squeezed them. I said, because we chose them to be our vendors to install these things. And I had them, I want to have a generator at my house. So I got a sweetheart deal, and then they did a commercial application to install it at my house, and that's what I have, a 25 kW. It's a single overhead. It's a single overhead cam 4 Mitsubishi engine that's designed for natural gas fire, and I always like it when we do lose power because everything's out, and we have the lights on and the music playing, and we're seeing all the ruddy faces of people, looking in at the warmth that we're having as we're drinking heavily and smiling at them. It's wonderful. It really is.
Do you wear a top hat when you do this?
Whenever I can, a cravat,
and a monocle.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Surprised when something shocks him. Something has to go into his drink, right?
And everybody, that was Steppo. We always love Steppos. Under the lemon tree stories.
Hey, everybody! An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times?
Wow.
Shut up!
I love that.
I thought you guys don't. Can you guys buy flamethrowers? Why are you guys shoveling? I don't understand.
We probably could.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys can. It's America. You guys can pretty much do anything you want. Can you just buy a flamethrower? What's wrong with you?
Shovel is cheap.
Flamethrowers are awesome, cheap, and less work. You just got to carry it and flamethrow. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a good chance I set myself on fire.
But you melt it, and then it freezes. Is the problem. It'll melt, and then you've got a sheet of ice. If you shovel, you generally won't have it quite as badly. When there's snow on the bottom, and then there's ice on the top of that, and then there's snow on the top of that, and then more snow, and then it freezes. Then we've had that too, and start digging that stuff out. Literally, it weighs a ton. Each shovelful weighs a ton.
Sounds like the mailman's problem to me. Flamethrower, sheet of ice. That sounds good times. That's like a game in Canada.
Flamethrower? I use a bazooka on mine.
That's Texas bleak. Okay, so you can do it in Texas. Perfect. JSS, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I don't. So it's gonna come here then. If you guys are all talking about it, it's not here yet. It actually looked sort of sunny out a minute ago when I looked outside. It's cold. But
my mother in Iowa says they're sunny today, and I mean it's cold, but they're not getting hit by this. This is going through Missouri, southern Iowa.
I know whenever K-pop sends me a weather report and she's like, yeah, it's really bad here today, I know that the next day I'm like, oh god, okay, it's gonna be really bad here tomorrow because it's bad where K-pop is today. So like it moves from her area to my area in like a day. I'm like, oh god dang it all.
How far away is Detroit from St. Catharines?
I could spit to Detroit. No, it's like it's pretty close. She lives a couple hours away from like Toronto, basically.
That's across the Great Divide.
Yeah, across the divide.
When I was talking to Chris, the comic vet, it kind of like my American brain got kind of messed with when he was talking about like he keeps a mailbox in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Or outside Buffalo, and to come get his American mail calls. And that takes him whatever. I think he lives outside of Toronto or something. Right?
Oh, so that takes him like 2 or 3 hours to go get his mail.
Yeah. It's not something he does all the time, but when he does go get it, he goes to his PO box. But then, like he was describing, getting to Detroit or Chicago is not being incredibly far either.
Mr. Beckerman, did you pull your 10 best acquisitions? Oh, no. Would you consider doing that for us here in church?
I don't want to. Hell no. That gives
it's your agreeable nature that we've always enjoyed, Mr. Beckerman. It's
proud to be part of the team.
It's always this positive outlook you have. Oh, no way.
Real team player.
That sounds like I just put all that shit away. I don't want to get it back out.
Like to thank God I gave it 110%. Like to thank my teammates.
What did Marcus say the last weekend he was on here? He was like, yeah, somebody was saying, oh, Becker called something this, and he's like, yeah, he called my show the Drizzling Shits.
Yeah. But
what a guy.
It did get quite the upgrade this past week. The show. What did you think?
Got something. I told him, I was like, Marcus, I'm gonna make these people miss you.
Yeah, it was good, man. I think you did a great job. It would have been fun to see more people try and pop on and get.
Yeah, nobody took me up on the challenge of getting booted.
I know. I was upset the whole time. I was like, come on, man. I'm your boy. I'm your bro. And you're like, get out of here, Bleecker. You suck. Boom. Gone. God dang it all.
Boy, it's so... my goodness.
I know. He was like an iron-fisted ruler. It was brutal. No mucking about. So what do you think of CGC losing its defamation case?
I didn't know much about it.
You don't know too much about it? Well, I'm going to present that screen.
Yeah. Educate me.
Educate. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. There it is. You can all see that, I'm sure. Let's go. Certified Guarantee Company, a leading grader in the world of comic books, lost their 8-year-long defamation case this week as a Philadelphia jury assessed $10 million in total damages against the company. The company that they lost against is a restoration company. The jury found that CGC employee had knowingly defamed investment grade books, comic book restoration business. Plaintiffs Matt and Emily Mayers of IGB were awarded $5 million in reputational and economic damages and $5 million in punitive damages. We are disappointed by the latest development in the nearly decade-old case, and we will be filing an appeal, CGC President Max Spiegel said in a statement. No doubt you will be filing an appeal. The mayor sent their restored comic books to CGC for grading. According to testimony in the case, lead CGC grader Matt Nelson publicly questioned in an online forum how far IGB had gone in its restorations by asserting fraud, the lawsuit claimed. The mayors believed their submissions received subpar grades and filed for defamation. The couple also asserted their company had lost future business due to the questions of fraud. CGC asserted Nelson spoke only for himself and not for the company, which I would assume that that's what they'd be saying at this point. The jury disagreed and ruled that in the mayor's favor. The mayors did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Ooh, Darren Rovell wrote this. I'd take it with a big old grain of salt. Iowa Hawkeye fans, remember this piece of crap. To talk about the drizzling shits. Oh, God, I hate this dude. I threw garbage at him once at the field house.
Fair enough, but those are the facts of the case, and that is the facts. He didn't really get into anything crazy about it. Those are basically just the facts laid out. So it took them 10 years to solve this issue. Yeah, it took them 10 years. Money will do that. So I don't know. Do you think that's going to cause problems with CGC, more problems? Do you think we're going to get an increase in pricing? What do you think, Steve?
Well, I think that the appeal will go on, and their attorneys that are on retainer will continue. Obviously, the counsel for the plaintiffs against CGC had a good attorney and was able to present this sufficiently that they ruled against CGC. The question is on appeal, how are they going to get around it, and how, I don't know if they're going to shop to try and find an appeals group to mess with it. So we'll see. It says here, the Myers attorneys anticipated this as its basic practice. That said, as a matter of law, CGC is on thin ice, keeping with the theme. Yes, CGC they basically canned the people, or I think they prosecuted the people that were doing this. But what this indicates is that there was no oversight, and so whatever they were doing, there wasn't sufficient oversight so that something like this would actually transpire. And as a result, they're going to have to invest and have more people pay attention to what is going on in the actual process in their company, so that doesn't happen again. And of course, they offered restitution, as you'll recall, to people after the fact when this first started. And so they have made an effort to make it right. But the question then has to be, did they besmirch these people from their business? And as I remember, there was something about that their restoration process was so good that they could not identify the restoration or whatever that was.
Yeah, that was the big deal. That was the big deal, that CGC couldn't actually tell what they had restored on a book, so it was getting blue labels even though it had been restored.
And when they sent it in, they say, well, you didn't say that it was restored. You sent it in, it was restored. But of course, cleaning and pressing is really restoration too. But they don't count that as restoration because it's the process. And where you cleaned a book before when you used a different process, now that's restoration. But when you guys clean it with the dry cleaning, then it's not restoration.
The Myers or Mayers, however you pronounce it, they were very upfront with CGC, and they tried to work with CGC as far as how they were going to grade their books, and CGC was having none of it. So, but they did lose money. They lost a lot of money, I'm sure, as far as their business is concerned. CGC did not lose money, obviously. We've seen CGC over the past 10 years increase phenomenally as far as their cash flow goes.
And I'm sure they're insured, so they're not paying this lawsuit, and their insurance company will fight this. And in appeals, and they won't have to pay. And
That's it. They'll drag it out so far that it'll be meaningless. Eventually, something will happen, though.
Well, that's the thing.
eventually.
And
They'll
then
have a settlement that they said. Then they'll have a confidential settlement as far as they have resolved this on terms of privacy, etc.
but on the other hand, do you want to buy a Blue Label book that's been restored, Stephen? Like, do you want to know if it's like you'd rather know if it's actually been restored, right?
Yes.
So that's a very thin line. That's a very weird line there. You have to let them know that it's been restored.
Yes, they do. And if you don't and you knowingly do it, that there's a word for that, and it's fraud.
Yeah. So who's committing fraud? It's like I don't know, man. That's a hard one, because if I was buying Blue Labels off of wherever, and they were actual purple labels, that's a lot of money. So that's a hell of a lot of money that you're missing out on, or investing in.
That's why I used aggressively relaxing service. You can read that commercial if you want.
I never understood how they offer cleaning and pressing and don't call that restoration. It's not really restoration. Pressing a book, getting off of the top layer of grime. It's not really that. It's not really restoration. But if you're starting to fix spine splits and fix color breaks and add ink and do all sorts of things like that, that's restoration. And of course, we got the amazing Boston Chris joining us this morning.
Hello.
Boston.
Hello. Hi, Chris.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
And I appreciate that, because I'd like to think that I am amazing, but not everybody agrees. And I feel like the more people tell others that I am amazing, then the word will spread.
That's fair. That's it's a good way to go. I think Canadian survivalist.
Yeah.
Too many people invested in slabs behind them to let CGC fail. That might be the case. There is a lot of people that have big, heavy investments, and nobody likes that to be wasted.
Well, if the manner in which the books are commodified and made liquid is subject to there's a problem, then these investors that are coming in and their investments aren't secure based upon what could be found, then that would basically cause a certain amount of distress. So I think that they will, but again, they did offer restitution to people that had been wronged. I don't think that they knew what was going on, and I think that again, when you look at sometimes the quality control of what they had, that when a book comes back and it's the volume of books that they do, I have no idea how many zillions of books they do. I mean, as a percentage, how many do they screw up? You hear about the ones that screw up, but what is the percentage?
The percentage would be very interesting, and I also think that this is an interesting comment. Before you talk, Chris, sorry, I know I butted in there. I find it odd that we, as the public, know all these faults from a company and still put money into that company.
That's built into anything. I mean, put it this way: McDonald's serves billions and billions, right? Oh, they've served billions and billions, and they have a lot of things in their blooper reel. The McDonald's is not clean by any means.
Don't you be smudge McDonald's, buddy. All right, Raunchy Bronze is the best.
That's actually the comment that made me laugh. I spent thousands on Pogs, and Pogs failed. You know what I think honestly is when it comes to CGC and everything that they have going on that's been all over the place, like books being stolen, books being easily cracked out and replaced, everything.
The Banana Gate, which is currently happening.
I haven't submitted anything.
That's honestly, I have a submission I want to send, and I'm sort of debating against it because I don't want my comics bent.
Exactly.
Until they fix it.
I think it's impossible to please.
It's true. You're not wrong, Ackerman, and because you've tried. All right.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, the reason that I say that, you know, is that it's not just regular for me. I don't submit often, so there's books that are that I have that are kind of more rare that I would love to go ahead and get graded. There was a J. Scott Campbell signing for a book that I have that is a variant of his that's pretty high priced. If you can get a 9.8 in it, and I as soon as that they were having that banana gate, that's when right around the time that the submission was going to happen. And so I was like, I'm not doing that because I don't want that book to get destroyed because it took me a long time to find it. But I think what you're going to see with PSA on the horizon of being a new company, like they're going to make new announcements. Like I bet you they'll make an announcement about their case. I bet you they may or may not let you know that they're going to start doing something like potentially with AI grading to kind
Well,
of
this is I'm curious about because they're rolling it out real slow. They could have rolled this out probably a while ago. PSA is just taking all this in, and are they just going to come up and take the whole market? Because they've got PSA is not a joke. It's not a joke of a company. They're a big company. They're a massive grading company.
I also wonder too if I kind of wonder if they're getting opposition from those who are already out there, just because I mean they've shown a book, they've already shown like a slab book and what it would look like and everything. And
Did you like it? I haven't looked at it.
How was fine.
Yeah,
I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's a secure case.
Is it traditional blue label? Is it like the traditional what we've been getting?
A white label.
White label. I don't like the white label. White's gross.
I mean, I could care less whether it's the label doesn't bother me so much as long as the slab is secure and it doesn't look bad. I'm fine with it. Like I just think that a lot of people. I mean, obviously the bias is CGC because that's the one that's been around the longest and everything.
And there's a million art students on the planet grading companies. Can you just get one of them to design your goddamn fucking label? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Just
I don't
clean.
They always have
clean, pretty. Something nice, classy.
I'm waiting for somebody to come up with new names for stuff instead of like near mint or fair or very good. Like let's do whoa minus.
Yeah. Like if you got a 9.9, it just should be called fucking awesome. This book is
good golly.
Awesome.
Good golly, Miss Molly. That's my that's a 9.9 right there.
Why hasn't anybody thought of that? I would much rather have a pretty much good enough than a 9.
I'm gonna have to start grading my books like that on Band of Brothers. This is a whoa plus. this is a good golly, Miss Molly.
On the label, pretty much good enough.
If you have a book that is a 10.0, now that's very rare. But they should get the Luke Cage Sweet Christmas.
Yeah, it's a Sweet Christmas right there.
Like, this is a Sweet Christmas Plus. I don't know how you do that, but and then of course, absolutely, if it's low grade 1.8, I don't know, it would be a 0.5, something like that. It would have to be welcome to the Stink Factory. It would have to be a Stink Factory, something like.
Your sound kind of went funky.
Mike raised an excellent point on CGC. I personally think it's the marketplace. I've happily started working with Tony on EGS eggs with some PC books, and I'm getting ready to work with PSA. Interesting. PSA, I'm curious what they're going to do. I don't love the look of their. I think I did see the look of their slab, and I don't like.
I don't mind it.
I don't like the label, but I never like the label.
I think
the market acceptance of these products will determine. CGC is still the number one, and ZBCS has its various problems, and PGX has its problems. I just the one that is the most acceptable to the market will determine which one will succeed. And I know that CGC right now you will get more for a CGC slabbed book than you will any others, and it remains to be seen how PSA is accepted and what their pricing schedule and what kind of customer service and quality control they have, because quality control is something that is essential. And when you have a book that is either damaged or if there is a question of, that is the worst, and that does happen. But I think that it has to be how the people are trained, and when you have a guy that's pulling down a little bit better than minimum wage, and they're grading a book that's worth $150,000 to $200,000. I think that I think they have a select group of guys that handle some of the bigger books, so that because they're more seasoned on that. But again, it's just there's and money is the whole thing that's driving this thing, obviously, which is the way it is, and we'll just have to see how that goes. 10 million, and your point too, Mr. Beckerman, about the insurance company will be handling it. Is the insurance companies, the sharks that are working on retainer for the insurance companies, will be slugging that out for a long, long time until there's a resolution, and then it will be not a on terms of anonymity or whatever it is, the non-disclosure as far as what they were.
Fault. No,
Yeah,
false admittance.
that's it. And
And
hold
they make
harmless.
so much money to drag that stuff and drag
yeah.
their feet through the appeals process, and you don't have to pay until there's till you essentially are willing to accept defeat. You can. There's a lot of avenues for
Oh, this can drag on for 10 more years, for Pete's sake.
Yeah,
No.
Look how long it took to get to this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and it will. And Steppo brings up a really, 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 really good point, which is that customer service. That customer service had, like, if you're going to try to unseat CGC from the top, you have to be able to match them with their customer service. Because even though they have issues and even though things go wrong, they do have very good customer service that will basically go to whatever lengths they can to make you happy. That is one thing I will give them.
Well, you've also got a bunch of people that have very high-end books done by CGC. We're talking Superman 1s and Action 1s and all these books.
Yeah. All the big ones.
All of a sudden CGC loses top of the heap. What happens to the prices on these books? Do they go down 10% like CBCS versus CGC right now? You get about 10% less for a CBCS book, unless it's a big book.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be instant. Like there's going to be an adjustment period, if that even happens, just because it's going to be a situation where I would say, if they're going to get knocked off the top spot, and let's say PSA does take over, it's probably going to take at least a decade. Like, it's not going to be, right away. It's going to be, some time for that shift to happen.
We got Roscoe.
Well, on top of that, there's competition, which will also drive the market. The CGC will make more improvements to their, just like they CBCS was cutting into their trade with the signature verification. Now CGC has the signature verification as well, and so they're basically responding to the marketplace. And I'm certain that they will respond to the marketplace as well. And I think maybe bottom line, this is better for the whole hobby on that. Because competition will make you better, so that you can retain your customer base.
We got Roscoe in the chat. How you doing, Roscoe?
Hi, Roscoe.
I don't know if did you see Roscoe's picture on Instagram the other day?
Inspiration, man.
Incredible
Holy
job.
Holy smokes! When you listen to that, I'm half the man I used to be. Jesus, Murphy, Roscoe, you look great, brother.
Yeah.
You look great.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
And of course we got Madam in the chat. Madam, how are you this morning? She's awesome. Check her out. She's always doing some cool shit.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what Steph was saying on this, just because there's a lot that goes into it, and of course anybody who is a big investor within CGC, not to say like somebody on the corporate side, but somebody who's just if you're a shop, if you're a seller. And CGC has been your slabber of choice. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to go to war for them and try to do your best to try to drive everybody back.
Absolutely. Why else? Yeah, all the Superman 1 holders, all those guys are going to be like, no, guys, these are the ones.
Not even just those.
Why
guys,
put your book at risk again? That's the whole thing, Chris. You're right, though. I mean, I agree with you completely. Your point's well taken.
What do you guys think about the blue light white?
It doesn't have to be like the Superman 1 holders. Like think about people within our community that just sell a lot of books. It's like I can give you a good example, and Gary is not a shill for them, but Gary was really like beating the drum for CGC during the whole scandal. He was like, wow, it's not as big as people, and he was basically saying that like look, like You're not going to go to CBCS. Like CGC is the one. Trust me, they'll fix it. It'll be all right. And he, so you have people that are definitely loyalists for them. And I think the biggest thing that PSA I think has in their favor outside of the competition and helping drive is that they have a clean slate for now. And they have to maintain that as long as possible. Because the first scandal that happens, all the CGC people make say, "I told you, like you're gonna go with them. What about us? We're the best. Like these guys. Look at this. You know what I mean?"
That's like I don't know. That's like the mob going, "No, what are you doing going with that guy? We're great over here. Come on,
Exactly.
we're awesome."
you think about it, right? So like think about how much pressure like that we personally put on CBCS over Who Dad's book, right?
Yeah.
If you were somebody that was close with CGC, like if it was if anybody of the people that like the CGC loyalists like were in on that at all, that's the first thing I would do. Like, hey guys, you have to talk about this. Like hey, look, we don't lose those kind of books.
I'm actually surprised they didn't. I'm actually surprised they didn't have it on their forum. That like I would have immediately. Oh, my competition sucks. Look at this, guys. Look what's going on.
Like like CGC would make that right away, and every step of it, like whatever they didn't do, whatever troubles he had. If I was CGC, I would have highlighted the whole thing. Like you know what, had that book been a CGC book, it would have first of all it would have been graded.
1060 is asking, what do I think about the blue light whitening restoration or no? Yes, it's restoration. And you can't do it on, if you do it on colors, like if it's a perfectly blank white cover, it's wonderful. It'll restore that beautiful. It'll be nice and white. But if you do it on colors, it takes away colors. You can't, like it fades your color. So what you'd have to really, like I clean books all the time. Like there's not a ton of white on most books. And if there is white, what are you going to do? Like take this big light, shine little pin blue lights all over the place? Like that's going to take eons to do just to clean off the white.
So Bleak, are you saying that they don't have to put on the blue light?
Roxanne, don't put on the blue light.
It's a red light for Roxanne.
Boston. You don't need to put on the blue light.
I'm glad you saw where I was going with that.
I got you, bro. I got you.
But, I mean, it's just a weird. It is kind of just out there how all this is kind of like, everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen with it, and so I think that really the longer that PSA takes to kind of get that stuff going, it kind of gives CGC time to be able to say, hey, all right, we're going to build this announcement. Look, because they probably already have a new case ready to go. They probably already have that.
You say that, but CGC has been adamant that they are not going to fix the Banana Gate. They don't even give a shit. They give no shits about Banana Gate. They're like, whatever.
Okay, you keep saying this. What is Banana Gate? Do I even want to know?
It's basically where the spine inside the NOL, like if you look at the book and it's supposed to be flat, and the NOL it looks like it's kind of got this curve to it, and a lot of people are like, dude, what's that? A lot of people are initially like, okay, so it's still a 9.8, but it's got this curve, and over time it's going to damage the book. And CGC's like,
and it has. Yeah, you can see the little spine ticks starting to form. And what I believe happened to CGC. In fact, I'm pretty sure because I'm not an idiot. They have a bunch of inner wells and they piled them over the course of time. Gravity's happened and those wells, the middle has sagged a bit, and they're just trying to sell them. They don't want to waste the stock that they have. That's what I think. And they don't
probably millions of wells.
So we've established that CGC does not give a shit about its clientele. We've established this.
That's the thing. See, they do and they don't. In this case, they're kind of like, well, because I mean, and that's got to be something where like their stock of, I mean, and it's probably within the millions as far as like the wells that they have, like they have millions of them, and it's too much of a loss to throw all those away and then get a whole bunch of new ones. Mm-hmm. So they're just like, look, you're gonna just have to have these bent books, and that's the thing is like it is kind of a I guess like it's a weird scenario now when you buy a book. You do have to be careful because you cannot tell in pitches until you see it up close, and you have to hold it on the side. And I don't see a lot of sellers on eBay, or anywhere else putting things to the side so you can see if it's bent or if it's straight. So yeah, if you're buying graded books on on the internet or anything like that, make sure you look at them. Make sure you look up the certification numbers to see when it was done, and then try to line that up with the Banana Gate. Just
Well, there's
because
also typical rule of thumb when you're buying books online from not eBay, because most of the time you can't talk to the seller. But if you can talk to the seller, you say, "Hey, bro, I want more pictures." Just make sure the guy make sure the guy even owns the book. Hey, bro, I need some more pictures. That's typical. That's just something you should do. That's just
if you'll recall that Ford Motor Company had a problem with and car manufacturers where they will have systems that the bean counters basically, when they have this system can only cost this much. They make 40,000 or 150,000 cars. You have a failure, and then there's a couple of lawsuits. Now, the cost of those nuts that they put on all those cars is, $4.5 million, let's say, and they have a couple of lawsuits for a couple $100,000 or whatever it is. They pay for it, so it pencils. So it pencils out. So Chris is talking about that all of these inner wells are stacked up and what have you. How many of all of those, as a percentage of the cost of producing all of those in the first place, actually comes back to bite them?
Yeah.
If it is not economic, then the chances are that it won't cause a change.
Yeah, they play that mathematical game, right? Like how many?
Yeah.
This many cars when it got burned up, but hey, you know what? It's not as much as recalling all the cars if we have to pay out these losses.
Absolutely. My favorite explanation of that is in Fight Club.
Fight Club does that perfectly. Yeah.
And he's talking all about it, and then he's telling like a lady that he's riding on the airplane with, and then she's like, "Which company do you work for?" He's like, "A really big one."
A big one.
She's like, so if the cost of a recall is less than this, they won't recall the car even though they know it's going to explode. He's like, "Yep." And then she's like, "Which company do you work for?" He's like, "A really big one."
Brian LCS.
Did you watch a different movie than I did? Because I was told we weren't supposed to talk about it.
No, that's just the club. Now, see, but
I don't even talk about the movie
at the club. You can talk
that
about
I may or may not have seen.
Yeah, I don't know about all this. I don't even know what this conversation is.
Well,
I've never even heard of it.
All I know is that his name is Robert Paulson.
Oh, his name
Getting
is
pretty loose with your tongue there, Boston Chris.
We hope that we will not have to come to talk to you. Would you like that to happen to you?
Boston, did you happen to bring some books to show today, Boston? We're gonna do a top 10 pickups of the year. You don't have to do like your best books or anything, but if you got
the top fun 10 books you had, Mr. Beckerman, don't be a marplot. Go ahead and get your 10 things. Be a player.
You're gonna have to see a dictionary if you want to use those words.
I'm gonna start us off here because it's fun.
Actually, I just found my dictionary the other day.
It's probably because of all. Is it because of all the weight you've been losing? Sorry, Beckerman. Sorry, bro.
The old dictionary.
The old dictionary. So that's the first Indiana Jones in comic books. I got this at the Niagara Falls Comic-Con this year. And it wasn't very expensive. I was so shocked that I think I paid $10 for it. It's in amazing shape. And it's the first Indiana Jones in comic books. How can you not just absolutely love that? Raiders of the Lost Ark.
But can you throw me on first?
Bad Dates.
That's just super cool. Bad Dates, nice.
That's Sienkiewicz art there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Sienkiewicz art. If it's not, I'd be surprised if it's not, to be honest.
Or not Sienkiewicz, Steranko.
No, it's not Steranko, is it?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
I'm looking.
Yeah, look it up. Muppets Take Manhattan.
Haha, cute.
This is the first Muppet Babies in comic books.
Muppet Babies?
Yeah, Muppet Babies. Muppet Babies. So this came out in this one here, which is great. I think I probably have 12. I think I overdid it, but that's because I can. We've got Creepy,
Nice cover.
beautiful Frank Frazetta cover, Werewolf versus Dracula.
Creepy.
I was really happy to get this. I started collecting all the Marvel monsters and all the little dark things that pop up in Marvel. So I'm very happy to have a really nice copy of the First Brother Voodoo.
Jericho Drum.
I think it's wicked. I know he changes later to Dr. Voodoo, but I still like him as Brother Voodoo the best. Although the Dr. Voodoo storyline was pretty cool.
Who did that cover?
I don't know.
That was Romita.
Okay.
Romita.
And then I picked this up for really cheap because I bought like, I don't know, 5 short boxes for $300. And well, that guy was in there.
There you go.
Nice.
And it is a brilliant copy. Really good copy. I'd say it's a 9.8, but CGC will probably grade it a 9.6. But that's a really nice copy. And this one came from Mr. Bobby Delgado, even though he is not in the chat right now or today. But he sent me this, and I'm just stoked to have it. I think it's fine to show. I think no one will yell at me too much, but
That's a great book.
Cocaine Comics number 3. I think I may have FOMO'd Steven into getting this book, actually.
You did.
But
yeah,
this,
no, I like the cover. I always did.
the cover on this is so amazing. The whole, everything about it. It's just awesome.
No, just the Vincent Price Devil is hilarious.
What else do we got over here? You know what? We've seen this. I've shown it, but I'm going to show it off right now. So we've got our Savage Tales number 1, 8.5. This is the first Man Thing. And this is one of my favorite covers of all time, to be honest. I think it's really awesome. The imagery, the head, Conan, the sword, the lady on his leg. Just cool, man.
Yeah.
That is my goal, is to have the coolest collection of all time. Oh, that's a nice one. I picked up this one this year. This is an 8.0 of Werewolf by Night, the first Werewolf by Night, Marvel Spotlight number 2. This, again, I've been trying really hard to get the Marvel Monster books. How you doing, Apex Comics? What's going on, brother? So any monster books, that's where I'm after, and they have to be a certain grade because I'm snobby like that. So I'm trying to pick up 8.0s and better. There is a reason for that, and I'll tell you the reason when I get there. But this, I'm so happy about this book. I just picked this up right before Christmas. So this is basically like a Christmas present to myself. And we got Evil Ernie number 1 in a 9.4. And I absolutely love this book. This is the first appearance of Lady Death. Yeah. Origin and first appearance of Evil Ernie and first appearance of Lady Death. I believe her first cover appearance is Evil Ernie number 2, actually, which I'm looking at purchasing soon enough. One of these days. Paul in the 619, what's going on, brother? Claremont Comics, nice. He remembers his first Man Thing, I'm sure. This was a gift. This came from Steppo, and it was raw when he sent it to me. But he assured me, he said he picked out these books and he spent a long time picking out the best copies, and he was right. He was absolutely right. So we got a Predator #1, one of the greatest covers of all time, in my opinion.
Beautiful book.
It came back in 9.8, which is really, if you're getting a Predator, if you want a high grade Predator, that's the grade. That's the grade you want.
Yeah,
The price between a 9.6 and a 9.8 is drastically different. It's crazy, actually.
Who drew that cover?
that would be Sam De La Rosa.
Sam De La Rosa?
Yep.
Nice. It's a great cover. One of my faves. And then
Bleeker, right next to your right shoulder is a beefcake book under the letter M.
Oh,
What
Ric
is
Flair.
going on? What is that?
That's the Ric Flair book.
it's Ric Flair, baby.
That's a good one.
Gotta have a little
Oh,
Ric Flair.
brother.
Gotta have a little Ric Flair action. This was part of a giant trade that I made with Stepco. He got Zorro for Color Press. Can't remember the number off the top of my head. And he also got Hit Comics, I believe it was. So those are both the first appearances of Zorro in comic books, Golden Age stuff, beautiful. And I got this Tomb of Dracula #1. It is a yellow label, 9.2. There's only 14 of these on the census.
Very nice.
In a 9.2 signed. And this is signed, obviously, by Neil Adams right there, where the dead finger is.
Yeah.
So he signed it in a good spot. It didn't cover up any of the art, which I think is really great. Yeah, just cool, man. This is such a great book, and I'm very, very happy to own it. And the grade is just awesome. It's a little higher than I was looking at when I was pricing them out. And yeah, so pretty wicked. And this last one is the greatest AOK of all time, of ever, in the whole wide world. And good job, Biggie Shack. Good for you, brother.
Good big.
How you doing, Alan? What's going on, brother? So this was an AOK from Steppo. It came raw. And this is the best AOK that anyone has ever received in their entire life. And it's Marvel Spotlight #5. It's an 8.0.
Yeah.
Very high grade. This book's hard to find in high grade. It was a very loved book when it came out, I think. Plus all the black. Very difficult to not find them with just a ton of spine ticks. And this has no spine ticks. In fact, I think it's better than an 8.0, but what do I know?
Yeah.
It's awesome. And just that. So this started my 8.0 journey. This is where the 8.0s or better came from. Steppo gave me this book, and it was an 8.0. And so when you buy books to go with this book, they have to be 8.0s too. It can't be like 6.5.
Has to be, that he says. Has to be.
It has to be. So that's probably the best book in my whole collection, to be honest.
It's actually funny. See,
once you developed that outlook, did you find yourself saying "oh" more often to people? Like, I only collect 8.0.
I found myself saying, Daddy, my credit card isn't working, Daddy. That's what I found myself saying.
Yeah, did it come with a complimentary monocle as well?
See what you started here, Steppo? Now he's got a butler.
So I was gonna say about that trade, because I heard Hit and the Zorro thing and everything, and all that really translates to is that Bleeker traded those two books to Steppo, and Steppo's like, here's this signed 9.2, and give me all the Alan Tears possible, all of them.
Yes.
Yes, he traded them for a whole bunch of Allen tears.
And Alan Tears won't happen with the actual 4-color one, but it'll definitely happen with the hit comics one.
I remember.
He will not find that. He will
I
not.
remember Alan vehemently arguing, like, "No, that's not it." It's like, "Yes, it is." Do we have to go to the internet to really find this out? Like, this is the truth. And Alan was just like, and Steppo was just absolutely just beaming in happiness and appreciation of the tears of Alan.
Well, sometimes tears are delicious.
Still gotta find it. But you know
It's
what, though?
cathartic. It's a very cathartic thing. You know.
You know what though? I said that.
Speaking of
I
Alan,
think
he
Alan's
showed
great.
up.
Yeah, no, I say that thing, and
Thanks,
and I'd say I think Alan's great because you know what happens is that like Alan is very, very vigilant about finding those books, and he, I'll tell you, like,
Oh,
as far
Alan's
as
not only vigilant; he's also very competitive.
Oh, yeah, well,
I have noticed that a little bit about him.
Very competitive.
so Alan is on the hunt, and before I would say, probably before the year is out, he'll have that hit comics just so he can sit there and say,
Nah,
"See,
he won't
now
find
I
it.
have one too."
He won't find it. It's really rare.
You underestimate the powers of Alan.
I'm glad you don't believe in him, Bleeker. You're a true friend.
He says, "Who me? Competitive?"
Yeah. Steven enjoys my pain. Nice.
Well, you know what though? If you haven't been paying attention though, on Alan's channel, he's been doing this crazy unboxing, and he's got a lot of good stuff. So it's just
Alan's been doing a crazy unboxing since I've started watching. He's like part 9,000 of my greatest unboxing of all time, and he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
The thing is, like, when you have something that's that great, you have to have 9,000 parts, so it has to continue on. Like, look, I know.
Yeah, Alan, hop on. Come on.
As long as the book's fine, I'm okay with any grade. I have to say I agree with that in a lot of ways too, because sometimes that's the only way that you're gonna get some stuff. Like when it comes to
Alan, I already sent you the link. Stop it.
When it comes to some of those big books and everything, it's just like sometimes like they like to say low grade is better than no grade, and but then sometimes you get lucky. You just get patience is the name of the game at anything. Like when it comes to comics,
I think it depends on the era of the book. For me, like if I have a grading system, so like Silver Age can be 5.5 to 6.5. Bronze Age should be 7.5 to 8.5. Copper Age should be 9.4 to 9.8, and Modern should be 9.8. That's how I do it in my personal collection. When I'm looking through eras of comics, I sort of go, well, these are 50 years old. They should probably be 8.0s at this point in time. So I'm fine with that. But I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I can't just pick up a rag copy of a book. Not if it's a book.
I have a sliding scale. Depends on what the book is. And
That's
how
what I
hard
think
it
of
is
your
to find and
scale.
come across. But there's some books that I can tell you just from what I did last year. Like that, there's books that I never thought I would own that I picked up last year. I'm like, wow, and just because and books that I have been looking for years, like in a lot of cases. And
Show some of them, Chris, if you wish.
All right. Yeah, I would do so. So
you
I
won't
know
be satisfied till you've made us all dance, Puppet Master.
Going on, Darth? How you doing?
Yes, this is my power. Yeah.
This isn't the hunt, but I did end up picking up, and this is a book that was on my list, and I ended up getting. I got one. I want to say I think maybe 2023, maybe not. I don't know.
Hold on, Buster. Before you. Oh, nice.
But then I there was another.
Oh man, double yoker.
I had to. I was just like, this deal's too nice.
Biggie Shack, how you doing, brother?
Biggie Shack.
Based on the age of those books, I'm going to need 8.0 confirmations before I can.
Yeah, are there any of those 8.0s you got, Boston? Mine's probably a 7.0.
Oh.
So I'll trade you.
I don't know. 8.0 to be honest with you. It's probably close. And then I got this, also an amazing deal. And just this is definitely high grade Howard the Duck #1, so good stuff there.
That's definitely not Howard the Duck #1.
Huh? Oh, no,
not
sorry,
#1, bro.
Sorry,
that's the first kiss.
I got the no. I'm sorry about that. I got a #1.
All right.
Put it. Sorry about that. No. I don't know why I thought that. But
A lot of country club folks in here, Biggie. Be careful. They want their high grade.
Gee, how many of these
That's
do you
amazing.
got?
I love
Boston?
that. I
You got
just
like
posted
4 of
that
these
book,
things.
Boston.
I get 2. So I got this one a while ago. Like this is probably one of my greatest purchases in comics that I've ever bought. I didn't buy it autographed. I got it autographed by like Todd McFarlane at Boston Comic Con in I think 2017. No, 2019 I think it was. And but I ended up getting this for $1. I pulled this out of a dollar bin in like 2015. And then
That's
and
great.
yeah, no, it's very good book. Like it's just a guy. It was at a convention that this guy loads up his dollar bins, so just because he wants people to go and just dig through stuff. And so I found it, and I was like my face hit the floor. But then this one came
Yeah.
along.
How much was it back when you got it? Was it like a $50 book or?
This was like 120, in like
Even back
2015.
then, damn.
Yeah, and so he
Wow.
just
It's
loaded
always,
them up.
I thought it was around a $50 book a few years ago, but I guess it's always been higher than I thought.
Yeah, well, it jumps it jumped up and down just because like you were getting rumors of different things, and I think it was like the Old Man Logan story come out, so Wolverine books kind of got up and people were excited. Um, let's see what other books do I have. Like I should go over here.
I definitely missed a boat because Raws go for like 150, 200 now. I don't know if I'm gonna jump in that fucker.
They were. It's one of those ones where it's just like it's kind of a tough one just because you have both the you have
Good,
the
babe.
Hope and Wolverine in there. So anytime there's news on the both of them, that book always hits the bump. It always kind of gets a little bit.
Yeah, I think I paid about 165 for my Brother Voodoo just last year.
Yeah, actually,
Nice.
another. This was a great AOK for me, and I am excited. I love having this. This is actually one of my favorite books I got from last year, and this is given to me by Beckham and my Ken Lashley, remark on the Black Panther. I love this. This
Oh,
is
nice.
great.
Predator versus Black Panther. That's cool.
Yep, and then just it doesn't get any better than that Ken Lashley head sketch on the side. Like I love that. Thank you so much, Beckham.
Also, I had Ken mail it to him directly, so I didn't have to do anything. Win
Right.
for me.
Well, yeah, that tracks, Beckerman. That actually that tracks for you.
It's not. It's not quite the greatest AOK of all time like Bleakers, but it's pretty close.
It's a beautiful book. It's fantastic.
I ended up picking up this last year, which was very fun. So,
That's a nice copy.
Yeah. Nice. John Romita. I always love this cover. I will say though, I love that cover. I really do. I like 40 a little more just because of just because it's more of an action cover. But I was actually really excited to get that. And the problem that came with that was when he died, that book like shot up and it was very hard to get. But I ended up finding somebody who was selling it and got it for a good price. I have to say also
How
too.
did you not know that, Phil? How did you? They bought the rights to Predator and Alien.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
MCU?
MCU, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And then these both, like I love both of these too. Like so, these are my Simpsonized Sinister Six. So I ended up getting 2 last year. So I got Sandman and Vulture. These are both.
Is that Bill Morrison?
No, this is Ken Wheaton.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Do you have? Because I know you're doing a whole like Sinister Six. Do you have the other ones?
I do. I have Electro and I have Craven.
Craven's my favorite one that you've gotten.
I think the Craven one is cool too.
So good.
Yeah.
So
the Craven one was done by a guy named John Delaney. So John Delaney is who started me on that. And John doesn't always head up this way, but Ken Wheaton does. So I just basically continued on with Ken. So but I'm gonna get it all done. I still have to get Mysterio and Doc Ock, and then once I do that, I am all set. Let me see. I have another one. This one I actually showed on the hunt last Friday. So go ahead and show this. Got finally. This is one I've been chasing down for a long time. So I got First King.
Yeah, that's a beauty. It's just
nice color strike on that one, Chris. That's really pretty.
I know. I was so excited. I was like as soon as I saw the colors on it, I was like, oh, and it was on an Instagram sale, and this one guy was like, just kind of talking about it and asking about it, and this and that, and then he was just like, you know what, I'm gonna do a deal, and he's like, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna say like this price here, and it was like perfect for me. I was just like, and I was just like, dude, I was like, sold. I was like, claim, and the guy was like, oh, you're just gonna claim it like that? Like I can't
So
believe it.
bad.
Like, like you gotta be fast on when you hear the number, because it was like I think he had like it was around like 700, and then he dropped it down to I think it was like 625, and I was just like, so I was
Done. Yeah.
like there was no question to be asked. I was just like, make sure I was the first one to get in there because that guy was still like hemming and hawing about it. Like, oh, I don't really. I'm like, dude, done. And then he got mad at me that I went ahead and just took
Chris,
it.
I had the same thing happen to me, and it was not on a major book, but it was like on some book that was being offered on one of these YouTube auctions. And when the guy was saying, "Well, tell me about that book. Tell me about that book," and then the guy put the price on it, and I said, "Sold, claim."
Yeah,
And then the guy says, "Wait a minute, I was talking about it." And then the moderator came on, and
Holy
she
shit.
says, "Hey, listen, claims, buy it now. Trump
Yeah.
talk is talk, and money is money is money. So when it says buy it now, if you want to buy it now, you can say buy it now, but you didn't. You just wanted to talk about it." And he
Exactly.
went on and on in the chat. Well, Stepo this and Step Collecto did this, and it went on for a while. And I'm just kind of going, dude, really, get over it.
Hey, look, I mean that's like getting mad. That's like if you're playing football and the pass is supposed to come to you, and then like the cornerback jumped the route and took it from me. Like, like that's not fair. Be better. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like that's why I was like, oh, tell me more about this book. Well, that book is gone now because you wanted to hear more about it. And that's
All
the thing is
right.
like there's nothing more. I'll say this much: when it comes to like those claim sales, and I'm not saying people are bad or anything like that, but it's just like I've watched enough of them to know that like sometimes if you really want the book, you kind of gotta be ruthless and say and just throw that claim, and if the price is right and you can do it, boom, get it. Don't even ask questions. Don't just
Yeah,
get it.
and I've had that happen too, where people get too fancy. And they kind of go, well, 625, and it's a good deal. And you say, but
Yeah,
then the guy says, well, I want to make it. How about 595? And you go claim 625. He says, wait, I was talking to him. Too bad, Joe.
yeah. Well,
I
that's
actually
exactly
like when you do
honestly
that, Stephen.
that's
I like when you
100%.
do that personally because I think it's some
But
people.
that was literally the whole scenario, and because he was trying to get to go lower, and I'm like, dude, he just dropped it $75. I was like,
Yeah,
dude, like, you're not getting
Quit
better than that. I was like, I'm gonna end this right now. Sold.
trying to skin the guy alive, and you're just going,
Yep.
dude, and then plus, if you give the vendor the price they ask and they gave you a good price, then you generate some goodwill. So the next time around, then you say, Boston Chris, I wanted to see what can you do for me on that? And then they remember that you bought at six
Yeah.
and a quarter, and you say, for you, I'll do this. Done. And that's the way it
Yep.
should be.
I got
I'll
my
show it.
are you still going, Chris? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this will be my last one because I mean I got a lot of good books last year, but this will be my last one because it kind of fits into that same story. So this one is another book. I've been chasing this one forever, and what happened was pretty much a similar thing. Like I was in dilly dally and I tried to claim, but Instagram filtered my claim, and other people had seen it, but the seller didn't. So it was one of those things where it's just like the seller's like, look, I'll make it right for you. Don't worry about it. Like the next time I have one, I will get you one. And I'll give it to you for what I paid. Don't worry about what the price is today. I'll give it to you for what I paid for it. Okay. So then I was just like, no problem. So it took him a couple months, but he actually made good on it, and that's how I ended up getting my Spider-Man 300.
Oh, nice copy.
Yeah.
That's a fucking cornerstone in a collection, Chris. Congratulations, bro. I fucking love that book.
yeah, man.
Thank
that's
you.
a great book,
Yeah,
Chris.
it sounds crazy when you're like, oh, I've been trying so hard to get one, but it's just like literally, it's just like it's such a popular book, and people are like, oh, there's millions of them. Yes, but it just seems that like it's
Try
always
and
in
go
demand.
get one. Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah, it's always in demand everywhere, and it's just like and I see. I mean, I do see them all over the place, but like I see them for prices that are just beyond what I can do, and so this was as much as as much as at the time I was upset that I missed on it again. It was just that type of book that I was just like, the seller that took care of me, like legitimately was how you said. He was just like, look, I'm gonna make this right. Like, don't you worry, I got you on this. And
of course and now you've got a stand-up guy. I mean that would
Oh,
do
yeah.
that. That is a stand-up guy.
Oh
no,
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
good
Like that. Like yeah, I would say honestly, like there's no seller I think I trust more, is in that space than that person is. It's like like this guy's legit. Like he won't lead you astray.
That's a great deal and a great story too.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
got my
and
top 10. It's under a minute. I can
Yeah,
make it real quick.
I'll get you, Biggie. Give me 1 second. I just gotta get to the computer. Ugh.
I'm just gonna pop up and get another cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I know that Susan has it on upstairs, so I won't miss it.
All right,
there you
buddy.
go.
Cool.
We got Biggie Shack in the house. How you doing, brother? Hi, it's cold up there. It's freezing and snowing and icing. What's going on up there?
It's starting to come down. It ain't wet yet, but as long as it's dry, it ain't so bad. But I think Ohio's weathered. I'm not like a bunch of these guys. Oh, power's going out. I'm just like, dude, we've been through so many storms. We'll be fine, but we'll see. Shout outs to Beckerman. I didn't do AOKs on my list. If I would have added Becker's Godzilla 1, and he sent me the one per Deadpool Wolverine and Venom San Diego Comic Con, and he sent me a Shaq Tunney and a Andre the Giant. So
I'm a little jealous of that Godzilla 1, actually, Biggie. I'm looking for that book this year. I actually want that book. I'm like, god dang it.
Dude, sincerely, like Beckerman, really, like I get kind of depressed because I try to I send out AOKs and I get AOKs, and I got a lot of AOKs back in the day. And it's kind of dried up a little bit, but Beckerman's kind of like quenched my thirst this year. So sincerely, like Beckerman, you're my fucking guy, dude. I appreciate you, bro. And also, my man Steppo sent me the first Enemy Ace, so that was very kind of him.
That was a good one. Ian and Becca, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Thank you very much for hanging out.
So like I said, this is my top 10 under a minute. It's very quick.
Can I just watch it on my channel, Biggie? Do we have to watch it?
You can. You want to just look for it and do it, or?
Yeah, I think so, because it'll be people will be able to actually
a little bit better visually. Yeah, it's on my videos. It's the latest one.
All right, let me.
But the problem is you got to mute it. You got to mute it because you don't want to hear the music.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I can do that.
All right.
Did you make it like a YouTube short?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I did it for the Instagram shorts and my videos. I just did a three piece in under a minute. Figured that'd be the most comfortable.
I don't think I could talk that quickly about anything. I always get into everything. So
Is it like the 1 minute and 32-second one?
No, it's just a straight minute.
Okay, what do we got? Video. Let's go to your shorts.
Top 10 2024 pickups +1 under a minute.
I see it.
Thank you for the kind words, Biggie.
Oh, you heard me? Yeah, no problem, Becker, man. You're my guy, bro. I really appreciate you.
I couldn't say anything. I could hear you, though.
Good.
Where are we? Back at the Biggie Shack. Get Biggie Shack off of here for a minute. Makes it so.
Here's.
Go. We got Biggie's top 10 coming up. Share screen. There we go. Boom. You can all see that, I take it? All right. I don't know if I can mute you, Biggie, but we'll give it our best shot.
Yeah, you can. It does up in the corner.
So
right near that pause button.
All right. Tag Unruly Sip.
Damn.
I don't think I can mute you, but.
We're going to do 2024, bro. You got the Morbius.
Not good, bro.
You got the Kirby, the Inhumans.
Shitty short, dude.
The Maryland.
All right. I'll get the gist, man.
The hard to find Spidey Deadpool.
Cool.
The Jack Burnley.
That's a Jack Burnley.
Dude. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get cut sometimes. The brother of Destruction, Sabretooth.
Yeah. Black Widow.
Baddest chick of them all, dude.
Curiosity. Black Lois.
The Annual
Lois,
2.
Dr. Doom. R181.
The Hulkamania, brother. And one for the road. Shout out to Unruly Simeon. Do your top 10
bro.
2024.
That was my 10.
Wow.
Nice.
All right, tag.
Thank you. I participated.
There we go. There we go. Awesome, man. That's
Yeah.
cool, man.
I feel like
Yeah.
the shorts, that's the next evolution. Like if you can do those, that helps your channel out so much. So you
Oh,
just
Yeah, that one got about 40 views, so that one didn't do so much. But
we got promiscuous time traveler in the house. Holy smokes! I'm seeing Tate
you
Prime.
make a good one, you can get thousands.
yeah.
Justice
That-
Comics. How are you?
That's what I gotta do. I gotta get a short or two going.
Yeah, man. No, that's a good. That's a good top 10 list for this year.
I was happy with it. Yeah, I didn't expect to get anything besides 181, so I'm
you,
really happy.
you had some other stuff that you got this year, though. I thought. What did you get? The Black Widow. You got a bunch of. Yeah, you got a bunch of cool shit this year.
I'm happy with it. A lot of people want to get a first Wolverine, and I think like you just gotta fucking do it, you know? Like it's like the X-Men one. Like it's gonna be hard. If I want it bad enough, I'll get it.
Yeah, it's not that book's not going to be easy, but
That's the thing. It all just takes time. Like that's
you're
how
on the
it
right
is.
train,
As long as you just if you just make sure that you're building up to get it, like you'll get it. It just takes time. That's all.
You got way bigger, better books than I got over here, brother. So you're doing all right. You're doing all right.
I do okay. Depends on how you look at it. You got books I don't have. It's like whenever fucking Chris got that Werewolf by Night, right?
Oh,
that's a book I ain't got that book.
Yeah.
And you got the first Ghost Rider. I ain't got that book. That's what's cool. Like everybody's collection's its own thing. So you got your shit I don't have. I got some shit you don't have.
Oh,
there you go.
Beckerman bucked off for a second there.
Beckerman had enough of it.
That's why I love that about all of our collections, because we really do collect differently. We all have similar books. Don't get me wrong. Like there's always the 340s that are going to make it into everyone's collection and certain books, but we all collect a little differently. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and there's always there's always just completely random things that people are like, oh, I've never seen that before. Like what's this all about? Oh, like why do you have? Like I've never seen that. Like why do you have this? Like what's so special about this? And then you end up finding out like, oh wow, like I didn't even know that like this was a thing. Like there was a guy, Gene Paulus Peter. He used to talk about. I mean, he had tons of just books and everything like that at one point, and then but he always talked about having this one book called Cursed Pirate Girl. He's like, oh, I got that, and it was like a first print or something. It was like the first run of that book, and he was so proud of that one. And I was just like, never even heard of that. He's like, look it up. And so I did, and I was like, oh my god, like it was like just this ultra rare, very 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 expensive book.
I'm looking at a 9.8 copy of Wild Dog right now. Guess what? Nobody wants that book. I want that book. You know why? It just reminds me of when I was collecting comics. I remember when it came out. I remember wanting to get that book. I remember my buddy had it, and I read it, and I was like, "Oh, I wish I had this book." It's not a big book, but I want it. Just
I'll show you a silly ass book like I have, dude. And the only reason, like, I love this book, right? I'm a Deadpool guy, right?
Yeah.
And some fucking schmuck came in my house and actually stole this book from me, so I had to get another one.
Oh.
And it's just a random Scotty Young Deadpool 1, It's my favorite Scotty Young cover.
Somebody stole your... That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they took some Silver Batman, too. I used to keep books in my bathroom so I could read them and shit. And
right.
Someone used my bathroom. I noticed that it's not in my PC no more, so they had to have stole it. Yeah,
that sucks, man. That sucks, boss.
Yeah, but I replaced it. It cost me a little bit of money, but some books just stick to you. You know what I mean? Like that one just stuck to me. I just had to have it.
We got one more person on the panel that hasn't shown their top 10 pickups of 2024. So, Mr. Steppo, you feel
okay, I will be happy to. Where's Alan?
I don't know. I sent him the link.
Come on, Alan. Don't hide. Come on.
He said,
Alan's an expensive guest, man. You gotta give him a lot of money. He's making me broke keeping him on my channel.
send me the link. He said, send me the link. And I'm like, Alan, I sent it to you 20 minutes before you asked for the link. Get your ass on here. But he might be busy, you know, his family not being at home. He could be very busy doing nothing, sitting on the couch. I don't know.
You never know, right? This year has been for me one of the largest year ever for me in buying, and the reason why was because I had collected a very extensive martial arms collection, and I made the decision to sell all of my guns. Not my personal weapons, but all the collectible things that I had put together. And I put my collection of firearms together the same way that I put together my collection of comic books, which is you buy the best you can afford or find and or afford. And it was like a 35 or at least a 35 or it was like over a 40-year-old collection. You know, one here, one there, just very, very, very slow. It's a different kind of a way to collect. Collecting firearms is a little bit different. But anyway, the market was such a way it was with Rock Island Arsenal, which is the big auction house. So I sold those, and I had mentioned this before with Alan, is that the marketplace right now has been the last 3 years has been a buyer's market. Because people have been hurting, and then their comic books are a luxury, and people sell them to get the money out of them or make money on them because they are luxuries. And now I think with things presumably going to get better and people having more money and feeling better about the way our country's running, that people will be in a position to then want to come by and buy the books back or buy other books. And in the meantime, while this buyer's market was going on, I won't say took advantage of it, but I basically went ahead, and as these targets would present themselves, stuff that I hadn't seen for years and years, I mean, even since the 90s. So I've put together, I bought a whole bunch of different stuff. I basically, comic books for guns for comics is what it turned into. Which my friend in England, Mark Olroyd, said, let me get that right. Guns for comics. He says, I like it. Of course, in England, as far as guns go. So anyway, by the way, I hope that you noticed that I'm treating you to Lois Lane for my background this time, because I think that Lois Lane is one of the most hysterical titles and fun titles to collect that there is Lois Lane. All the different things that she does. I love you. I hate you. Marry me. I'm going to kill you. I'm so jealous. I never want to see you again. I mean, it's all over the map with Lois. She gets turned into a goat. Good stuff like that. So my number
really buggered Lois Lane up. They put her in all sorts of terrible situations.
They must have I have to say that the writers and the editors and the artists must have laughed their asses off doing that title for what they put her through, What are we going to do to Lois? Let's make her a dictator. Okay, she can execute Superman. Yeah, let's make her mad. She can marry the devil. All right, sounds good. So the first one I want to show of my 10 picks that I chose to show is Space Ghost #1.
Oh,
no way. 9-2?
Jeez Louise, Steppo. Yeah, came out just swinging. Came out of the gate swinging.
That's definitely a book I want. And honestly, that back cover is one of the best back covers in the history of comics.
Yeah. Show the back cover.
So nice. That's amazing. I love that.
That's kind of old school.
That's awesome.
So am I.
What year is that, Steppo? What year is that?
This is from March of 1967.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I thought it was 69 or something, but yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and of course, he had a new lease on life with this Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Yeah.
Because the cartoons were great. I remember them as a kid. I loved them.
Me too.
The world of Hanna-Barbera.
But this is one of those books that very, very hard to find. These very nice, and they were quite dear to have to go after. But I just decided this guy, and the picture that he had on his ad was not very good. But I looked at the label on the slab, and I said, "Well, I'm assuming, can you send, like Bleecker just said, could you send me a couple more pictures?"
Yeah.
So he sent me several pictures that were equally as bad as the first one. And I said, "Okay, that's okay, thank you." He says, "Don't worry about it." He says, "Trust me, you're going to love the book when you get it." And I do. It's really nice. Off-white
that's a great
pages, I think. Yeah, off-white.
Tape Prime, to answer that question, I honestly, t-shirts will be coming soon. I have t-shirt press. I will be making my own t-shirts very soon. So t-shirts, I'll be doing some stuff like that. And I'll be doing long sleeves and t-shirts, maybe hats. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so that is coming soon. I just got to figure out a spot to buy blank t-shirts, and I got to figure out how to actually do the work. So it's coming. I'm learning, my man. I'm learning.
You say, I'm all on it. I have to get the shirts, and I have to get the press, and I have to figure out what I'm doing. I'm on it.
I'm on it, buddy. I'm on it.
Boy, I'll tell you, don't ever say that when you're going in for the brain surgery, okay?
No. Clip on Comics says, "Holy shit, Steppo. That's a big book. That's a big book."
I think I only saw like one of those. I saw one at Terrificon, and I mean, like just because it's such a hard book to find, and it was nowhere near that. I think it may have been like a 6.0, but it was pricey. So
Yeah,
a 9.2.
Finding them in 6.0 is a trick. That's where I was looking 6s and 7s, and then this thing showed up, and I said, "Well, here's an opportunity for you. Fish or cut bait."
Mm-hmm.
So the second book, that's number 10. Number 9, this is a book that was sort of hard to find. I had seen various covers of this on Instagram and were being offered on auction, and they were always very. When you get various books, sometimes you say, "Well, do I want to choke up that amount of money for that book, for that grade?" And sometimes the only one you see is a lower grade than what you would want. But on a lot of these books, if you're in the 4s and even in 3s, or hell, even in 1s, to get certain books, it's just it's just, how does the book look? And this is one of the things that I've learned, is that you buy the book and not the label. If you buy the label of a 4.5 or not 4.5, let's say you buy a 5.0, and it's faded, but technically it's a 5.0. And you buy a 3.5 that has beautiful cover colors, I'm buying the 3.5 because I want the book to present well. So this is my number. This is Underworld Crime number 7.
Oh yeah, that's cool. The hot poker one, yeah.
And I'm with you on that. As like when things start wrecking, like the back covers can be a little torn up, but like if you're starting to really wreck the cover image, that really throws the book off for me.
That is it has to be, is the book pretty? If you're going to spend money on a book, don't buy the label, buy the book. That's you have to, I think.
Absolutely. I have some 9.8 slabs that I bought from CGC that in my opinion are not 9.8 slabs, and I say it all the time. Like they're not perfect as a company, let's put it that way.
I agree.
Yeah,
I got some too.
That's always a pleasure when you get a book that presents well. Even though the grade might not say it, it's just like, but the colors and everything else, just it's perfect, just like this.
Fish like a pimp? How do pimps fish? if I knew how to do it, I would do it.
I would love to see that. A pimp fishing. Get on in this boat, baby. Come on.
Come on, man. Just bite daddy's hook.
One of the areas I collected this year, which is is a perennial for me, is Alex Schomburg, and I did manage to put some Schomburg books into the collection this year, and one of them that I got is this Captain America Comics number 28. This is a timely book from July of 1943.
Oh, I like that. Look how much going on in that cover.
Yeah, like look at it's just so full. Like it's, geez.
I tell you, Steppo, bro. Like whenever people say like Avenger 4 is a cool cover and shit, I'm like, did you miss the 100 timelies that came out before that, or am I,
No,
because
no,
I feel like
you're
every one of them.
no. Listen, you're absolutely right. But in that particular instance, Susan and I were talking about this. To do a top 100, you really almost have to do a top 100 golden age, top 100 silver age, top 50 bronze, and top 25 copper, because you're basically comparing apples and oranges with these. A
Yeah.
golden age book compared to a silver age book, they are different. I mean, they are different. And also, the point was put that the importance of the book historically for what was happening is, you say that Avengers 4 is not, it's not a patch on this cover. It isn't. But at the same time, Captain America comes back to the Silver Age. Hi, who dat?
It's a
Good
but
morning.
more well known. Now people know more about Avengers
It's
4.
important because it was the return of a beloved hero in an age when, if you were growing up in that age like I did, I had no access to this. I didn't even know about them. I didn't even know what they looked like. Didn't have a clue. The information that is available now compared to when I grew up
Oh yeah.
is so unbelievable. You want to find the cover, the Gerber photojournal changed so much. I said, "Oh my God, look at this!" And I always remember that with the Overstreet Price Guide, the first thing that I did was I always look at the cover gallery to see books that I'd never seen, and you would see all these great golden age. Oh my God, look at that! I want to try to find that. But when the photojournal came out, you could actually leaf through and find all this stuff. But now, of course, you just, like you were doing the other night, Big, you have your phone in one hand, you have the mic in the next, and you clickety pop, and then you pull the picture up of the book just right now.
Yep.
Back in the day, you couldn't do anything like that. You didn't even, there wasn't a chance for that.
Got Pocan Joe in the chat. How you doing, Pocan Joe?
Even Shatner couldn't do it with his communicators because they weren't as good as the phones we got.
We got Who Dat in the chat.
I actually wanted to ask you like a serious question too on that point. So, when you were growing up and everything, like did comics really? I mean, probably weren't comic shops the way they are today. So it was like, you had just the rack and the new stuff. But
That's it.
Were there many shops at all that were doing any kind of back issues back then?
In Portland, no. Of which I was aware, there might have been, but where I was, it was a dime store that was right by the grade school, and you'd walk down, and then and at the time, I had $1, like I would do my chores, and I'd get $1. That was 10 comic books.
Yeah.
So I could buy all the ones I wanted, but the selection wasn't the same either. It was Marvel, and it was DC, and it was Dell or Gold Key, and that was pretty much what you had, and then a selection of those. And maybe when Charlton came in, I think that they had a little bit of that. But the lady that had the place, her name is Miss Nance, and she was a battle axe. She right next to a grade school. She'd seen it all, and these little snotty little kids coming in causing problems. But she did not have her books out on spinner racks. She had the books in a very specialized metal rack that she that was back behind the counter, and she would put each one in there very, very carefully, and that there wasn't a single bit of waste with her books. Every book that she had was there was no. She took very good care of her books, very, very good care. But when you asked for a book, she gave you the one in the front, and that's the one you got. You said, "Can I have the one in the back?" The answer is, "You get the book I'm giving you." And they were all beautiful. I mean, there was no problem with that but that was the way. That's the way that it went. And then you'd have guys that had older brothers, and you could do some trades and stuff like that. Or they wouldn't like the books anymore. They start dating girls, and they say, "I don't want the comics. You can have them." Just to the little brother or whatever, and then they just come in at 150 years. All right, fine. But the idea was that the access to back issues and stuff like that didn't happen. And when the stores finally penetrated the market, we were able to do it. And then, of course, back east and down in California, there were comic book there were comic stores. But in Portland, there really wasn't. I was aware. If I had been aware, I would have been going to them. But we had nothing. It was just whatever was in the neighborhood. whatever was what other guys had, or they had older brothers and stuff like that, and you would trade or try to trade, and multiple new books for an older book and stuff like that. It's where I learned to barter.
Looks like your counterpart has decided to show up today. Boom.
Hey, hi guys.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
Okay, I just had to get a shower. That's why I was.
Hey, don't worry.
Well, we thank you for that.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Oh,
Back.
we want you to show up all dirty.
So continuing with Captain America, one of the things that I did was I did a lot of research on the artists. Part of my shtick, as you know, is it's all about the history and who are the artists and what happened to them. And a lot of these artists in the Golden Age went into World War II. And then other guys would then come in after them. And then they would then get drafted. So the artists would change. For example, Timely, Al Avison, and I think Carl Burgos was in there too. I don't know whatever happened to Carl. I'll have to look him up. But Al Avison was there, and then Sid Shores came in, and then Sid Shores got drafted like Avison. And so it's sort of, that was the way, the progression, so that later in the war, of course, Kirby went in too, so did Stan Lee. But here is Captain America Comics number 30, and this is from September of 1943, and this is a Sid Shores cover.
Nice. It's always bondage for Bucky.
Bondage for Bucky. That almost sounds like a song.
Classic.
One of the books that I had been trying to buy, and also was always in very low grade and hard to find. And the question was, are you going to step up? How often do you see the book? If you don't see it very often, then you have to make a decision. Do you want to, if you see the book and you want the book, are you going to buy the book? If you can swing it, and if it's going to be one that's going to bug you, then you have to wait. And you know you're going to have to wait until finally you get the book that you want. And so this was one of those books, and it finally appeared, and I believe it was on that it showed up. But this is Witchcraft Comics number 5.
Oh, nice.
Such a great book.
Wow.
Yeah, one of my buddies, Metarug, got it as a gift from a guy that lived in Ohio that got it at a flea market for an absurd cheap amount of money. And that was the first time it blipped on my radar, but it's absolutely gorgeous book, dude.
Yeah, and the artist is Kelly Frias, who did this, and Kelly Frias also did some pulp covers and stuff. I bought one of them, and it's also a green cover too. And on the back is this really creepy Uncle Bernie's Fun Shop, where you buy the creepy doll whose eyes follow you around the room, or the baby that wets and you're supposed to spank her, and all this other stuff. It's really creepy stuff. Although I do like the Mr. Peanut Bank though.
Yeah, the Peanut Bank.
I think that's my favorite witchcraft book too, though. Is that your favorite cover, or is there a better one?
No, this is my favorite witchcraft
That's
book.
the
This
one.
was the
Yeah,
first
me too.
one that I...
That's the greed one, yeah.
What's that little cowboy thing? Is that like a little Howdy Doody doll?
That is the Howdy Doody guy is, I think it's Hopalong Cassidy or something. But he's creepy. He's got like I always like and he has like the razor teeth and stuff like that, and it kind of sits there breathing in the corner watching you and stuff like that. Uncle Bernie's Fun Shop. Buy now. Our low prices. Scare the hell out of you.
Welcome to
Just
come
your
on.
soul.
Exactly.
It's not the cost of the book. It's how much it means to you, brother. Doesn't matter what's going on. If you got 10 things you want to show off, come on and do it, brother.
No, it's not a matter of foiling, and frankly, please come on. It's fun to see what everybody gets. If everybody, it's just fun. It's supposed to be fun.
If you want on, come on, brother. We got you.
It's not a concert. Like, it's not like, I gotta go up again. Like, I'm not following Prince. It's not, you know what I mean? It's just like, come on and focus. That's honestly, that I think is the most fun of it, is just seeing what you have and because I guarantee you'll have something that none of us do. It's just the way it works.
I get excited seeing everybody get their books the first time. Like Chris getting his 300 for the first time. That's exciting to me.
It's
like,
incredibly
awesome.
exciting, and it's wonderful and beautiful. The colors, again, I'm very, very much about the colors of the books. Yeah. You have to buy the book and not the label. I beat the drum dead. Another one that was a target that appeared was from a dealer named Jordan Seymour of Semperfi Comics. And I bought, and he and his partner Yaniv Elacray basically turn up incredible books. They go to the shows. Yaniv is at home because his wife just had their first child, and he's spending more time at home, and so Jordan tends to be the man that's on the road, buying and everything else. But Yaniv will go out as well. But they turn up this stuff, and they are very, very good at turning up these books, and very agreeable guys to do business with. Alan and I both have done business with these guys for quite some time, and they're very, very good. It was like you were talking, Chris, about the guy that said, I promise I will do this for you, and then they come through. These guys are the same way. They're just, they're helpful. They're not trying to hurt you. Matter of fact, Jordan was at a convention. I was trying to fill in the first 6 of the Hulks, which was another 2 through 6 I bought this year as well, but I didn't show them. That's just another bunch that I got. I managed to put together 2 through 6, and issue 4 was the last one I needed. And he was at a convention, and he said, hey, a guy's got a 6.0. Do you want to, are you interested? I said, well, what does he have on it? And he said he had like $1,975. And I say, I won't go any more. $1,500 is the tip for me, top. I won't go any higher than that. He says, let me see what I can do for you. So he made the deal happen and then sent it to me for nothing. I mean, he paid for the postage and sent it to me.
And that's all you can ask for. It's like,
and I'm going, I just go, it was so nice of him to do that. And again, like he said, he didn't have to do that. But there are guys like that, and he's one of them. So he said, are you interested in this book? And it's the Gus Ricka cover of Dynamic Comics 11, which is the, do you want to lose the rad art and comic? Thank you.
Yeah, I love the way his face looks so good in that.
Yeah,
this is
like a modern cover.
Gus Ricka did, his face studies are in his books, Dynamic and Scoop. The faces that he puts are, it's his stock and trade is faces. And this one, on a concept, you have and it's a 3.0, which is not a bad grade for this sort of a book.
I look better than that.
I look so much better than a 3.0, Steve, and I'm looking at it with my very eyes, and I'm like, that's at least a 4 or 5. Like, how is that a 3.0?
This is the thing. I say again, my mantra: I buy the book and not the label.
Yep.
That's a beauty.
But you see, this one guy's getting dissolved.
Yeah.
Awesome. And look at that screwy. Look at the screwy dropper that he has. That has that weird turn at the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's old.
I don't think I would want to have him. I don't think I would want him being my pharmacist helping me. Do you?
No, not at all.
No. Maybe
you know what's crazy? Like, I mean, I'm just looking at this right now. Like, look at the lighting on him. And I say that like not to be facetious at all. It looks like how people color things modern in modern books. Like the lighting on him is great. Like the way that the color is, his gloves.
But you see how the bottom half of his face is green.
Yeah.
It's just showing that
this guy was ahead of his time. Was coloring.
Brilliant.
So my thing is the face is great and everything, but the torso is way big. Like, I don't know if it's just the suit, but the torso is like it don't stop. So he must be a huge man.
Well, it's the proportions where he's operating on people that either he shrunk or whatever it is. In my laboratory.
Yeah. But yeah, I just look at it.
Little wear at the corners. That's my wife.
No, but it's cool. Like, when you look at that, like I mean, honestly, like that looks like it would be something that would be created today, as far as like the way the colors are and everything. Like they did an awesome job. Like that guy is definitely an artist that should be studied on the way that he set things up and the way that he colored them. Like that is really good stuff.
Well, that was issue number 6. Here is that was issue 5. Here's issue number 4. Again, this was Jordan Seymour, and again, it was a book that I had looked at a few times and always admired. Alan has a copy of it, and I saw another copy of it, and he said, I have this copy. The grade is, he says, the colors on this, the color strike on this book are great. And this is Catman number 28 from Continental from June of 1945, and it's an L.B. Cole cover.
Yes, I've seen this before. Great.
Oh, that Catman's wicked. Yeah, it's a nice cover.
And you have all these jewels and stuff floating, and the face of Dr. Macabre is his name, is so pervasive, and then with the candle right with the flame above his eye, you almost don't see Catman and Kitten.
Really on the nose with that name, eh?
Yeah.
Dr. Macabre.
It was funny. Nate from Hall Yeah Comics, this is Dr. Macabre. And he says, okay, when they're handing out the names, you will be evil and your name will be Dr. Macabre.
Exactly. It's
His name isn't Billy Macabre. It's sort of like Luther Macabre or something like that. But isn't that a wild cover?
That is
that's
awesome.
great.
Man. It's really
And look at the gradation of colors coming down from the blue, transitioning into green, into yellow, and then all the reds down at the bottom.
Yeah. Like you have to respect, especially for that time. It's just like that took work to do that. Like you know, now it's on the computer. You can do it easily. Like that took time to produce. So that I appreciate a lot.
And of course, you know, L.B. Cole is all about colors, and his color palette for his pre-code horror books, which I guess you would call this one, actually a horror book, but it's from 45. But his palette and when he had Star Comics, the covers that he made, like the ones that look like black light, his color palette is just embraced by the hobby.
It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
This is issue number 3. This one, I had a copy of this that I bought from Automatic Comics. Ryan, good guy. He's another good guy to deal with. And he had a copy of a book, and then I was very happy with it. I think it was a 3.5. It was very nice. It had nice colors on it. And then once again, Jordan Seymour came up with one, and I asked him if I could trade mine and make up the difference, because this cover is, in my opinion, the best Good Girl Eisner cover he ever did. And it's Spirit Comics number 22 by Quality Comics from August of 1950.
I love that cover.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah.
That's on our
That one will be on the
top 10, 100 list. Yeah.
That'll be on the top 100 for sure.
Yeah, that's slick, man.
Now the gal's name, this blonde who's drawing the knife out of her stocking, her name is Skinny. That's her name in the book. And Skinny is hooked up with a gal who is in charge of some rackets or whatever, and she's sort of the lieutenant or the person, the gopher or whatever. And the name of the evil gal, who is a brunette and is also a knockout, her name is Dulcet Tone.
Yep.
And so then there's this big battle where Skinny says she has just about enough of Dulcet Tone. And so then she basically dives into the water, shoves her into the water and dives in after her. And then the water, she's pulling out the knife, and then she knifes Dulcet Tone to death.
Ooh.
Wow.
But there is what Alan calls a femme fatale.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it
I
is.
always liked how Will Eisner had the Disney font for it. I almost wanted to ask, but like I would want to be like, did you invent that, or did they, like who did it first? Because I always felt like his the way he signs his name looks just like how the Disney font is.
It does. He has a very distinctive signature, but the Eisner House of Art, Eisner Eiger House of Art, Eisner was an art magnet. He was he was a packager, and they put together an amazing studio of talented guys. The thing about this cover also is, again, look at the transition of color from that blue going down into this purple. Yep. And it shows you breathe on it and it will show it.
Yeah. No, it's
and of course the socially the politically incorrect little black character.
Is that
down
who
at the bottom.
Scarlett Johansson was
not
in the movie? Was it?
Alan, who is
No,
it?
that's
Or that wasn't
Ebony.
Scarlett
Ebony.
Johansson.
No.
No, she was
Ebony.
yeah.
I'm not sure if you heard me there, but it's Ebony.
Ebony. Okay, thank you. I can't remember those names. And I don't know if any of you have ever played electric football in the 50s and the 60s.
Yeah.
Everybody had an electric this metal plate that would vibrate. So you'd set all the players up, and then you turn on the thing, and then they basically just clump together and sort of buzz around the field. I mean, that was the fun.
Yeah.
Now they had electric baseball, which is the same thing.
That's
They just
funny.
change the field, and then it can be whatever game.
And
you want
yeah,
to.
that's it. It was just, let's make it a baseball game. Well, it doesn't really work. He says, hell, the football game doesn't work either. Let's just give them baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Copper Tone. Very good. The number 2 book that I got was the book that basically got me to be an advisor for the Overstreet Price Guide. Hello, Papa. Got me into the Overstreet Price Guide and was my entree to meet a whole bunch of people. And it was also a very, I won't say so. It was a sobering. It was a sobering book for me because I was trying to correct history, and then instead of embracing me for doing this, I was basically, I won't say shunned, but I did not get the reaction I thought I would get. I wasn't doing it for accolade. I was trying to correct the history, and that's on the first appearance of the Sandman. And again, I got this one from Yaniv.
Oh, nice.
That's amazing stuff. And a 2.5, eh? It looks good for a 2.5.
The colors on it, and the damage is over near the spine.
Yeah.
And the back cover is fine. This cover was drawn by Vincent Sullivan.
I like the back cover. It's nice.
It's fun. It's all the stories inside have to do with the fair, and this and there of course is the first cover appearance of the Sandman. All of the bubbles that are on the side there with the pictures of the stars, those were all drawn by Fred Gardner, the big ones. I think that Butch the Pup was by somebody else, and Ginger Snap was drawn by Bob Kane, because that's one of his characters was Ginger Snap. Biggie, do you know the name of the cartoon that Bob Kane came up with in the mid '60s?
It ain't the Mutt one, is it?
Say again?
Aubrey and Mutt. I'm just guessing, but I don't think that's right. I have no idea.
Courageous Cat.
Okay.
Courageous Cat, and then his sidekick's name was Minute Mouse. And it's Batman and Robin as a cat and a mouse.
That's funny.
And they had the cat cave, and then the music dun 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 dun, and then it was so go on YouTube and just Google YouTube in Courageous Cat, and they had very little voice talent, and they were doing the same. The frog is one of the bad guys and stuff, but it's really fun to watch a Bob Kane capitalizing on Batman and Robin to make a cartoon. If you haven't. Yeah. So this was very big. The one copy I had before I had was a 9.96 of this book.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah. Jesus,
and it was the Comstock load copy that I got from Nevada, where there was a guy that had a newsstand, and then he died, and in the back of his store, his daughter was a coin dealer, and so here are all these newspapers that were stacked up in the back, just stacked up. She says, why the hell was this fire? Let's get rid of this. So she started throwing them away. She got about half of it, a third of it was thrown away. And then she said, wait a minute, sometimes they have those color sections in the middle. Those are pretty cool. Maybe there's some money in that. Let's look for the color sections, and maybe we can get a few bucks for it. Well, they opened up the newspapers, and in the inside fold of these fresh white newspapers were #1 comics from the Golden Age.
My goodness, what a find.
And Fair 39 was one of them.
What a find.
And so I bought it for 10 grand from a dealer. And there was and I had put it on the market. I had a very low grade copy of Fair 39, which started me on it. And the conjecture, the dealer said there is conjecture that the Sandman's first appearance is in Fair 39. No one can prove it. Well, that was like waving a red flag in front of me. And it took forever because there's no internet. Everything was done by mail or phone, and you had to send a check in and had to clear and then wait your turn, and then they were looking in the racks and blah, blah, blah. Now you just go on Grand Comics database, and it has dates of publication if they're available right at the top. You just don't even have to do anything, and you got
Come
it.
from the dark ages, man. Holy smokes.
Well, it's just the way things were back then. Anyway, Steve Jeppy bought out Overstreet in 1995, and that's when I became an advisor. And he had a lot of money at that time with Diamond Distributing and everything else, and he was a very avid collector. So his right-hand man's name was Scott Snyder, and he called me up. He says, could you send us a picture of the book? And I said, sure. And then I sent a picture. Can you send a picture of the back cover? I said, what's going on? He says, well, Steve wants to buy that book from you. And I said, well, I just got it. I said, and it's the book I put on the map. I really am not really interested in selling. And so then about a week passed, and then he called me up. He says, Steve wants to know how much would it take for that book to go away? And so I said, and $10,000 was all the money in the world for this book at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, it may have been 12, was the absolute top of the market for this book. And I said, $20,000. And he said, done.
Whoa.
And I went, oh my God. And so then I said, okay, send me a cashier's check. And then I'm thinking, God, did I make a mistake? And I called the dealer and I said, what should I do? He says, sell. And so I bought the book. I mean, I got the money. I cashed the check and I put it in, and $20,000 in $100 bills is not a whole lot. It's not huge. It's just 2 straps. And so it's like 100. It's like a stack of $100. Like if you buy a strap of $100 and $1 bills, it was just a strap of $100 bills.
Yeah.
So I had 2 straps of hundreds.
Yeah.
And one of the cars that I wanted to buy was I wanted to buy a V12 Jaguar and an E-Type. And so in 1971, 1972, they had these V12 Jags. And my father, who could have bought it if he wanted to, but I can't afford that. So he goes, and so what I did was I went up to a store called Monty Shelton Motors that specialized in Jaguars. And there on the showroom floor, they had a beautifully restored 1972 Oxblood with tan interior, road wheels, 4-speed with air conditioning, V12 Jaguar. So I laid the money out on the desk and bought the car because they started at $34,000 and they dropped the price to $28,000, $25,000, $26,000. I put 20 out and I had to make up another $1,700 and I got it for $21,750. So what do? I drive up to my dad's house. And they had a turnaround in front of their house. And so I wheeled the car around, and my father's in the window there where he would always read the newspaper. He'd use ambient light from the window to read the newspapers. He would stand to read the paper. And so he looks out the window, and this sort of, what the hell is this? And I got out of the car, and Dad comes walking out, and he's looking at the car, and he says, how the hell did you get this? And I said, well, I went to Monty Shelton and I bought it. He says, no, where did you get the money for that? I said, I sold a funny book. So he says, well, my God. He says, I don't understand it, but it seems to be working for you, which it has. But in any event, that's what happened to the proceeds from that one. And I hadn't had another copy of it after I sold the best one. And so finally I decided I really needed to do it. And this one looked so pretty. I decided to.
You said
you'll notice
9.6 before. Was that I'm guessing that's the highest one that's on the market, I would imagine, right?
Well, it was. And then what happened is Mr. Jeppy dropped the book twice.
Oh, God dang. Jesus.
And finally it was raw and he dropped it twice, damaging the book. And it finally went in to be slabbed and it came back a 9.0.
Oh, God dang it all.
I found that out later on. I'm sorry that it happened, but the pages were absolutely bone white. It was cool, dry, dark place for it. Flame one, Green Mask one, Marvel Comics one, I think was in there. Just all, and then the dealer who found out about it, who got that, went to the dump and tried to find where they had dumped all these newspapers to see if he could find any of the books, and he looked in for hours and hours and didn't find any. So it's in a landfill somewhere in Nevada.
That's terrible.
What is the 9/6?
All the newspapers that they had already.
Oh, the newspaper. So, okay, so this was obviously years ago. That was your guess at the grade 9/6? So it could have been a 9/8. I don't know.
The back cover had a little bit of tiniest little bit of scuffing, where it had obviously over the years had expanded and contracted inside this newspaper, and had scuffed it just a tiny bit. Also, one thing you will notice on this book, you will notice that it has a 25-cent price tag.
Yeah.
Now, what happened was they couldn't sell them at 25 cents. They did at the fair, which is when this came out. But what they did was they decided that in order to move the numbers that they had of these, they then put a 15-cent stamp on it. So they put an orange little no, I don't have the Jaguar. I had it for a long time. I enjoyed it. And then I traded. I was into cars, classic cars for a while. And then I traded for many years, actually. And then I traded that car for something else. But I certainly had my fun with it. One night, I was driving on Highway 26 towards the coast. And they had just repaved this long stretch with brand new blacktop. And it was smooth as silk. And so I'm going along, I think this posted 55, and so I'm at 75 in this thing in fourth gear, and I romp on it, and the car just leapt. So then I slow back down. It's a long stretch. I slowed down to about 60. And then an Acura, NSX Acura came up, one of those really low slung jobs, and there was a guy with his girlfriend in there, and they're both waving at me and stuff. And I said, well, I waved back. I said, well, now I'm going to have to spank them. So I pushed the button. I start to go. And the guy looked at me and he smiled and he pushed this pedal. And he left me sitting there like I was in reverse. Because that has a variable pitch cam inside that engine that basically the lobes open up when you punch it. It shifts it so that the engine, and he must have been going 130 miles an hour, just like in a heartbeat. So I was spanked totally, and I slowed to 55 and drove home.
With your tail between your legs.
With my tail between my legs. And I said, what a crummy car, the Jaguar, you know?
That's a beautiful.
So anyway, so they ended up selling these for 15 cents. And then what they also did was if you sent in 25 cents to them, they would send you this book and a Superman #1 in an envelope. And then later it was Superman #2 because they had that amount of backlog. And I had an opportunity one time to buy both the Fair 39 and the Superman 1 in the actual envelope, but it was too expensive for me.
Jeez Louise.
So there's a lot of that. I think it probably did, Callie. The engine was absolutely enormous, and they were so cold blooded. On a hot day, they'd overheat, and a cold day, they'd freeze. I mean, it was the car just it was what it was. But and then of course the #1 book I got was the one that again Yaniv had. Yaniv bought it. The story on this book is a guy named Ben from Prime Comics. In Iowa, this book sat in an estate for decades, just sitting there. And a guy found it, and the guy that bought it had it slabbed. And that was in 2016. And then Ben bought it in April of 2017. And held on to the book all the way until the San Diego Comic Convention of this year, at which point Yaniv bought it and then told Jordan about it, and Jordan instantly bought it from Yaniv because It's Jordan's favorite book is Captain America #1. And then so they had it from just July until I got it in December. And it's my Captain America #1.
Holy smokes.
Impressive. Most impressive.
I'd buy that for $1.
Absolutely. That is something right there. Holy smokes, man.
The United States was not at war with
Other
Germany
than
at this time,
magazines
although
and stuff, I've never seen it.
No, I've never seen it like, no, me neither, Brad. It's amazing just to witness this book. Unbelievable.
So the thing about this one that is so historic, and I won't go long on it. I on Alan's channel, you can look when I unveiled it. That you can see the whole story about it. But the bottom line is that when Martin Goodman, a Jewish fellow, knew there were things going on in Europe from either his family or relations, or had an inkling about what was going on, how bad Hitler was, and even before the United States was officially at war, Germany was at war with Europe, and the Battle of Britain had already happened. I mean, all this history, I won't bore you with it, but the bottom line on it was that a year, basically, this came out in December of 1940, so a full year before Pearl Harbor was bombed. And then, of course, Hitler unilaterally declared war on the United States right after, because he figured that we were going to declare war on him. And he says, why waste time? I'll just declare war on him anyway.
That's a year before the States was involved, though. That's interesting.
Well, we were actually involved with Lend-Lease, so we were helping. And Roosevelt did that. And then the Lend-Lease was that we would lend them those things for leases of property and lands to have our bases, military bases, and things like that.
Yeah.
And that was because they had no money. They were bankrupt. They had no money left, and they were borrowing money from us. Especially, and after World War I, they did anyway.
Wow.
So there's quite a bit of history on that. But Hitler not only is Hitler on the cover for the first time, but he is by name Hitler.
So that's the first Hitler cover of all? Like, is that the very first Hitler cover?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It is the first Hitler, and having Captain America in an issue #1, slamming Hitler right in the jaw.
Yeah.
You'll notice in the back, you'll see it says that the red box in the back says television and television screen, and then it has munitions works and the guy blowing it up. And that basically, since they're showing the Nazis here with him, Kirby cover is Simon and Kirby, but they're showing the munitions plant blowing up because the fifth columnists were in the United States and the Japanese saboteurs and German saboteurs causing problems already because they knew that the United States was going to be coming into the war eventually, and they knew we weren't going to come on their side. Matter of fact, the Japanese were all bent out of shape with us because we stopped selling them scrap metal and supplies and oil and everything else when they invaded China. Because we said, screw that. You're using all the stuff we're giving, we're selling to you to basically make weapons of war to kill Chinese people. Forget it. We're not doing it. And they got all pissed off about it.
Yeah, that sounds like...
Yeah.
Sounds like war.
Dude, I tell you the thing that is also neat about it is, like, the war is the reason why we don't have a lot of these comics. Like, they sold them by the millions, but we had a ration and a shortage on supplies, and comic books were some of the first things to get thrown out, so...
Well, but the thing, most especially what they did was they had paper drives. And the mothers that didn't like the comic books at all anyway, they said, Alan, we want you to take your Action Comics 1 and all your Captain America books, and we want you to give them to the war effort so that your Uncle Charlie can have the things necessary for them to win the war. Now, you're all right with that, aren't you?
No, I'm not okay.
Well, okay.
Please, no.
Charlie can suck it. He's not getting my comic books.
I never liked that guy anyway.
You have to be almost unpatriotic to keep a comic book collection back then.
You would have
very
to be.
rough gig.
You would have to be, actually.
And they show Captain America and Bucky with these big carts stuffed and filled with comic books and papers. We're taking this down for the war effort. Do your patriotic part. And so that's where an enormous number of these books went away. And then as the code was going to come on because of the pre-code horror atomic age when things ratcheted up so bad, then they were book burnings and stuff, and mothers didn't like comics at all, and they destroyed them. I mean, wholesale fashion. Churches were against them, too.
Yes, you got something you're holding down there, Papa? Are you holding... No? Okay, I'm just making sure that we're not...
Yeah, I think the war killed comics more than the grade thing or whatever the hell
It put a huge dent in it, but mothers that didn't like them, there's a mother in every house that there were comics in.
But mothers are dangerous for comics.
But the reason
mothers were very dangerous for comics.
But hold on, the reason these comics were printed in that amount to begin with was because of the war, because guys in the war were reading them. They were all 19-year-olds, 18.
Well, that was part of it, but comics were for everyone. Alan has told this story many times. Comics were for everyone back then.
Everybody read
They
comics.
didn't cater.
Kids,
They
adults.
made them straight. If kids got their hands on them, they maybe shouldn't have gotten their hands on them, but these were for older adolescents and a little bit older people, but younger kids got them too. And that's the big argument. They said young kids are getting books they shouldn't see.
One of the things that they think actually caused the Comic Code Authority to even happen, or all this investigation, or the rise of Wortham, was the fact that the book publishers saw comics as a competitor, and the book publishers were actually trying to help
get rid of the competition.
Get rid of the competition, yeah.
Okay.
So one more thing before we move on. I'm a huge Kirby fan, and people don't quite understand the importance of this, of like Kirby's history. For me, it's like there was no Stan Lee, and that needs to be pointed out when people talk about this book, because everybody goes, "Oh, you know, Stan Lee wrote him, Kirby just drew him." Stan Lee had nothing to do with this book, so he was able to make a very good book without Stan Lee, and this is proof of it.
Biggie, he made a lot of really good books that Stan Lee didn't have a hand in, that Stan Lee took credit for. And Stan shouldn't have. I mean, he's a brilliant writer. I don't take a thing from him. But there was more than enough room at the top to have the accolades for the guy that he can write a story, but Jack Kirby could make it happen. He actually could enunciate that onto paper, and really, really super quick. Kirby was no slouch. He was a tough son of a gun. And that story that I read about him when I was doing research on Kirby, where he was in the army, and what was his real name, Biggie? His last name?
Jacob Kurtzberg.
So Jacob Kurtzberg was a reconnaissance artist for Patton. And they would send him out ahead by himself mostly, and maybe with one other guy, but usually by himself. And then he would go out to these villages, or villes as they call them, but these villages, to see what the lay of the land was. And what he could do is he would draw the he would draw the whole he would draw the village, the entry points, where the forest was, and all that other stuff. And he would come back and give this to his commanding officers. And then they would then, based upon what Kirby drew, which was exactly what was there, that they would then know how they would attack this village where the least amount of life would be lost for the Americans, because they would know where the gun emplacements were. They knew where the soldiers were, if there was a barracks or anything. And they didn't go in there cold. They knew what they were doing. So he was brave as hell to do this. And that one day he went in, it was in 1944, and he saw this village, and he was coming in out of a tree line and creeping up to see what was there, and he was making notes and drawing, and he saw that there was a tavern, and the tavern door was open, and he could see bottles on the back wall. And, and of course, oh, that's good. So he crept up to this bar, this tavern, and he basically carefully walked in the door, and then he reached over and he grabbed a bottle, and then he looked behind me, and there were 3 SS officers sitting there. And they went and they pulled guns quickly, then they held them on him, and they said, "What do we have here? What do we have here?" And they says, "Get down on your knees." So he got down on, Kirby got on his knees, and they took his dog tag and they said, "Well, Kurtzberg, huh? We got a Jew here. What are we going to do with him, boys? What are we going to do?" And Kirby is describing this. And so he says, and he says, "Well, this is it for me." And so he looked into the nearest Nazi SS officer, and he had one of those fancy Nazi daggers in his boot. And he says, "I got to do something." And so as they're laughing about making fun of him for being Jewish and what they were going to do to him, and it was, "Oh, we're going to have fun. We're going to skin you. We're going to do whatever we're going to do." He grabbed the knife, and then he said, "And then a red mist went before my eyes." And he says, "And then when the mist cleared, all three of them were dead at my feet." He says, "I don't even know what I did or how I did it, but I killed all 3 of them." That's
Wow.
Jack. That's Jack Kirby.
Yeah, man, he's
What a
no
badass.
He's the guy you want in a bar fight. I'm telling you. He's got
What a fucking
So I
legend.
didn't mean to get too intense on you, but you talk about Kirby, and he didn't get the accolade that he deserved. And he was a brilliant artist. He was emulated and copied and everything else, just like Alex Raymond and Russ Manning and Bern Hogarth and Hal Foster were, because people saw his bombastic style and it translated so beautifully with Simon, who was also a very good artist. The two together was lightning in a bottle. It really was. So
Well, I also like the fact that you said don't take nothing away from Stan Lee, but
I don't.
There is room at the top for more than one icon. Like Jack Kirby's he's the King Kirby, man. Like that's just the way it is.
Steve Ditko the same way. He took Ditko with Spider-Man and with Doctor Strange. From all that work he did with Charlton, with Captain Atom, and a lot of this other stuff, and the dark brooding faces and Ditko stuff, then Stan Lee was also taking credit for Ditko as well, but mostly Jack Kirby. But Lee and Kirby were, again, lightning in a bottle. The writer and the artist together, working together, was really something. And the bubble 12-cent Lee and Kirby Marvel comics right after Fantastic Four #1, when the supers were coming in, and even the Marvel monster books were so good.
I don't know if I call him the Edison Callie, but I can see the similarities. Brad, you came on to show off a couple of things, I hope. Are you there, Brad?
I talked him to death.
Yeah, I can.
You killed Rad. Okay, perfect, awesome, man. And I imagine, Alan, you've got
I got a stack
one
to show as well. Yeah.
Perfect, man. Perfect. We'll let Rad go here. Appreciate him coming on. Again, check out his work on IG. He's showing a lot of artwork. It's wicked shit. So check him out.
Thank you. Yeah. I got just a slight delay in my sound because I'm listening through my headphones, but I'm talking on my phone.
No worries, brother. No worries.
There you go.
Wow.
All right, this is just. I ain't got no big keys like you guys, so I'm glad I'm not following up Alan.
Book.
That's a beautiful. That's awesome.
Yeah, Norton Rad knows some fucking comic book shit too, man. I
was glad to get
catch
this one
him
this
talking
year.
shit, stuff.
Just the art on this is amazing, and of course, you get the bang on the gun. It's awesome. I think that's great.
The cowl is torn at the bottom.
Yeah. I like everything Mark Silvestri.
I can't say.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
And I got this one I was really wanting for a while.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's
an homage to the other one. Yeah.
It is an homage. Yeah, that's a beautiful cover. Is that by what is it? Sudan or what's his name?
Sudan, I think it is.
Sudan, yeah, something like that.
Stu Young, something like that. Yeah, Doc
Alacleto.
thinks we should put the original on the top 100.
Adacleto.
Adacleto? Yeah, that's who did that one. Right.
Oh,
After Adam Hughes.
Okay.
Okay.
I know
Adam
that
Hughes did the original. Nice.
Sudan does all like a lot of the deceased stuff and all of the zombie stuff. So. Okay. Wow. Cool, man. Very cool.
Hell yeah.
Jay Uncle.
This one I got.
That's really cool.
Little
Is that a glow in the dark?
It's like shiny or something, eh?
Hey, Norrin, does it glow in the dark?
It's a foil.
Yeah, that's what I
The
thought.
foil, so don't, yeah.
He's got a runny nose.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's cool, man.
Beautiful book.
Great Joker art. I like that quite a bit, actually.
And then, okay, I got 2 more raw.
Yeah,
and then I got 5 in a top loader.
No worries, my man.
Okay. And I just kind of quickly pulled these out. Like, I'm sure there's a whole bunch that I'm completely forgetting in my collection. I just didn't feel like digging.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, no worries.
You're doing great so far. Jeez.
We enjoy the show. The books are cool, man. Very cool.
I really like this one.
Oh,
that's really nice.
It's
You know, I have
another
that
foil, Greg Horn.
That's my line, Stephen.
I know. I can't believe it. The lightning's going to strike me.
That's nice. That's cool.
I've actually never seen this one before. Who's the artist?
Greg Horn.
Greg Horn. Oh, wow.
That horny old bugger.
Greg Horn. And then this is a 1 in 75.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's actually really nice turtles. That's like so realistic. That's crazy.
Look at the texture.
Yeah.
The skin.
I feel like I could like touch the turtle and feel his like little. That's crazy, man.
It has a very 3D look to it.
Yeah.
Extremely.
I forgot the artist. What am I thinking? That's
Well, I expect nothing less because I know Rad does really awesome art himself. So if he's gonna get books, like the art is gonna be spectacular on them, I would imagine. Mrs. Voldemort, she did sort of have a Voldemort look to her. So I sort of agree with you.
it is not gonna tell me.
Callie says Bermejo, maybe.
I think you're right. I think it is Lee Bermejo.
Lee Bermejo.
Yep, I think that's it. Yeah.
Nice.
Callie for the win. We got Lisa Noble in the
Callie
chat.
for the win.
He didn't sign it.
Well, he knows what's up. He knows what's up. We had lost Beckerman.
Okay.
He
The next 5 are in top loaders.
He had to go shovel more, so everyone pray for Beckerman.
He shovels a lot, doesn't he?
He's shoveling a lot of shit over there.
Something.
I got this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's beauty.
Got
I
it from
like
Cali Comics
Witchblade.
this year. The AOK.
You got that from Callie? That's cool, man. Way to go, Callie.
Yep.
That's an awesome book to get us.
One of my favorite AOKs I've ever gotten.
I would imagine. That is a slick AOK. That is cool, man.
I love Witchblade. I love Michael Turner's work.
Yeah. He is definitely he makes them ladies look good.
I got this.
Look at you go.
First Mark Silvestri signature.
This is right up Alan and Steppo's alley. They like their good girls.
Yeah, I like the good
Well,
girls.
these are bad girls.
And then I
But
got
Yeah.
my first Greg Capullo signature.
oh,
Wow.
nice.
What is that?
Nice.
That's really cool. It almost looks like he's using the guy as a shield. Just the way he's got him up like that.
We have demons.
Greg Capullo is fun. He's fun to meet when you meet him to get a cigarette. He's like the guy that you can take out to drink at a bar. He'd be like, yeah, man. He'll play air guitar with you and stuff. He's that guy. And so he's pretty cool. I know he had some issues with his, I don't know, colorist or some nonsense earlier this year, but.
And I got this from Tony Sanders.
I stick up for Greg. Oh, you got that from Tony Sanders?
My first Stephen Platt signature.
Nice.
Oh, wow. What
I really like
happened to him?
Stephen
He sort
Platt.
of disappeared. He sort of disappeared.
As soon as they pull out the TV show, he'll be back. Don't worry.
Yeah, he does movies now. He did the the Oblivion movie with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
He did all the futuristic design work on that.
Because he was so hot during the 90s, and then he just sort of disappeared. Yeah. Blatt.
Yeah. Went into Hollywood.
Platt? I don't know. I like Oliver Platt.
And then the last one's my first Perillo signature.
Oh, Perillo.
I used to have him on my pull list. Anything that he produced would go into my...
His art's awesome, man. That's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
He does a lot of really cool Vampirella stuff too.
Yeah.
He's cool, man. He's one of the really good ones.
Yeah.
Nice books. These are nice books.
That's my 10.
Those are beautiful, my man. Those are beautiful. Again, thanks very much for coming on, Brad. We appreciate you showing off what you got this year. And that is Rad Art Comics. Hey, Brad, are you doing are you allowed to? I thought I heard you whisper that you're involved in a project that you're excited about. Is that happening, or are you allowed to talk about it, or you have to keep silent about it?
Yeah. I think I have to keep silent about it. I haven't been told to keep silent about it, but I think I need to.
Yeah. No, I completely.
But I'll just say, I can say I just did a cover.
Nice. That's cool.
That's vague enough.
Yeah. You know what? And I'm very. That makes me very happy that you just did. That's cool as fuck. So good for you, man.
I think I figured it out, so that's cool.
What'd you figure out, baby?
It should be pretty soon.
I'm not gonna say because I don't want.
Oh,
no
that.
one
Yeah. Don't do that.
No.
Do you want to go? Do you have anything to show off, Papa, or do you just want Alan to go? Yeah, Alan. All right, we'll let Alan get up here and show what his top 10 pickups of the year.
Let's go.
So I have to kind of say that these are not my top 10.
That's fine.
This is what he did on my channel too.
So what happened was on my Friday show, I showed my top 10.
That's
but
fine.
I thought there's some really great books that didn't make my top 10 list that I wanted to show. So
These are the honorable mentions. These are the
honorable mentions. These are maybe the top 20. Like
I dig it.
There's some really cool ones. Like I really appreciate these ones. So we got
Top
this
10 for this week.
Top 10 this week.
Top 10 this week, yeah. So this is Witch's Tales, and it's just a crazy barber one.
And it's a great cover. All of these are so good. The covers, I love.
This is Lee Elias cover. So
the trade dress on all of these are really great. This is why it's very difficult to compare apples and oranges. The trade dress alone on a golden.
I know it's really quite cool. Like there's all these like little nicks,
glitches.
Yeah, they tried hard. That it was good.
Yeah,
weathered.
Yeah, and
beautiful book.
Next one is Worlds of Fear. Actually, let me take it out of the plastic.
You had me at skeleton, Alan.
So this is just like one of those music ones. Worlds of Fear has some pretty awesome covers.
What is the shadow behind? What's going on there?
That's like like as if there's lighting.
Is he like
That's just, I think that's his shadow.
But it's not.
No, I
his
think it's
shadow.
the violinist. It's the fiddler because look at the bow is
Ah,
going across.
Yeah, it
yeah,
would be the fiddler. It's
there
I
it
guess the
is. That
lighting's
makes
coming from this
sense.
way, right?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. You got the whole band there, which is awesome.
Oh, now I see the perspective. I see what's happening. Okay, great.
Yeah. So I guess this is a spotlight, and the light's coming from there.
Yes, yeah. I thought he was coming from behind him. I didn't know what was going on there for a second, but now I see what's going on.
Worlds of Fear number 7.
Satan's what is it? Stradivarius?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, that makes
Satan's Stradivari.
He doesn't play. He plays a fiddle. He doesn't play a violin. We all know this.
It's a violin. So yeah, this is Sheldon Moldoff cover.
Wow.
Okay.
That's amazing that he did that.
That's big.
Yeah. And then this. Okay, so I kind of wanted to show those ones, and then I'm going to show you some kind of key big books that I picked up. This first one, actually, it's got a case that's a little weird, is Pocket Comics number 2. This is a really hard book to find.
God, look at that Nazi devil.
Jesus.
Yeah, you got this crazy Nazi devil. But this book, what happened was Pocket Comics, what they wanted to do was be competitive in the comic book space. So what they did is they designed these little pocket comics. But the problem was it kind of backfired. Like, sure, it was like, they were like smaller and, more cool in that respect. But what was happening was kids were stealing them because they were pocket size. They could literally put them in their pockets and walk out.
What size pockets do these kids have? That's an awfully big. That's a pretty big pocket.
Yeah, but you'd fold it up or something. I don't know. So these were very often destroyed as a result, and the series didn't really last that long. But it was a series that launched several major characters. One of them being the Black Cat.
That's her first cover, isn't it?
This is her first cover appearance. So she made her first appearance in Pocket Comics number 1, and then this is her first cover appearance.
Great. God, it's a great snaky cover.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of getting their first appearance, and if it's not on the cover, then I also get the first cover appearance. So
you almost have to, right? I have to get the Evil Ernie too, because that's where Lady Death actually her cover appearance is on there.
Yeah. So not to brag about Evil Ernie, but I picked up one the first run.
Yeah.
For I think it was $25.
I hate you.
And they're all 9.8. They're all 9.8 too.
I hate you. You're wonderful.
This is Joe Simon cover.
That's a beautiful book.
And Joe Simon did a lot of very interesting things. He was very, very talented guy, really, truly.
Yeah. Here's another Lee Elias, and this is another Black Cat. I love this is one of my favorite Black Cat covers. Something about it.
Cute. It's very cute. It's really comic booky.
I just like the weird, the Halloween characters.
The creepy masks for the crooks. Yeah. But you have the moon framing her jumping down like a cat. No, that's a great cover.
Yeah.
Well done.
Another Lee Elias cover.
Alan is definitely not one to
brag. Not one to brag. Alan never does.
Sorry. Okay. You like skull covers?
I love skull covers. Yeah.
This is like a classic skull cover. It's like a skull train.
That's cool, man.
I think this is Eric Powell. Yeah, or Bob Powell. Bob Powell.
Sorry, I dig it.
That definitely would be one that Black Box Silver and Bronze would love.
Yeah, actually, I kind of feel guilty. I didn't know about this book. He pointed it out, and then I was like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And then I sort of went on a hunt for it. But he was going on that this was kind of one of his grails, so I kind of felt bad that I sort of ended up.
But not so bad as to not go and get it.
Yeah. So I kind of but definitely a cool one. The guy in the corner kind of reminds me of the Shadow a little bit,
or the Phantom Stranger or something.
Yeah, some kind of mysterious guy where you don't really see his face.
I feel like when Alan says it made me feel bad a bit, it's sort of like it made me feel pretty good about myself. I feel like it's really just the opposite.
Well, if it was Steven's thing, I would go for it differently.
Look at the smile. Look at the smile he's got. Just talking.
Yeah, I really like that book though. And then I did a lot of pre-code horror last year.
That's good stuff.
So this is another Out of the Shadows, and it's just like,
God, that is so creepy with the guy with the honey, I'm home.
hi honey, I'm home, and he's in the wheelchair, and the new guy's in the picture, and
so good.
And he's like, he's got the last will and testament in his hand, and it's like, "Till death do us part." Just
This is where my taste lies, and I know that you get good girl versus.
Yeah.
I go with horror, to be honest, but
Yeah. What I'm trying to remember who the artist is. Yeah, I don't remember who the artist is.
That's great.
But it's a cool one. Okay.
I'm surprised those Golden Age books usually tell you who the artist is, because
Yeah, you think.
it's sort of something you want to know when it comes to Golden Age stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't say who the artist is. It's like in the art, the CBCS slabs aren't as good for saying everything about it, but it says Reed Crandall, Nick Cardy, Ralph Mayu, and Mike Pegg were the art people inside of it somewhere, but doesn't really say more than that.
Well, a lot of the time there was more than one person doing the covers too.
That's true. Yeah,
that is very true, Biggie, because it'll give one person credit on these things, but it's like, because we know for a fact that Kirby plus someone worked on a cover, or someone plus Kirby worked on a cover. It's happened a lot.
Or that that Matt Baker had our friend
Al
Feldstein help him with various Pyrenees.
Or how about Todd McFarlane helping out Rob Liefeld with some of his work? Just saying, Todd
just giving him
McFarlane,
some feet or something like that.
Touching up things when he colored some of his works. That's all.
Yeah. So okay. So I really do like my first appearances. So the next few books are all big first appearances. This one is doesn't look like much, but it is actually kind of a major first appearance. This is Funnies number 30 from 1939. It is the very first appearance of John Carter of Mars in comics.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's the first appearance of Pluto. What's going on there?
I don't know. The dog's a little wonky looking with shoes on.
That's Pluto, if you ask me.
But yeah, John Carter of Mars. I actually liked the John Carter of Mars movie. I'm probably one of the few people.
No, I liked it too. It's a guilty pleasure, but I love it.
Yeah, actually, I just rewatched it after buying this book, and
terrible
I still
taste.
Liked it.
Terrible taste.
What was the name of Deja Thoris in the movie?
The girl that played her.
Yes.
I'm terrible with.
I can't think of her name, but she played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, she played the part well, but I don't think her career was that, big afterwards. I think that movie's a career killer, actually.
Oh, yes.
Michael Baker. Yeah, we've shown off some pretty good books today. Even I showed off some of my really good books today.
Okay, so this next one is a pretty major book. It's in really rough shape, but it is a major one. We got
Tracy Lord.
I'm also going to give you that $20. Hold on.
Right. So, this is the first appearances of Jungle Jim, Crazy Cat, Blondie, and Ripley's Believe It or Not. All made their first appearances in this one book.
Wow.
Wow, when did you get that, Alan? I knew you were talking about it. When did it arrive?
It came sometime last year. I don't know. It was one of my big auction wins. I think in November I got it. Somewhere around there, November or October.
Lynn Collins, thank you very much.
Lynn Collins, okay. I didn't know her name.
She is hard on the eyes, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So, just a really cool one. I actually like Blondie. I like my good girls. I've been trying to get the top 100 list of all the female characters and their first appearances. It's kind of like
that's a goal.
Mega goal of mine. Actually, I'm pretty much most of the list. I'm only missing a few. Like Lois Lane is one that I don't think I'll get, but I'm aiming for.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
You have.
Yeah, it's one that I'm hoping somebody will say, "Oh, Alan, here's an A-OK."
Here you go, Alan. Here's the first.
Here's the first Lois Lane.
Just Lois.
Yeah, so that'd be nice. And the next book, I'm actually wondering which one to show. I'll show this one first, I guess. This is Air Fighters. I think it's volume 1, number 3. I think is the. It never says, so it's like really hard to.
That's a busy cover. I do not dislike that at all. I love it actually. That's cool.
It's kind of a crazy cover. It's got he's going through
very
his
crazy.
newspaper.
It's very crazy. I'd
But
like
That's
that.
the first. I'm guessing that's the first heap.
Yes, it is. So this is the very first heap, which is a major character. He was basically a German like pilot that crash landed into a swamp.
Yeah, he's like the first Swamp Thing. Okay.
He is.
Yeah, I was getting there. I was going to tell the story, but yeah, he merged with the swamp and became a swamp monster, and he was the inspiration for Swamp Thing, Man Thing. Both creators mentioned this character as their inspiration. So this is the original Swamp Man monster thing. So yeah, I was. This is a really hard book to find. I've been searching for this one for 2-3 years now.
The Tokyo News, is it all in English or is it in Asian?
Is it in Asian? It's in all English actually.
Okay, all right.
Alan, Airboy is the main character in Air Fighters comics.
Yes.
And
And
so
Birdie is his plane.
And Birdie is the plane. How did he get Birdie?
It was like some secret prototype that he's basically got. I forgot what the actual origin story was, but
And wasn't the creator of the plane then killed by Nazis or something, or by ne'er-do-wells?
Like that. Yeah.
And then he has the plane, and then Birdie. I think that you never really know for
wings
sure what
actually flap, so he can.
It actually
hover
flaps, yeah.
He can hover. He can do like kind of, and he can take off vertically, and
yeah, it's the Birdie is, and I think the Birdie can heal itself as well, something like that.
Yeah, it's something weird.
It's very cool, and but he's the one. What are the characters on the side there?
Okay, so we got Sky Wolf and Iron Ace, and but a lot of great characters came out of Air Fighters, like Valkyrie and Black Angel, and a whole bunch of really cool characters. I really like Black Angel, very cool character. So
so do I.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's really
that's a great book, Alan. That's a great book.
Dave Stevens actually did a really great cover with Black Angel that I think is awesome. Okay, now the last big first appearance that I picked up, and actually major book. This is a major book from 1938. Is The Lone Ranger.
That's crazy. That's
this is the first appearance of the Lone Ranger, and this is the first comic devoted to westerns.
That is awesome, dude.
So
that is so
cool. And it's a promotional comic for an ice cream store.
That is so good, dude.
I was gonna say that. You guys keep on taking my thunder, man. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
It's like everyone's like, I'm gonna get that.
I like the Johnny Depp movie.
Okay. So yeah, this is based on the Johnny Depp movie. So yes.
You mean the Johnny Depp movie's based on that? I hope. Jesus. Come on,
man. So yeah. So and we got the first appearance of Tonto as well. So yeah, and his Silver, right? Silver.
You get the origin story in there and everything as well.
I'm not sure. I haven't actually read this one yet because it's in the slab, so it's a little hard to read.
It's awesome.
I can't find it online.
It's awesome when you get all three: first appearance, first cover, and origin in one book. It's so nice.
And an ice cream cone to match. So
and an ice cream cone to match.
Yeah. So and I actually like the way they did it. It looks so crazy. He's like holding an ice cream cone in his hand too.
The color strike. The color strike on that book is absolutely wonderful, Alan. Well done.
Really nice.
It's a really hard book to find too. You don't see it very often.
Cool.
So yeah. So these were my, your
honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions, but I think
I don't understand the ice cream cone though. You saying that's the first ice cream?
No. So this ice cream company wanted to sell ice cream, so they came out with a promotional comic. If you actually look at the cones that they made, like here's the example of the cone that they made. They actually put the
Okay.
Lone Ranger on the cone.
Oh,
You can see it
so
right
that's the
there.
first ice cream cone.
No, it's the
I don't
first
know what the hell.
appearance of Lone Ranger.
It's the first Lone Ranger, but it's a promotional comic that this ice cream company did, and
Yeah.
it happens
I
to be
heard first ice cream. I'm sorry. All right.
I was just joking about that, but yeah. Okay. So from it says 1939, but it's like, one of those crossover years things.
Well, I like the fact that the Lone Ranger is carrying an ice cream cone himself.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I'm saying. He's kind of going like that with the ice cream cone. It's like
it's a weird angle though that he's on when he's showing the ice cream cone. He's like arm is over
He's gonna
the
fall off his horse.
yeah. He's
Does
gonna
that.
fall off his horse like that. I'm just saying.
You want to hear
The
something
rain-
funny? I'm from the town Roy Rogers is from.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. But
That's
first
cool.
Western comic devoted to a single character, and then
So that's the first Western comic as well. Is that?
yeah,
Or,
yeah, it is. Western comics really didn't exist at that time. Like it was still like this 1938, 1939-ish era, and there were still books in that era where it was coming from the serials, right? It wasn't like modern comics where we, for the most part, comics at that time period were like reprints from the serials, right? This is not that. So,
Do you know that you talk about Roy Rogers? You know who Roy Rogers' horse's name was, right?
oh, I want to say Kit or something, but
Trigger. It's Trigger.
Yeah, I was going through my
And the
notes,
name of his dog is Bullet. But Trigger, the Palomino that he basically then had stuffed when he finally died, and then Roy said, "I want to be stuffed as well," and put me on the back of Trigger. And I guess they closed the Roy Rogers Museum. But Trigger, the Palomino, the absolutely beautiful Palomino, was actually a horse that was owned by Warner Brothers. And if you watch The Adventures of Robin Hood, Olivia de Havilland, as Maid Marian, is riding on Trigger. And then after the movie was over and Roy had a few bucks, he said, "Is there any way that I could buy that horse from you?" And that's how Trigger became his horse. He Trigger starred in several movies. The most notably, though, was The Adventures of Robin Hood, and Olivia de Havilland rode on him.
Wow. Yeah.
Everybody showed off some really, really awesome books today. Callie, are you coming on or not?
Yeah, Callie, are you gonna? You're hanging out and come on, man. Let's see.
And of course, I don't know if everybody's seen. I'll show off my top book one more time for everybody, just so they can
ooh and ah
a little bit. It is a pretty good ooh and ah. So that was my top book of the year. It's not a golden age banger, but it's certainly a bronze age banger.
It's definitely
beautiful color strike on that one.
Gorgeous stuff.
All
All right,
Callie is getting his 10. I see.
Nice. It's about time. Right now. Okay.
So I actually have to abandon ship now because my wife is coming home, and now I have to scramble and remove all the evidence.
Yes.
So
Alan, thank you so much for coming on. It's been fun to see you, and those books are beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I'm glad you liked them. Thanks.
I did very much.
I'm so glad that I didn't go after you still, though, because your book so much more. So awesome. So I have to say thank you to Rod for that, or Rad.
Rad, yeah, Rad is awesome, man.
Yeah.
You guys, everybody's stuff has been wicked so far. I think we're gonna let Papa show his top 10. You want to show your top 10 Funkos, Papa? Do you have them ready? No, you're good. Okay.
Okay, so I'll be watching in the background. Okay.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All right, Alan. See you later.
Check Alan out Monday night with Mr. Steppo. They do their Monday night special show, and
I have some stuff to show.
Friday night they do the hangout, and Alan does. I believe he puts out at least one video a day. So check out Alan's stuff. Man.
So Monday is 2 videos. But actually, the first video is a fun one because I predict the future. I'm going to tell what the future is, and I'm going to pick 5 books that I'm specking on. So
I like the future. Let's check it
yeah.
out.
So you're going to make millions of dollars by watching that video. So
Mark is going to spec with you.
Yes, we're both specking on our. We try to do this every year where we spec on like 10 books, 5 each, and so far we're actually batting like almost like we're over 500. We're consistently. I got 4 out of 5.
Right. That's good when you're batting. It's not good when you're investing.
Well,
Alan,
50% doesn't work.
In a down market, they've selected books that have performed and held their own, which is in the as volatile as our market is really saying something. And I FOMO'd one of the books that Alan, more than one, but I FOMO'd one of the books that Alan was talking about, and I will be getting that shortly, and then I will show it, but I won't say what.
Actually, there was one book that, in preparing for the video, I kind of FOMO'd myself. I actually just picked up, like I put in a really lowball offer, and I just got it today, literally. Do you know Shazam 28? The first Black Adam for, in DC?
Oh, yes.
I bought a 4.5 of that for like 150 or 140 bucks back, when it was the worst time to buy it. I just picked up a 8.0 for $90.
Wow.
It's just like, and it's just crazy.
It shouldn't be that price.
Yeah.
Should it?
That should
really
be
cheap. Really cheap.
That's insane.
So yeah, I FOMO'd myself. That was not on my spec list, but it was one of the ones I was thinking about. But
is it really okay? So it's a thing. I FOMO'd when I got that Hit Comics that has the Zorro in it. I did the same thing. I was researching for a video, and I was like, "Oh, what do you mean? Oh, I better go buy this." Like, it's just I need this. All of a sudden, I'm just like, "Yeah, FOMO'd myself. Got to go buy it." God,
now, is it today that you start your spec book videos, Alan? Is it today?
No, tomorrow.
Monday.
So is it Silver Age today?
Today was Golden Age. So you can see the top 10 Golden Age for the year.
Isn't that Friday or is it Sunday?
No, Sunday is
no, Friday. Age. No, it's Sunday. I'm sorry.
Your wife knows.
Yeah.
Gold today, silver tomorrow.
Yeah. See, listen to your wife.
I always do.
Smart. She's on the ball.
Yeah. So today's Golden Age. Some cool books, actually. Somebody overpaid by like $5,000 or something crazy.
God, I hope it wasn't me.
It's like, oh my goodness, this is so insane. And
I'm glad I don't have $5,000 to overpay with. Oh yeah, we were just
my last speculation. I only do 5 because if I gave 10, people would get overdose and probably have to go to the hospital. So I do 5. But it's the first White Wolf. Go get it now. Run and get it. Bucky's White Wolf. Yep.
Okay.
I got a couple.
Wow, Batman is appearing before our eyes here. It's beautiful.
I have a couple
it's like cool. It's like
spec books. If you want a good spec, go buy G.I. Joe Transformers from the 80s. It's a 4-book miniseries.
Thank you very much, Alan, for showing. I appreciate you coming on.
See you guys.
I just removed Rad by accident. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Bye, Alan.
Bye, guys.
Let's make Rad big for a second. There we go.
Yeah, I think White Wolf is Marvel Knights Black Panther 5, but I might be wrong on the number, but it is the Marvel Knights.
Nice. Very cool, Rad. Very cool.
Did you? Oh, that was Alan leaving. I thought you kicked Rad again. I was like, damn.
No. I wanted to ask Alan what grade is the Chamber of Chills 19 over his right shoulder.
It's actually pretty. I think it's a mid-grade. He actually stepped up for that bad.
Is it like a 4 or 5 or a 5 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
4 or 5. I think so.
That's a nice book, man. That's one of my favorite books that Alan has.
I think it was the one that Doc had, actually.
It is.
It is. Nice. Yeah, that's a beauty. But that's such a great book. Chamber 19 or whatever. It's so cool. What do we got? New comics this week? Anybody want to talk about the awesome key comics that are out this week?
Well, Callie is supposed to show up somewhere along here with his marvelous 10, and he's threatened us, and now I'm still waiting for him to come through with his threat.
I know. So am I. So we're gonna go through it
His
first.
house ain't that big. Come on, man.
All right. So this is the key comics of the week. New comics this week. These are supposed to be all keys.
I thought you were joking. Okay.
Nope. No, we got Absolute Superman 3. Key facts. Key facts. The origin of the L family and Krypton. Okay.
Well, that's a new one. Yeah, I never heard of the origin of Krypton before. Damn.
Yeah.
You need to get out more, Big.
Fuck's sake. Cable. Love and Chrome #1. Key
boy, I can't get enough of those.
Yeah, because all the cables from the 90s are worth so much money.
I saw guys just sold a stack of like 40 or 50 of them for like $35.
Yeah, man, they're worth it.
And he couldn't get anybody to buy them, and they were all mint.
Well, I actually had a cable book in my top 10. Cable Deadpool 24. That's a fucking monster. That's a good one. But go ahead.
Cable 11 Chrome. Key facts. First appearance of Cicada. I don't know who Cicada is, but I'm not
reading the name. Yeah, it sounds cool. It's like the locust, yeah.
That's one of them big bugs that makes a lot of noise and stinks.
All right.
What's up with this? I pulled this run, but I don't think they're going to give it to me, motherfuckers. What's this
Deadpool,
one?
it's just premiere issue of an ongoing series. So it's just it's a lame ass.
Yeah. My shop said, "Oh, you're getting Cable Deadpool 1." I'm like, "I just got it fucking 2 months ago." They're like, "Oh, you're getting another one." I'm like, oh, "All right, send it."
We got What If Galactus Transformed the Incredible Hulk #1. Key facts. What if Galactus transformed the Hulk into a herald? Why is that a what if? Why is that a key? Okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, Hulk is a herald. That's kind of cool.
It's cool. I like it, but it's not a. I don't think it's. Why is that kind of key just bugs me? It's just like the most minute thing. Like, oh, it's the first time Hulk picked his nose. Key comic. First time Hulk ripped his pants. Key comic.
It's better than fucking first Krypton origin.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. I think that's ridiculous too. Justice League, the Atom Project, #1. All right. Introduction of the Atom Project, a reallocation and backup system created by the Atoms, Palmer and Choi, and Captain Atom in an effort to help heroes reclaim their powers. That's a DC book. So it's the introduction of the Atom Project. That's interesting. Sounds like
I'm not mad at that. It's all of the atoms together, yeah.
It sounds like a cool story. When I lay my vengeance upon thee. Huh. Okay. So they're really.
Yeah, that one can suck it. I'm good with that one.
I like the cover.
Why in the world is the Mark Spears book this far down the list? Because that
Right.
third printing, because those things really took off like a rocket.
I just wonder what the key fact is. I like the book. This is the kind of book that I would read actually when I lay my vengeance upon. I just
Yes, it looks very restful.
Yeah. A disgraced priest is exiled to South American town to study under a controversial exorcist, who only to find the area plagued with evil with some connection to a coma patient who hasn't aged in half a century. What's the key?
Well, it sounds really uplifting. I hope they don't tell too much of what the plot is, huh?
Well, yeah, but what's the key fact? I don't understand why. Because it's the first book, I guess.
The #1, yeah.
All right. Mark Spears, everybody's gonna want this. Oh my god!
I tell you the truth, that cover don't do anything for me.
Everybody's gonna. That's the homage of the what is it?
Exorcist?
Freddy? No, it's Freddy.
Yeah, Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, Johnny Depp.
That is I could see people going Looney Tunes for this.
But
book.
why? It's not even a good version of it. Like the guy behind him looks stupider than hell. Like I don't know, dude.
And it's a third printing, and I notoriously won't buy third, fourth, second prints. I just won't do it. It's not. I have a fifth print of one book, and I don't. I need the first print. I don't like it. So I don't know. It's a good cover, but that's all you're buying. It's a third print. It's
a shitty cover.
I like the cover. It's a nice cover. I don't mind it. Mark Spears Monsters #1. Key facts. Key collector comics. Key of the week. Why? Okay, that's a interesting key of the week. Key collector comics. That's the key fact, folks. Prepared that when you buy these for $100 a piece, that they're not going to be worth $100 in a couple months. That's all I'm saying. Why? It's not great. It's okay, I guess. Okay, we got the werewolf, sort of his.
Well, his face is. That's when they used to have. First of all, where are you going to find a payphone anymore?
That's true, actually.
And also, I mean, and and they used to have them where they had chrome steel on the face because they were easier to clean.
Yeah.
So that's why he's reflecting it. But God, is it 1974 again?
Some of these key facts are just kill me. Captain America, Sam Wilson, Captain America #1 series will be the first team up / battle of Sam Wilson as Captain America and the Red Hulk. Okay, so this is purely pushed by speculation. That's a pure speculative book. The key fact that they fight, I don't like that as a key fact. I've never understood it. Oh, look, these guys fight for the first time. Okay, it's awesome, but is it a key? I don't think so. Biggie, what do you think?
What do I think? I buy Spawn, but it just looks like every other fucking Spawn to me. Like, I don't see nothing special.
Oh, the Spawn one? Yeah. It is a variant cover art by Brett Booth. That's the only key fact of it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm good. And the Falcon thing, like, we knew Sam Wilson Falcon's been out for, 2 years now? Like, they're full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem to make any sense to me either. Spectacular Spider-Man, the Spectacular Spider-Man #11, first appearance of Spider Sprite. Okay.
Now that I could get behind because any Spider-Man first appearance can end up being something. So I'm not mad at that one.
Okay. It's Spider Sprite. I don't know what Spider Sprite is supposed to be. I'm curious. But I heard that Spectacular Spider-Man, I've heard it from 2 people that it's actually a decent written story. So as far as the main Spider-Man sort of sucks right now, but apparently that one's pretty good. And last but not least, we got the Ultimates #8, introduction of the Ultimates, Guardians of the Galaxy. This might be something you might want to pick up. Even though it's not a real first appearance, it is sort of a first appearance in the Ultimate Universe. So you get the Captain Marvel, Star-Lord, Cosmo, Ultimate Nullifier. The mainstream Ultimate Nullifier is a weapon. Yeah, thanks. So you get the first of all that stuff in this book for the Ultimate Universe. So Ultimate's #8. If you're a fan of Guardians of the Galaxy, you might want to get that book. I don't think
I just received a notification. My computer beeped,
Mm.
and it's from Stephen Frank, who is Alan's partner.
Okay.
On the Kickstarter, it says, "Happy New Year, everyone. Your items started going out before Christmas, and we are finished up this month."
Okay, that's good.
And evidently, he says, sadly, Dean Yeagel's wife, who is the Mandy one that did the Bullet Girl, passed away recently, so he was not able to sign any of the trading cards. We will get these to you ASAP. Thank you so much.
That's sad. I think I got the Yeagle variant, actually. Sorry, who's trying? Was that you, Red?
Let Callie on.
Oh, let Callie on. I see. That was.
Let Callie on.
Oh, look at that.
No, I'm muted.
I came back to the FOC portion of this.
You're like, hey, something important's going on.
As somebody who was kicked out for FOC, I figured you wouldn't go for that. But
I don't mind. I don't mind laughing at the key comics of the week. I find. Whoa, Callie, what happened? Where'd you go?
Hey, new year, new beard.
Oh my goodness, craziness! Look at this fucking thing. Look at this. Look what's going on.
What a handsome man. What are you hiding behind that? I knew some grandparents type people, and they were always saying, What's that kid hiding behind that beard for?
Well, obviously he's just
Handsome young man. Handsome young man. Lose the beard.
I don't really
Callie
like
is,
shaving, so there's that.
Exactly. I understand exactly where you're coming from with that. Shaving is the birds.
Nail on the head.
And I have to say I do like the Abe Lincoln starter kit you have going there. That's very nice.
I love the what is it? The sleigh times behind you. Is that what that is?
High times.
High times. That's what it is. Okay, yeah, that's great. Excellent stuff. All right,
I
we
like the
got
signed Space Ghost. Who signed your Space Ghost?
George Lowe. He signed it twice and wrote snack tip olive flavored edible underwear or something like that. What do you put?
Matt has FOMO because he's missing this shoe.
Oh, there it is.
Matt.
Snack tip olive leaf panties. That's what he wrote. He wrote George Lowe and Space Ghost on it twice, and he wrote fist packed with electric force and bills.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that that Matty also has Matt has FOMO about the lead in the Patriots game because right now
Good hands. That was close.
Let's just be careful around here, people. All right.
We're like 2-9. There's nothing we can do.
Show us your top 10 gets that you got this year that you are just happy and stoked about.
So I'm really happy about these, but these are upgrades, so they're not really.
Yeah, they're pickups though. So run with it.
But I have 10 exactly.
Oh, perfect.
These throw off the 10.
Siren.
All right. We'll go upgrades first. They'll go really fast. I upgraded my first Teen Titans.
Nice.
Upgraded my Silver Surfer 1.
Boom.
Upgraded my Giant Size.
Wow, that's a nice book.
And upgraded my FF.
Oh, that's a good upgrade, Callie. That's a good fucking oh, that's a good one, bro.
Yep, those are my upgrades. Now these are all new books to my collection. I got this from Tony Sanders.
Oh yeah.
And kid.
That's the prototype.
There you go.
There you go.
Prototype Black Panther.
I was just waiting.
This one's pretty hot right now.
Yes, Guy Gardner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his haircut. It looks pretty normal.
Yeah, no.
First time
Well, it was the bowl cut. The bowl cut comes in later, and that's because of the trailer. That Guy Gardner's getting some traction again.
Yeah.
And the second appearance of Guy Gardner.
Yes.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
9-2. Wow.
Appearance of John Stewart.
Yeah, man. That's the big one.
Yeah, I got this one first, actually.
That's a big book, bro.
Everybody's spending a bunch of money on those Mark Spears covers.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked this up for $80.
Ooh.
It's a Mark Spears Spawn sketch.
Oh, nice.
And that's pretty good.
Little smarty pants over here.
This is probably my favorite pickup of the year. The Venomized Stan Lee.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you Hunt guys saw this on last show.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What's cool about that one?
It's Stan Lee.
Oh, it's Stan Lee. I see it now.
Yeah. Venomized Stanley. That's cool, man.
I got too much light going on. This one, I like this book a lot. I'm glad I finally got the 9.8.
Michael Baker's all over the 9.8 Spawn slabs. That's what he does.
Oh, that's a nice book.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Talons.
Robot Man.
That's cool, brother.
He's dealing with chemicals and glass, dude. You gotta be able to hold on.
Yeah, it's a robot man with lizard hands.
Lizard hands.
Oh,
my God! Look at that face.
I like
that guy.
A lot.
That's what happens when you smoke, kids. Don't smoke.
What is that, Callie? Is that just...
man.
That's what I look like after I shave.
Nice. That's beautiful, bro.
And then I'll save that one. This one, I'm pretty sure Bleecker showed it already, but I got one too.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. What do you got? What grade you got? 6. Oh, mine's an 8.5. Sorry, bro.
Mine has a weird green tinge to it as well. When I bought it, I was like, "Is this real?" It's got a weird green.
No.
See, now knows you have that. Now he's gonna be like, oh, I want yours too.
I want
Yeah,
that one. I want. I'm after that book or magazine, I guess.
That makes
that's a
10.
good one.
That's a good one.
Nice stuff.
I like that better than that Fright Comics one. That Fright Comics one with the eyeball. I think that one's stupid. That one
Cali
was the best.
Comics. Check him out. He's on a lot of. He does stuff. Just check him out.
I do things.
He does things.
Actually, Tuesday. I'm not doing that, but Tuesday, I'm gonna be on Madhouse.
What
auction?
Oh, are you
Madhouse
really?
auction.
No,
And Nate and I and my buddy Eric, we're gonna be ripping these boxes. We each got
You're
we each
ripping?
got one of these boxes, and we're gonna all rip them.
Oh, very cool.
So it's 2020, 2021 Marvel Annual, and then 2024 or I don't know, 2023 Avengers vs. X-Men. We each got a
Actually-
box, so we're gonna battle it out.
I think I have to buy the new set of Star Wars cards because Loke is drawing a bunch of them. So I'm like, oh, Loke's gonna be on some of these Star Wars cards, so I gotta buy them. We got Glenn in the chat. Glenn, how you doing, brother? It's been a minute.
Oh no, Glenn's in the chat.
I know. He's just gonna tell you the clowns. He's gonna tell you clowns suck. You know how he is.
Yeah, he already did. What a jerk.
You know how he is. That's what he does.
Oh well, I actually have to take off and go watch some football.
Watching some football.
I have a revenge plot that I'm actually brewing today too. So
Oh.
a friend of mine not last week because I was sick last week, but 2 weeks ago, we had ordered food, and then so there was one lone mozzarella stick that was just chilling, and so I ate the lone mozzarella stick that had been sitting there, like just by itself for like 3 hours, and then he got all mad at me. He's like, you know what? He's like, that is bullshit. And the next time you order something, I'm taking at least a third of it from you, and this and that. And he just made this whole big stink. And at first it was like a joke, but then it became more like, just like
For real.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, so you like mozzarella sticks, do you? Well, so they had split a lodge of 12 of them. So last 2 weeks ago. So now I'm going with mozzarella stick revenge. I'm gonna get 5 orders of 12 mozzarella sticks, 60 mozzarella sticks, just to see the look on his face, to see how upset he gets, and like eat. I'm gonna encourage him to eat. I'm doing it on purpose before he orders any other kind of food, so it's just there because he loves them and he can't stop himself. I want him to eat 45 mozzarella sticks by himself today. I can't wait.
The guy's never gonna. He's not gonna.
He's
shit.
gonna pop.
He's not gonna be great.
No
He's never
marinara.
gonna
Or...
want that mozzarella stick again, but it's gonna be hilarious. And people like, isn't that a big waste of money? Not when it's like this. This is gonna be good. I actually want him to be like, you know what? Don't ever come back. Just for the fact that it's like all this over one stick. Like here's all the mozzarella sticks you can ever handle. Eat. I can't wait. I'm so excited. And it's 1 week removed. It was supposed to happen last week, but now it's a week late. So now the like just the evil inside of me is boiled up even more. So I'm like, oh yes, eat the sticks.
It's like the witch and Hansel and Gretel.
Oh, exactly. Pretty much. I can't wait. Just like, oh, have another. And I know he's gonna see them and out of spite, he's like, oh, one myself. Okay. Well, there's 4 more where that came from. Keep eating, please. And so I know after about maybe he'll have his bravado after eating one full one himself. He's gonna be like, I'll keep eating them. No, you won't. You're gonna be very angry if you keep eating them. And then it all flips over to like, because he's a health conscious guy because he's a firefighter, and he's just like, why'd you bring these here? What the hell's wrong with you? You wanted your stick. I'm giving you. I'm making reparations for your mozzarella stick. So I can't wait.
That's Scotty Young. I've been picking up all of those Kill Spider-Man Scotty Young covers.
I don't love Scotty Young, and I just looked at this. I'm like, I do not hate this at all. Actually,
Did you see the other ones he came out with? He had one where he's spraying them with bug spray, and then he had another one where he somebody stepped on him with their foot, and it's like him squished, kind of.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me some of these because that's really quite cool. Actually, let's go back.
All right, I'll find it.
Trying
That's
to
very cool.
But
Mr.
anyway,
Boston Chris, check out Boston Chris on the Hunt on his own channel. You've been doing some of your own stuff, obviously.
right.
So,
Lives, the Fantastic Forum, and then Always on Church, and then when me and Hudak combined for graphic content, and then also the Band of Brothers auction. So I'm all over the place, but I have to go to initiate this revenge plot of mozzarella, so I can't.
All right, brother. Enjoy your revenge.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun to watch football and revenge all at once. And I'm like, yes. And I, you know what, stuff I didn't even think about him being bound up. The binding that's even more. That's even better. I didn't think about it.
The revenge really starts tomorrow when he tries to go to the washroom. I'm just saying.
I can't. Damn you, Boston Chris! Like, yes. All right, see you guys later.
Bye, buddy.
Take care.
Bye.
What do we got? Sergio, Fantastic Four, Hulk 181, homage. That's interesting.
No, I can't get enough of those.
Yeah, I like the Deadpool Wolverine cover. I think that's a really good cover. They always have good covers, though. I haven't really seen any that have been shitty. I think that's the cover A. And
people are giving the Frank Miller a lot of shit, so I don't know.
Well, that's Frank Miller's. Yeah, there's the Frank Miller one. Of course, they're going to give Frank Miller shit. They keep giving Frank Miller shit, but his art is his art, man.
Michael Baker is asking to see the cover, the cable cover with Sinister on it.
Oh yeah, of course. That
Deadpool looks pretty good, though. Honestly,
it does. The cover looks great. This is, of course, the Frank Miller cover.
What's with his head?
Frank Miller has.
Does he have a bat head? What's that?
It's like weird ears and hair. I don't know. It's Frank Miller style, man. I don't know. I can't. He shouldn't be drawing characters like this. He should be drawing his own stuff. What do we got here? You want to see this one, Michael Baker, the Tyler Kirkham? I'm guessing. So that's that. That's pretty cool.
Well, Tyler Kirkham is big name right now. Artistically.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I'm sure Michael Baker is probably going to look for the Virgin variant, I would imagine. It's a key comic, apparently, because it's, I can't remember what the key fact of it was. Maybe we can look here. Let's look. First appearance of...
I really like Tyler Kirkham.
Oh, nice. So if you like this book, it is a key comic book. It's the first appearance of Cicada, and it is a really good cover. If this is your... Oh, is that... This must be a wraparound, eh? Because whose leg is that? Is that Cyclops' leg? In the bottom corner
like
there. It looks like
another leg.
In other words, connecting cover.
Yeah, it might be a connecting cover. So this might be something.
Oh, Callie's got some books for you.
I found them.
All right.
Johnny on the spot. These ones.
Boom, boom, boom. Give me a second here, Callie. I gotta figure my shit out.
We don't have that much time. Oh,
get out of here.
I agree with Siren, dude. Colorists can make or break Frank Miller's art.
That is a true statement.
Some people try to put too much. Some people don't know where to put color. It's like you really got to know his work.
He's been doing that style of work for a long time. If you really look at his work, so if you're not happy with it, you might, that's just what it is. Oh, nice.
So yeah, you got the new one coming out with the newspaper where he's getting swatted.
Yeah.
This one was the last one, I believe, and then that was the first one I saw.
I like the bug spray one. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. So that's what, 42 and 43, is that what that says?
63,
cool.
62
Yeah.
and 63.
There you go. Thank you. Bam. There you go.
That is really dope.
These are like leading up to the death of Spider-Man, right? Something like that.
Yeah, 8 deaths of Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
So, how long is he going to be dead this time? He's not going to be dead. No one's dead.
They're not going to kill Spider-Man. It's their flagship character. Most.
Yeah, they'll just say it was Ben Parker. Or,
They're killing him fucking on ASM every issue, so I don't know.
Well, like if Superman can do it and make millions, so can we.
Yeah, it ain't like we didn't have Death of Spider-Man before Miles came, I don't know.
Yes, yeah, that whole Ultimates universe. I actually enjoyed some of that storyline.
Wanna see what I want sometime this century?
Okay. What do you want sometime this? Oh, we got somebody in backstage. TM, how you doing, buddy? Good to
Hello, everybody.
Hey, TM.
All right. What do you want? One of these million years. This is what you want. DuckTales #1.
That's a sick cover.
What's the What is that? An expensive book or something? I don't know.
It's a Nintendo game, or what are you doing? Oh, it's a cover.
$650. What the fuck?
Why? Is it a key?
Why would you want that, Papa Willie?
I think it's an incentive cover.
No, I don't.
2011.
It's fine that he wants it. I'm just, why is it so expensive? Jeez Louise.
I mean, it bothers me that he wants it.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Don't want that, Papa Willie. He wants something good.
Stop wanting that, Papa. That's not. You don't.
Yeah, it's silly.
Interesting.
That's what Biggie said when I showed DuckTales against him on the hunt. He said, "What kind of silly ass shit is this?"
Did you win?
He lost that round.
Oh.
you can't beat DuckTales, dude. Come on.
DuckTales.
There it is. Yeah.
It probably was some silly ass shit. I mean,
it was.
Silly sells. Silly wins.
I like the old fucking DuckTales shit, I guess. What? It ain't no old DuckTales. I like the old Donald Duck and Scrooge McDuck shit. There you go.
You like the gold key and all that stuff?
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, it's just all that stuff's childhood stuff. I love that. Like, if you show me a first appearance of Mighty Mouse, I'm very happy. The first Space Ghost, like, all that reminds me of when I was a little kid, and I watched all the reruns of all that stuff. The Hanna-Barbera cartoon, was it the Hanna-Barbera Hour? I think it was. Like, and there was, there was just great stuff, man.
The Herculoids and all that stuff.
Yeah, man, it was just cool shit.
Zoc and Igu and all that stuff.
To see those books is just awesome.
Like, I grew up with.
Go ahead, Dan.
I grew up with Digimon, so having a Digimon comic is pretty freaking awesome for me.
Yeah, I dig that.
My favorite DuckTales character is Gizmo Duck.
Oh, hey, what do you know? Do you know what his first appearance looks like, Biggie?
I don't. No. I might be wanting that one.
I'm pretty sure Callie has it. Yeah, he does.
It looks kind of like that.
Damn it, the 10 cent? Well, that must be the first McFlap. Where the fuck his name is.
That's Gizmo right there.
That's Gizmo?
Yeah, this is Beagle Boys.
Fuck, I had no idea Gizmo went back to 10 cent time. You sure it ain't McFlap?
Gyro Gear Loose?
Yeah, Gyro. Sorry. What were we talking about? Gizmo? I thought that was
Gizmo.
Gizmo's the girl that has the headphone or the eye protection.
No, Gizmo's the guy that is the airplane. He flies the airplane and he turns into the robot with the wheel.
Boy, I'm out of my depth on this.
Oh, you're talking about the actual cartoonist stuff. Okay.
I know Gizmo is the thing.
Since Alan's not here.
Gizmo's
and you're thinking of two different characters, Biggie. One flies the.
He turns into the fucking robot.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, Biggie. That's it's the dude from the cartoon. They didn't come out till like the 90s, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who he's talking about.
This is the first Junior Woodchucks.
Yeah, I don't think he's in the comics.
I'm sure he's in a
Oh my
comic.
God.
That's a beautiful copy of that.
Awesome cover. Great copy.
Do you know who it is?
I know, but that fucking, he's about to shoot his beak off.
Alan would be screaming it out right now. I know he would. His first Chippendale.
Really?
Oh, okay.
There we go. Somebody in the because I couldn't think of the name either. The guy who flies the plane is Launchpad.
Yeah, Launchpad is Robo.
Yeah.
No, he's not a robot though.
Isn't he Australian?
Launchpad is fucking Gizmo Duck, dude.
You know who this is?
Yeah, Wile E. Coyote. But what's his real name? What's his real name?
Wile E.
No, you're right. Launchpad.
It's Myron. I mean, his name is Myron, I think.
Myron.
No, you're right, TM.
It's
a scientist. My fault.
First Taz.
Yes, sir. This one was not easy to find.
No, you can't find it. That's a beautiful copy of that.
A nice book.
It just looks better on the camera.
Little Mylar magic.
First Huck? Is that the first Huck?
I think it's First Yogi, isn't it?
First Yogi.
Fuck.
Yeah, First Yogi.
That's crazy.
He got it.
I hate those Mises 2 pieces.
All right, now I got to figure out where that first, whoever you're talking about.
Gizmo?
Gizmo.
I thought Gizmo was a girl.
Gizmo.
I am going to go.
Gizmo is a girl. Launchpad is the flying thing. I don't know the
He's
robot's
got the
name.
Australian accent.
It's a guy. I thought he was like some.
He's like a scientist. The
I
scientist
know.
is Gizmo.
Roscoe would know. Roscoe would know.
We'll have to Google it because we're all dumbasses. You out of here, Stefano?
Yeah, I'm going to go up and visit with my spouse. We'll watch you from the stands. Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Bleecker.
Hey,
I
thank you.
appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. I thought there was great participation, and I look forward to next Sunday. And I will see you guys later.
Absolutely, Stephen. Thanks so much, my friend. And you can see Stephen every Monday night with Alan, the Comic Collector Geek, on Alan's channel. They do the Monday night special, and it's fun, fun, fun. A lot of Golden Age, a lot of knowledge. If you're trying to learn stuff, those are the guys to learn it from. All right.
Yeah.
I'm eating a chocolate bar. What's that, baby?
Gizmo is the name of the robot.
Yeah, that's what I fucking said.
Yeah. But Launchpad
Gizmo
is the one who flies
scientist.
the plane. Yeah.
Right, I fucked that up. I did fuck that up, but it's the scientist he made Gizmo Duck, right?
Yeah,
I forget
Fenton something.
Fenton McQuack or some shit, yeah. So I was going to talk about my top 100 list because I think people were like saying like it's an impossible task. My thing is like I just want to make the best list I can. So I don't think it's that hard. You know, it's just coming up with.
What you're saying is your list might not be perfect, but it's better than everyone else's.
It's going to be better than anything I've ever seen. So I mean, the hardest thing is going to try to separate like people's emotions and picking the covers and doing what's best for the list. I think that's going to be the hardest thing to do.
Are you kidding me right now? Your guys' emotions are all over that goddamn list of 100.
I know it's going to be hard to separate like people. Oh, this has got to be on the list. You know, it's like most collectors ain't fucking advanced, super smart. Fuck people. People don't understand every $100,000 comic. You know, like we got to dumb it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a hard choice because again, is it money that we're voting on? Is it covers that we're voting on? Is it iconic value that we're voting on? Is it so are we saying that, are we saying that if Rad Art starts drawing covers, he's never ever going to be his covers are never going to be as good as a Golden Age cover? That's basically what we're saying when we were like, these suck and these suck and these suck, but these ones are great.
When you start comparing artistic styles and to what's more recognizable, a lot of the times the recognizable shit isn't as good as something that's artistic and is almost as popular. So that's what I mean by dumbing it down. Like we gotta go with more recognizable historical shit is what I think. But
Iconic cover. That's I get exactly what's going on. It's like 300 might not be everybody's favorite cover, but it's so iconic. It has to be on the list. There's certain covers that just have to be on the list, regardless.
It's a task, but I haven't seen great top 100 yet. And,
they've been garbage, Biggie. Everyone that you've shown, I've been like, why is this even on a top 100?
I can't even find a good one. Yeah, it's hard to find like a good one.
Why don't you break it down? Why don't you do top 100 Golden Age, top 100?
That's what people keep telling me, but I want to do all time because that's what I'm comparing it to is all time.
I haven't seen a single platinum cover in there yet. That's pre-Golden Age.
What do you mean, like pulp?
Like Yellow Kid comic, the very first American comic character ever. I haven't seen one of those.
Yellow Kid. Yeah.
That's pretty much the start of American comic books outside of newscript.
You'll have to send me that information, Callie, and I'll. That's why I'm asking everybody to like send me what they think, and then we kind of look at it and we learn about the shit, and then we try to.
The cover looks like shit. He looks like Alvin and the Chipmunks because he wears like one of those turtleneck sweaters that goes to your feet. So
it don't sound like it's gonna make the best cover.
I know, but you're talking about including stuff that is impactful as well, which is, now you're not talking about just art.
Exactly.
Well, your book you brought up might be important, but it's not recognizable. I meant recognizable, like people see it and they know what the fuck it is.
So we're talking most iconic covers.
How many Jack Kirby covers do you have on there?
Not as many as you would think, bro.
99.
I think about 10.
Is the demon on it?
That's it?
No.
Yeah.
Only 10?
Yeah, I don't think there's many Kirby covers.
How many of those Kirby covers have Simon as well?
Maybe a couple, 2 or 3.
Like I said, we left off Frazetta. We left off a whole plethora of artists that we didn't even look at. We didn't even.
Well, what Frazetta are you gonna put in there? Famous Funnies, like that.
I'm just trying to let y'all know I'm trying to make the best one I could think of, and it's not gonna be perfect. So it's just gonna be better than anything I've seen. So when I say that's kind of setting my bar low, it's not really. I'm not saying it's gonna be exact. It's gonna be just better than what I've seen.
Yeah, I haven't seen your list yet.
This should be definitely in the top 100.
Get that.
I wish you'd come on and show some books so you can enjoy the thrashing people get. That's number 2. That's pretty good. That one might actually get considered.
Let
That's
me
good.
ask you guys something. You know the Flash, Reverse Flash? Does this kind of remind you of that?
Yeah.
It's like American, Reverse American, I guess he was thinking was.
And then he's got
that reminds me of that
That's a great
thing cover too.
Wait, what is it? Wait. Before you go on to Blondie, what was that? I like that cover quite a bit.
All right, it's Soldiers of Fortune, Fighting Yanks Wage War, number 12, Blazing Adventures in Battles.
That's cool.
So did that come out before the Hulk thing cover? Because that reminds me of the Hulk thing cover.
Oh, FF12?
Yeah, because Hulk thing was 60s, right? This is probably late 50s.
Yeah, that could be a cover swipe.
Some good Bleecker covers.
Nice. There they are.
There you go.
There's some crumb.
Robert Crumb.
Yeah.
He just got such
But
a
yeah,
great
the Blondie, I like that one a lot. I don't know what it is. I really like this cover. Carlton.
So, Biggie, do you have any modern comics on your list? Like
This one, there it is. That one's on there, right?
We got a couple.
Frazetta's Thunder could be on the list. Comic Collector Geek says.
I think that Famous Funnies, the first Frazetta, Doc brought it up. Famous Funnies 214. It'll probably make the list. Alan.
You think so?
Do you think Man of Steel 18 will?
Pretty good.
Do you think Pepe will make that list?
No. Pepe will not make the list.
I can promise you that one will not make the list.
I can.
Yeah, Biggie, do you think Man of Steel 18 will make the list?
I don't know. Which one is that one?
Isn't that the one that the guy got sued for with the air pirates?
Yeah, that's the dope. That's pretty good. I like it.
Mickey
That's probably one of my favorite
Sky
Mickeys.
Adventures.
What's Man Still 18, bro?
First Doomsday.
Oh, well, Death of Superman made it, but I don't know if First Doomsday will. It's
Never heard of Doomsday.
not bad.
Is that a guy?
Who the hell?
I need a First Doomsday. I've had it before, but I can't seem to keep it.
Yeah, I've sold mine a couple of times. I've got a couple copies, Biggie. Maybe I'll just send you one.
That'd be nice. D said he'd send me one. I'm kind of waiting on that. But
Okay, you're waiting for D. So I'll let D send it to you. He's probably
Now,
either way,
he's probably
here's an unpopular opinion. I do think Strange Adventures 180 deserves to be on the list.
First Animal Man. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Cover's trash though.
There's some space ones that I think of too. There's some really good space covers that I'm like that I know I'm missing. I just can't remember the names of them. I'll have to look them up, and we'll convene on the
Anything Adam
next
Strange.
club.
Neil Adams, Adam Strange books are pretty dope.
Yeah, like there's awesome ones. We've left a lot.
I tried fucking a couple of Neil Adams. I got shot down. I tried Phantom Stranger 13 and X-Men 57. Nope. Hell no. D tried fucking first whatever the fuck his name is, Dark Side, Jimmy Olsen 134. Nope, fuck that.
I can't believe that because
I'll
we
back
were
you on
talking.
the,
We were talking backstage, and we sort of think that Dracula should be put on the list, but over Batman 252, I just find that hard to believe.
the L.B. Cole Dracula.
Dracula.
I tried that one too. Nobody liked it.
But which Dracula you talk about?
Dracula 1, Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel one.
Oh, the Neil Adams.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
too.
like, if you're gonna put a Neil Adams book on there, you gotta.
Well, we didn't bring it up though.
Yeah, we didn't actually bring it up with the whole group yet. So
Right. It might make it. We don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't even bring up Surfer 1, which I regret. Like, I hope that one makes it. I like Surfer 1 a lot.
Surfer 4 made it. Surfer 4, which is understandable because technically that is only a cover buy. Really, that book is what, $4,000, and it's just a cover. So you gotta give that some credence.
What covers do you have from Kirby?
What covers from Kirby? Avengers 1, X-Men 1, Captain America 1,
Cap 100.
Cap 100. There really ain't as many as you would think, me being a big Kirby mark.
Did we put 52 on there? Fantastic Four 52?
52, yeah. That's why I said only 10 around 10 or 12, because I can only think of like 6 or 7 off the top of my head.
Yeah. It was a good list. Honestly, I've had, when I go on people's shows, I've had a lot of compliments on that, on the Collector Club for that night. So you did a good job, baby.
Yeah, it's coming along. I mean, Alan seems to be more excited than anybody. It was almost like he was reading a eulogy when he was giving me his list. He was like, I got to get these books on this fucking list. I'm like,
ow.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we're good.
I like the enthusiasm, though. I like it when people enjoy doing
Alan was like a kid in a candy store. He was all over that.
Here's an iconic cover. What about the Alex Ross one of Kingdom Come #1?
That didn't make it. Yeah, we considered it, but I think we said no to all Alex Ross Kingdom Come. Yeah.
Which I was really the Kingdom Come maybe, but like just not having Alex Ross on the list. It was like I think
we got one.
Yeah, we did. We got the Joker Harley Quinn, right?
We did. Yeah, that was the only one so far. Maybe Immortal Hulk 2. I think Immortal Hulk 2 might have made it.
Yeah, I think I said yes to that one because you put it up, right? And I was like, hey,
that one made it, Callie. Yeah, that one made it.
We made it, Callie. That's a beautiful book, buddy.
Yeah, I think that's his best. Besides maybe Immortal Hulk 2, I like Immortal Hulk 2 also.
I like the Justice Society of America #1 by Alex Ross. It's them around the table and Stargirl on the table.
Yeah, he did some great ones for Immortal Hulk. He did Thing and Hulk in a cafe by a table, and that's just an amazing cover as well. Alex Ross is awesome, man. He's one of my favorites, if not maybe my favorite.
All right, how come this book didn't make it?
We got Ozzy in that chat. How you doing, Comic Ozzy? It did make it. I put that in there, Callie.
It did? Okay.
We put that. I was not having that not make the list for covers. 880 has.
Yeah, I think my favorite cover is Avengers 57, and I don't even like John Buscema. I think he's a schmuck, but that's my favorite cover.
Check this out, please.
Maybe X-Men 50 is my second.
What do we got? Hold on a second.
So you got the Jock, right?
Yes, that's a beauty. Hold
on. I don't think that's such a big deal, but everybody seems to like it. So.
What is that?
I mean, what the fuck?
What is that?
Oh, what is that? I don't know.
Homage on Sync.
That's dope, bro. That is cool, man. I'm big. I actually like the foil version of the 880 a little better than the
the Mexican foil.
So you see all the little foxes.
That's awesome, dude.
I don't know if you guys have read this series, but it's about Glasgow, Scotland, and Sinkhill is what they call the town. I think it's actual town. But there's a guy, he wears a fox mask, and he's called Mr. Dig because he uses a shovel to murder fools. But he just he's one of those guys that's had enough, and he can't stand crime anymore, so he took it into his own hand and starts killing people. The story Sink is not really about him. He's just one of the prolific characters that is in the story.
The homage is amazing.
I tell you the thing I thought people would bitch about more was like indies. And the only indie I could think of that made it was Raphael 1. I'm surprised no one brought up TMNT 1. I think that might have a chance.
TMNT 1, what about 4? Second print.
4 is good too, yeah.
I'm surprised nobody's complaining about Spawn 1 not being on the list.
Yeah, you get the video.
Spawn 1 got shit on.
I think
Spawn 1 is not that great.
I think his 300. I think if we're gonna put Todd on there, 300 or Batman 423 probably are.
Yeah, 314 made it. 300 made it. There's some McFarlane.
Yeah, 340 I think made it as well, which is surprising to me.
I do like the Batman 423.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, TM, but that is not very iconic.
Oh man, look at that.
It's just
I don't hate it.
It don't got it.
It's not a really good cover. It's just
if it had the checker right there, I might like it a lot better. If it had that.
Yeah, the checker one would be. It would be so much. It looks so much better. It would pull you in a lot more.
His actual first cover is a lot better. Where he's in his costume.
So this is your favorite Alex Ross cover, then? Is that what we're talking about, TM?
Yeah, I really like that one. But I'm a fan of the Justice Society.
Yeah, you let your emotions get involved, and I don't mind that. It's a good cover. It's a great cover.
Yeah, it's an homage to another one. I think it's Justice League America Silver Age. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool cover, man. He does good work. I'm a fan of his work, so I can't.
It's okay.
I can't say, "Oh, you suck." No, he's good.
Yeah, it's fucking better than anything I could draw. Yeah, he's an artist.
Yeah. So, there we go.
I tried my motherfucking best to get at least one Stegman on there. I think he's underappreciated. I tried Venom 3 and everybody's like, no, fuck you. I'm like, all right.
We didn't get, there's a bunch of people. We didn't even put, Spider-Man 55.
Gleason, yeah.
Gleason's not on there.
There's some for you.
Yeah, these are beautiful.
Yeah, Gleason, I mean, he's got that one specifically. Stegman he knocks out of the park almost every issue he does,
Yeah. Stegman's awesome, yeah. He's really awesome.
Ooh, that Batman.
Yeah, Rad's going hard on this Batman here, man. It's looking awesome. Very cool, brother.
These are all Alex Ross.
What is this, Astro Boy? What is going on here? It's a little shiny right where it says boy, so I can't actually read it, but I can see the whole cover.
Yeah, what is it?
Astro City. Astro City. Okay, cool.
City.
Very cool. Like that right there. Look at that. That's unbelievable, that art. That's unbelievable, man. Yeah, that one and the one behind it is just, it's so ridiculous. Like, it looks like the people are on the page. It's crazy.
It looks like fucking, it looked like Nexus to me. It looked almost like he copied Nexus kind of shit.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he's such a good artist, man. Great covers, cool stuff, Rad.
Soft wash,
Reed on Nexus,
which is a very difficult medium.
That's cool.
Hey, Norn Rad, you ever heard of Stephen Rude? I know you got a lag.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a lag.
No.
No, you never have. I'll send you some pictures of him. He worked on Nexus. He does like classical comic art. I'll send. It looks a lot like Astro City.
Like the thing.
Did Christ on Infinite Earth 7 make it the list?
No.
Yeah, it made it.
Did it?
Yeah, the one with Supergirl. Remember?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let's get exit out of here. Man, we've seen some really awesome stuff today, man. We've seen some really big books, some cool books. Like Steppo, unbelievable. Alan, unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Biggie's top 10. Again, I showed it here on my channel, but you can see it on his channel as well. He did a video, and it's his top 10 list of last year, right? I believe that was that.
Yeah, last year's top 10. Mine takes a minute. I didn't talk a lot about them, but you could see what I got.
Yeah, I'm going to show my top 10 real quick one more time because I can. Boom, Ghost Rider. First Ghost Rider, Spotlight 5. We got that awesome Cocaine Comics, number 3.
First print.
First print. It's been loved, but it's going to be loved some more in my collection. And we got that first print, Ultimate Fallout 4 for unbelievably cheap.
Fuck yeah.
And so I'm super stoked about that. That was on my list for a couple years, so to have that taken off my list, I'm really
Yeah, I
happy.
tried to put that on the top 100, and everybody shit on it, dude. I don't agree. I think that's a good one.
We got First Brother Voodoo, which I love this cover. I think it's great.
That's fucking good, yeah.
You know, and
Did that Ramita?
I don't know who did this one, brother.
I think it is Ramita.
Have to look into it. You're better at that than I am, but I can tell you it's an awesome cover. And I like the header on it. The voodoo is awesome, so that's cool. We got that creepy
Hell yeah, bro.
number 7, and that is the Frank Frazetta awesome Dracula versus the Wolfman.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the best ones, bro. You did good with that one.
For the price I got this for, I couldn't even believe it, bro. Couldn't even believe it. And of course, got the Muppet Babies. First appearance of Muppet Babies. And this is just nostalgic for me. I watched this movie like 8,000 times when I was a kid. So, Muppet Babies in there. Got that first Indiana Jones. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Really cool. We got a couple more. We got that Evil Ernie, number 1.
Hell yeah.
First Evil Ernie plus origin story and first appearance of Lady Death. Although Lady Death, you do have to buy Evil Ernie number 2 to get her first cover appearance. So
Yeah, I think you're good, but if you want it, you can, but you got it, dude. It's kind of like FF48, and people say 49, but 48's the big one. That's the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. It's really good.
Sold mine to Baki if you're able to get something off him.
Got that 9-2 Tomb of Dracula number 1 signed by Neil Adams. That was pretty.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
That should definitely make the list.
It is an awesome book. It is an awesome book. It's iconic. It's cool.
Love that book.
This didn't make the list, and I think it should, but whatever. It's not up to me. We got The Predator number 1. I think this is one of my favorite covers of all time.
I'll have to show you my favorite slab.
I love it. And what do we got? We got 2 more books here. We got, let's not be dropping books. Let's not do that. We have First Werewolf by Night, the great transformation cover. As you can see, goes from all the way from human to
How
werewolf.
the fuck did Indiana Jones and Muppet Babies beat out fucking First Werewolf and Dracula?
What do you mean, beat out?
Oh, they didn't? I thought you showed the first 10 was the first 10.
No. I didn't. This is just not in order. Not in any order. Definitely not.
Oh.
This is just.
Okay, got it.
I just picked my 10 favorite books that I got this year, and this, of course, top of the list with that first Ghost Rider. So, and that was Savage Tales 185, first Man Thing. So yeah, that was my awesome. That was my pickups from last year that I was really, really, really stoked about. Oh, what is this Wolverine 9? Or no, this is Predator. Look at this. Oh, that's cool, brother.
That Dark Horse doing their thing. It looks a lot like a Marvel box art.
It definitely looks like a Marvel box. That's cool, man. Oh,
That's the same cover they use on Crime. Was it RoboCop Crime something? Damn it.
that's great.
I don't see that very much. I got the first RoboCop this year. It's pretty low grade, but
It's pretty awesome, right?
That's my favorite slab.
Is that like the B cover or some shit?
Yeah, what is that?
No, it's double wraparound painted cover.
Is it volume 2? Like it's fucking. Oh, it's Dark Horse Comics #1.
Number 8, I think. What is it? 8?
Oh, number 8. It
Number
says
8.
number 1. That's
No.
kind of weird. Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Came out
You're all
in
right.
292.
Yeah, okay, yeah, number 1. I see what's going on. Yeah,
No.
that's cool,
It
brother.
says number one, but here it says 8.
That's
Yeah, that must be the 8th month. Yeah.
That's the release day. The
Oh,
release day.
Yeah, thanks, Comic Oz. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, definitely got some bangers this year. Pretty happy about it. You didn't see one and you're hurt. What did you see? What didn't you see, buddy? I don't know what
Thundercats, probably.
Oh, yeah. He's going to show us.
Last one. Yeah.
Thundercats 1 and he's going to make me mad at him. Oh, this is a great one. Look at that, bro.
Is that Evil Ernie?
Yeah, Evil Ernie.
That is cool, man. Dude, that is slick.
Who did that?
It's a Crow homage.
Yeah, the Crow homage, definitely. But do you know the artist on that one or no?
His name's it's a hard name. It's John Gallagher.
Okay. All right. Oh.
Biggie?
Yeah.
Did 300 make the list?
Yes.
It did. Yeah.
So I would like to make the argument that 316 is much better than 300.
I'm with you, bro. I agree. I like 316. I tried to put it on the list, and everybody shit on me.
I don't remember you putting up 316 for some reason.
I pointed at it on my wall. I said, "What about 316?" Everybody's like, "Nah."
That is a great cover, Kevin.
Yeah,
So
I like
much-
316 a lot.
First
the entire
cover.
cover is taken up. It's not just a circle in the middle with numbers all over the damn cover.
You got Spidey and you got Venom.
Yeah. Arguably the first Venom cover.
You got the pink in the background, which looks cool.
Yeah, and all the lines. Yeah. McFarlane knocked it out of the park with this one. And then Larson.
I like
took
this
over.
one. I like it better than 340 and 300, probably. And I don't know,
think so,
300.
too.
They're both good.
I would heavily vote that one ahead of
I like it too. I tried.
I got this as a present from Papa Wheelie.
I have that raw.
He bought this for me from the Comics Curing Cancer auction. And it's awesome. I actually love this book. I didn't put it in my top 10 pickups of the year, Papa, but it is definitely top 10 in my heart, buddy.
That's why I left AOKs off my top 10, because people that send you shit's like, why didn't I get on there? You know, it's like, fuck, man.
Next, there we go. What do we got?
Did that make it?
It did not make it. Frank Miller. Not a lot of Frank Miller made it.
Well, it's very iconic.
I know. I said the same thing, Callie. I said the same thing.
Here's one that may have not made it, but
Rad.
Sam Keith.
Red.
What you got?
Oh, where is it? Is it on there? Can you see it?
Oh, the white one?
Yeah,
I want one.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I can see it.
This guy probably didn't make it, but what about Sam Keith?
Sam Keith. Which book you want from Sam Keith?
Right. Max one.
No, I mean like Sam Keith didn't make the list, did he? Any Sam
I
Keith
don't think
cover?
so.
I don't
No.
think so.
Nobody even brought Sam Keith up. Yeah. No one brought that up. I love that shit. I like me specifically. I like the one with the Uncle Sam homage.
I do too, but this one with the flag draped over him like that, it's just, I don't know, it speaks more to me than the Uncle Sam hat. The Uncle Sam hat is more like making fun of stuff. This one, it feels more like he's.
I think if we did this list like 3 years ago, there would be some Clayton Crane. They'd probably want the fucking the gauntlet, glove, and all that shit.
If I could get one book on the list, it'd be this Adi Granov here.
Yeah, that's your shit, right? Yeah.
I also think 300 is more iconic because Spider-Man was drawn so differently. So differently. He's just getting beat up there, but Spider-Man is like the Spider-Man we've all come to know
You
and
know
love.
what? Let me let you in on a secret. Even Todd hated drawing the fucking black suit. He hated it. That's why 301 is a red suit, because that's what he wanted to do for 300. He fucking hated the black suit, you guys. He hated it. Okay.
Well,
he hated it. Sorry.
People love it, man. It's a fucking top 100 list with the ISM 300 don't seem like a fucking list I want to have. I think 300 has a lot of genius comic book tropes in it that people sleep on. They're just like, oh, it's a lot of 300s. It's a lot of this and that. It's like, no, motherfucker. It's about 100 things good.
Yeah.
Rad was showing his. You should show Rad. I was just showing
Spider-Man that is what is going on here? You guys doing a little homage action?
Yeah. Oh, Miko Suyan.
Nice.
Or is that Jay on Nicoletto too? It looks like Miko kind of.
It just says after Buscema. I don't know.
Jusco? Looks like Jusco.
Oh,
I want the Jusco Hulk Hogan on the fucking list, but who am I?
There's a book I got from Papa this year. He didn't buy it for me though. I had to buy it from him.
Oh, right. That's a beauty. I remember him trying to sell that a couple of times. That's a really nice book. Can you show that one more time, Callie? It's one of my favorite books. It's the Department of Truth, yeah? It's fucking
Yes, sir.
Jim Morrison. Excellent. That is gorgeous, bro.
Well, Beckerman sent me my books. He's my friend. Papa isn't as good a friend as Beckerman to me.
Damn.
You were
That's all right. I've only sold shit to Pop, so don't feel bad, Pop.
Comic Collector Geek says, sorry, nothing Sam Keith did would be in top 100 comics of all time.
That's what I figured. Like, I would put Sam Keith and Frank Miller at the top, in the same kind of category with weird kind of drawings.
Though Frank Miller at least is important in comic book history as far as redefining Batman and yada yada yada. So I don't know.
Yeah, you was there last night, Bleeker. Whenever like Man Cave and 84 were kind of like, oh, you can't have a bunch of romances. I had fucking Allen's back, didn't I? I was like, it should have about 10 or 20. I think there's more chick covers what people think that are in the top 100, dude.
There's always a chick on the cover. Even my Tales or whatever, Savage Sword or Savage Tales has a girl like on the cover holding on to Conan's leg. There's always going to be a hot chick on some of the best covers in the world. That just works.
Good girl covers don't always mean like it has to be specifically good girl. Just a girl on the cover is a chick cover to me.
Yeah, we definitely did 101. I don't think Giant Size made it. I don't.
Yeah, Giant Size made it.
Did Giant Size make it? I don't know. What about 101? Did X? I don't think X-Men
101 made it. Number 1 made it. 50 made it.
Oh, sorry. What about 100? Sorry, I knew 101.
No, 100 didn't make it. 100, no.
We didn't. Did Polaris make it? I think 50 made it, right?
Yeah, 50 made it. 50 is really good, dude. I'd say that's a top 10 for me. It might be my second favorite.
Oh, that's a good book. That's cool. Decapitating God. Oh, that's cool, man. Stop pushing your Archies. Nah, Archie 50 is a great cover. You're right.
Yeah, Archie 50 made it. That's an easy one.
I don't think Kubert did. Did Kubert make it? I'm disappointed if he didn't. I don't know if he.
No, he did. Showcase 4.
That's not even his best work.
That's probably his most important work. I mean,
Yeah,
that's a big fucking book, bro.
Yeah, it's a big book, but it's just not his best work.
Yeah, I agree. Not artistically, but that's the weird thing, Bleak. It's like sometimes a shitty, very basic looking cover is the one that pops the hardest. I don't know why, but sometimes that fucking happens, you know? I don't know.
Kind of like 300.
What Jim Lee? Wow, Kelly's
Dude, that when McFarlane did that fucking black suit Spider-Man coming through that circle, dude, that was like mind breaking. Like nobody did Spider-Man like that up to that point. ASM 300 is a fucking masterpiece.
What Jim Lee book made it? I don't know if Jim Lee made it, to be honest.
X-Men 1.
That's it. The wraparound cover. The wraparound.
Yeah, I don't agree with it though. I think that's a shitty fucking cover.
For Jim Lee work, it's a good cover.
I'd put the Magneto before it, but you know, whatever.
Oh yeah, X-Men 2 is I like that cover. That's a good one.
No, just the Magneto number 1. They had like, you know, the connectors.
Is this was this Alex Ross? It looks like beautiful stuff.
Well, what's a good example of like shitty art that has to make the list besides Showcase 4? Like, I don't know.
Well, okay, and I hate to say this, Action 1 isn't the best.
No.
It's not the best art. It's not the best art.
Callie said ASM 300, and I'm defending that. Now you're going at Action 1, dude. It's like, oh my god.
No, I agree with Bleeker. It's not the best art, but it's just an iconic cover.
It's so iconic. It's the first, Superman holding the car over his head, like yada yada yada. We've seen it a million times. It's beautiful. Is it art like this? I don't think so.
As shitty as it could be, bro, the actual Superman on the cover is actually really fucking good, bro.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Comic Collector Geek says GSX shouldn't make it. X-Men 50 should.
X-Men 50 is awesome. I like GSX. Gil Kane's a good artist.
Neither is any early Bob Kane. Didn't make any.
Bob Kane made it. There's a few Bob Kanes.
Batman 4.
Really good. I mean, fucking Batman 1 and Tech 27 count, don't they?
Batman 1 has to make it. Tech 27, I don't think it is as good a cover as Batman 1, but it's sort of the same cover, I guess. I don't know why both of them had to make it, but you have to, I guess, just because of the books that they are. They're Tech 27, Batman 1.
I mean, my boy 84 says ASM 300's trash too. And I think that he said that because he had a 9.6, he wanted to get a 9.8 and actually bumped down to a 9.4.
Oh,
but yeah, I guess it's one of the mixed bags. About 30% say it's shit and 70, so I don't know.
Kamikaze said Batman 423 is not the best art, but still a great cover. And you know what? You might be right. It is I like the art on that cover, except it is a little clunky. The cape is very whatever it is. Oh, nice.
For me,
this is the earliest cover I could find him doing that.
Where's your fucking drag queen? Very 2024 of you, Callie.
Alan, you still in the chat?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, Alan's mad. Alan says X-Men 1 sucks and shouldn't be on the list. My
X-Men
goodness.
1.
Did House of
Avengers 4
Secrets
is
92 make it?
Yes, that did make
Yeah,
it.
made it.
Kubert has too many covers to choose from. You're right, he does. He's got so many good covers.
Shame we only got one on the fucking list I can think of.
Yeah.
I like his first Gentleman Ghost. I think that's one of his best covers.
Did I try to get Weird War 1 on that list? Or was
We
that
brought
just
it up after. Yeah, we didn't really.
Here you go, Alan. The stars, buddy. You gotta get the one with the stars.
Michael Baker. We never seem to talk about McFarlane's work on the New Mutants 87. He and Liefeld share credit, but clearly the work of Todd. Yeah, you're right.
Who did the heavy lifting on that one?
Yes, clearly Todd McFarlane was the guy on that.
You look at Cable in the very next cover, and you're like, "Whoa, what happened to Cable?"
Well, New Mutants 98 made the list.
Showcase 4, I don't think is the best art, but it has to be on there because of the book, I guess. And that's because it is such a big book. I don't love the art on it, though. Comic Collector says Vamp on the list.
This
Flash 1 made the list.
Playboy 1.
I like the one where Flash is racing Superman better than that. And we didn't even put
Man, that's such an iconic cover too. Flash racing Superman.
Superman.
Well, fucking Matt made sure that made the list.
Here's the McFarlane cover for Baker.
Oh, Alien Encounters. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
What about the Flash of Two Earths cover, where you have Barry Allen and you have Jake Garrick's The Flash coming on both sides? Do you have that cover? Drew, what issue that is?
What is that, Rad? Spawn. Beautiful.
286.
Beautiful.
Is that the one that has like 24 different color palette covers?
Yeah, I have them all.
Really?
Okay, Flash of Two Earths is on the list.
We got them hooked. We got them hooked, people.
Yeah. No, I gotta say, some of these were really cool. The difference in the color palette, it makes you think about like I was saying earlier with Frank Miller, the way you color something will drastically change the image.
That's true. That is true.
That's all of them.
That's interesting because you're not wrong. It changes, that image changes a lot with different colors. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Matt did a great job last night keeping up with everybody and actually writing everything down on a list. So Matt likes comics. Awesome job. Thank you very much for all that. That was cool, man. You did a great job. We were going pretty fast.
I'm glad Flash of Two Earths made it to the list.
Yeah, there's some good ones that made it. There's some good ones that didn't make it. You know what? It is what it is. It's not going to be. It's not like we've never seen all 2 million comics. It just doesn't work.
It'll be interesting to see what the shittiest book on our list will be, because I bet you it's going to be a bad motherfucker, whatever it is.
Yeah. Our shitty book is going to be a banger, is what it's going to be. It's like, oh, okay, this is a banger list. It's a good list, man. I think it was a fun exercise, and it was good to be a part of it.
I'm not done with it. We got to modernize it up a little bit, dude. We can't have 80 fucking Golden Age books, even though that's the way it should be.
We got to have, I think we got one more week, I think, of actually just saying, like, actually bringing in books and, like, putting them on the list. And then, we got to have
We're going to add a bunch, and then we're going to cut some off next show.
Yeah.
It'll probably be done in a month from now.
That's what I think.
So The Amazing Adventures of Superman #1 by Neil Adams didn't make the list?
Maisie did pictures.
Yes, it did. The one where he's breaking the chains?
Yeah.
Yeah, that made the list.
Yes. Which I don't agree with. I think Neil Adams done better cover. Yeah, Neil Adams has done better shit than that.
I don't know. When I think Neil Adams, is the first thing I think of.
I think it's 252, but that's me.
I think of Phantom Stranger 13 and fucking X-Men 57, but fucking Ali, Superman, Dracula.
That Ali Superman, I'm surprised that's not on the list, to be honest. That's such a good fucking cover. That's a great cover.
Yeah, Matt's right. It's Superman 120 or 233.
Each era should have its own list, then makes them play for the title. Like, and each era should have its own list, and then they battle it out. That's actually pretty fun, Michael. That's a suggestion from Michael Baker, Biggie Shack.
I don't hate that. I'm just gonna work on this one, and then maybe we'll do that. You know?
Yeah, that's actually sort of fun. That's actually pretty fun. Each era having their own list, and then they battle it out and see which one is the ultimate winner. That'd be fun.
Yeah, well, the most recognizable would be probably silver, and then bronze would probably be second, and then I think gold would be third.
I think Copper's got a lot of recognizable books, but yeah, for us, I mean, the people that grew up in that age collecting.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's in the eye of the beholder because people like Alan.
It really is. Yeah.
It might be more into golden for them, but
Yeah,
guys
they'd
like
say that's
me,
number one.
Bleeker, you, like you're saying, silver. But then you get into younger guys than us, and it might be copper is all they know.
Yeah. Ali versus Superman isn't a comic, so it shouldn't be on the list. Keep it comics. That's Comic Collector Geek. He's really got a handle on this list. He's like,
hey man, I don't mind having Alan enthusiastic about it because he's pretty good.
He's like the Gestapo on this thing.
Dude,
Alan,
I feel about the
Alan's
same way
got-
about Vampirella 1 as I do with Spider-Man 300. It's a lot of wasted space.
Okay.
Yeah.
That Spirit, I love that Spirit book, but I love the Radiant from the blue to the purple, but goddamn, there's so much wasted space on the book.
I like Spirit
I'm
22 a
not
lot.
a big fan of like Schomburg mess. Like I when I look at Schomburg stuff, I'm like, God damn, this is Where's Waldo. I got to figure out what the fuck's going on.
As you're
But
not
the,
wrong.
the oversimplification gets me too, though. So I like somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it's a good list. Either way, it's like there's some great books on this list, brother. Great.
You got some good minds going too. Like, you know, I what I was gonna say was like, I honestly want everybody to have the same amount of power. So Bleeker has just as much power as I do. D, Alan, Steppo, Doc, Whodat, whoever the fuck wants to help. You can pick a book and put it on the fucking list until we vote it off. Like, everybody's got the same amount of power.
Yeah, no, it's good. It works out, and even the chat was chiming in, and they're chiming in on this channel, asking if this made it and that made it and this made it. So it's I think I don't know, it's divisive. I think it's a good thing to do. It's fun.
Give Alan the ultimate power. All right.
No, we will not be giving Alan the ultimate power. It'll
You know what Alan will be doing on his channel in the next week or two.
Be like, listen, I got to fix this list that I was a part of. I don't like any of these books. It's all got to be good girl books.
99 too many non-good girl books on it. More cowbell.
More cowbell. Man, it's been a minute since I've seen that. I can't play. Every time I think of that, I think of Freaky Louie for some reason because he does that skit, and I think it's hilarious. And I can't play Freaky Louie's like thing that he made for me because the YouTube yells at me. But Freaky Louie, if you're out there, it's cool. Oh, Deja Thoris, nice.
Adam Hughes for Papa.
I don't think any Adam Hughes made the list, Papa.
Dude, that gold really shines. That's bad.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Wow. Papa, your show was good this Thursday as well. The Sweet Chin music was really good. I enjoyed watching it. If you're not paying attention, Papa Willie is always doing good shit on his channel. But Thursday nights is Sweet Chin music, and I go there for my wrestling needs. Biggie Shack, you got Beckerman, who I wonder what happened to Beckerman. I know he's shoveling today. He must be having a terrible day. But yeah, they're on that show. It's really good. So check them out every Thursday night.
That's right. This week is The Hunt, I believe it's Papa Willie versus Bleecker.
Yeah,
Is
skull
that a
covers.
thing still?
Skull covers. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think I said it to Papa. No. Oh, is he shaking his head?
No.
Yeah, if you're coming on, Papa, we'll do skull covers.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I want to see a Punch Comics. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'll get that right out. Massa, we're talking about the 100 top best comic covers list that Biggie Shack is making on his channel. We're all a part of. We saw some 100 top cover lists and we decided that they were crap. So Biggie's like, we're making our own, and that's what we're doing. That will be not this Friday, but next Friday we'll be getting back into that list, and it will be a lot of fun, I'm sure.
I sent Bleecker and Biggie a couple more comic covers that I really enjoyed. That I think are iconic.
Yeah, I'm open to taking suggestions from everybody. If you want to be part of
They're
this,
older
you know.
though. They're really old.
Well, if they're shitty, don't even send them. But send me something that are good, and we'll consider them. I don't know.
Is
I feel like if you feel
the only Wrightson?
I think so. If you feel like they're good, TM, seriously, send them and I'll show everybody. But yeah,
Well, you're doing All Star.
Send me shitty ones too.
Yeah, he did All Star Comics #3, which is you did the homage. So that was the homage that Alex Ross did, right? Or Alex did the homage to it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one with Spectre at the table. Yeah. Oh, we got Mr. White Gloves in the chat. All
right.
In our back pockets here. How you doing there, Splash Page?
Oh, pretty good. I was getting lonely. I've been back there for 10 minutes.
No.
Yes.
10 minutes?
Well, when y'all started talking about the having the real top 100 on the channel and Comic Collector Geek and everything was talking about that.
Man, I'm sorry, Splash.
Well, that's funny because your message is from literally a minute ago, Splash. You might want to send that message a little quicker next time, bud.
Well, I did send it, but it wouldn't go, and I kept sending it, so I don't know when you got it.
It was probably stuck in the Grinch suit or something.
That might have been what was happening and everything.
Mike Baker says greatest cover artist of all time is McFarlane, based on the amount of his work that has been homaged to. Is any other artist close to the number of homages McFarlane has?
I think Kirby has more homages than McFarlane, dude, by a lot. If you think about it, fucking McFarlane's got like, what, 4 or 5 books to get homaged? Kirby's got literally 1,000.
Yeah, but those 5 books that have been homaged by everybody.
I'm not saying 300 isn't the most homage. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I'm saying that Kirby has more, and as with him having more, he's had more books homaged than McFarlane. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, I collect homages. I have over 4 short boxes, and 300 is definitely the most homage.
Yeah,
but you'd be surprised on what books following that are actually more homage than others. Like everybody thinks Todd's get homaged all the time, but you just see those ones. Like there's a lot of indie books that homage stuff that you wouldn't even think of.
I think Crisis on Infinite Earths is #7's been homaged quite a bit.
Well, it's not the original either, though. That's the fucking problem.
No, it's not.
I wouldn't say over 10 times, though. I wouldn't say over 10.
Yeah, those are big. I mean,
300, 316, Hulk 340, Spider-Man 1, 423, Spawn 1, and New Mutants 87. They get homage.
And New Mutants 98 probably I'd add on there. X-Force.
To be fair, a lot of the Spider-Man 1, Spawn 1, a lot of those homages are in Image. So to be fair, he's pushing his own homages through his own company.
That's true. That's true.
And also, Action Comics #1 should be on the list because it gets homaged quite a bit.
Yes.
What's Kirby's most homaged book?
The Spider-Man. If AF-15 gets homaged constantly, like
AF-15 is probably Kirby's biggest homage. FF1.
FF1, even Star Wars is an homage to FF. There's like an FF cover.
Avengers 4, Avengers 1, X-Men 1, Daredevil 1. I mean, there's a lot of Kirby shit that gets homaged, for sure.
That
Cap
Thor
100.
4, I mean, Solar Surfer 4 gets homaged quite a bit, too.
Fusiba's got a lot, too. I'd say he's top 5 homaged, yeah. I'm just guessing. That's my opinion. I mean, I know there's a million fucking ASM 300 homages. I can't say it's not the most homaged. It probably is.
Alan, I meant for homages. I knew Action Comics was already on the list. I meant for comics that are homaged quite a bit.
ASM 129 has a lot of homages.
Yeah, Ramita.
What took you so long today? Where you been, buddy?
Oh, I've been doing some work. I was over at my dad's and then I had to come back home and do some stuff and that I didn't get done because I'd been sick and a lot of stuff been happening the last couple of days. So been trying to do some catch up, and then when I got on or got in and started watching for a while, I seen y'all were doing y'all's 10 pickups for the year, and I was trying to remember what all I picked up this year that I could consider the top 10, and I could remember 9 big ones. I can't remember no more than that. But yeah, whenever y'all get through, I'll show them if y'all want to see them.
Nice. Kirby would be the answer. Not mad about it. If that's the consensus, I just grew up in the era of McFarlane, so I'm biased. That's Michael.
Yeah,
Baker.
I don't know I'm right, Baker. That's my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's very likely. Very likely.
Very likely I'm wrong, yes. But
No. Very likely that if you are right, that would be the guy. If there's more homages, that they would be Kirby. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hulk 181 gets homage quite a damn bit, too.
180's a motherfucker. That's probably number 2, huh? Yeah, that's a bad one, dude.
Yeah. Hulk fighting. I have a bunch of those homages, actually.
Yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what. If 180 ain't the most reprinted book, I don't know what the fuck is.
Killing Joke. It's got like 17 fucking prints.
No, I'm not talking about like second, third print. I'm talking about just reprint.
Yeah, Johnny takes it no matter what. There's like 27 printings.
What book is that?
Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
Oh my god, 27 prints?
It's probably past that now.
That's insanity.
Well, Papa's turn to talk, I guess.
All right, Papa, talk away.
Has anybody ever seen Papa Willie actually Papa Willie? I'm just wondering. Yeah? I've seen Papa Willie show his balls before. See him do that.
It's like, why would you bring that up?
Come on.
He got us backstage and he's like, look at this, Bleeker. And he like pulled his nuts out of the side of his shorts.
Did he? Was it the brain or the bat wing? What did he get you with?
More of a brain.
He's like, K-pop, look, I gotta show you something.
Okay, let's let Papa talk.
Okay, Bleak, I would have to mother dig through all my books for any skull covers.
You're welcome.
Can you make it any easier on me and my mother? Good God.
It's fucking cover championship. Of course he's making it hard.
Yeah, sure.
Just do comics with covers.
I don't know my covers than you assholes.
That's a cover championship, bro. All right, we'll talk after the show.
What a dickhead. You're lucky he's fucking giving you a match. And it's going to be fucking Ghost Rider out the ass. So
yeah, Ghost Rider for sure.
Yeah, Spotlight fucking 5's coming, dude. Just be ready.
It's just be ready for it.
Next cover championship, it'll be fucking horror. So don't worry.
Right? That's all I'm saying. Imagine that. I pick horror covers and skull covers. Crazy.
Yeah.
Bleaker.
Deathstroke, Papa.
What's that, TM?
Every day I keep reminding myself that I still have to make a video for you. I do have the comic that I want to choose. It's just thinking of what I'm gonna say during the video, and I'm gonna edit it.
No worries, brother. No worries.
I bet it's an animal man book.
Do you?
No, it's a book you sent me though.
Do you have 10 books that you wanted to show off, Mister Splash Page?
Yeah, I got like I said, I got 9. I couldn't remember another one that I bought. A lot of these I bought in September, which was at the Gold and Silver Con is what I picked up because that's when I buy most of my books because I try to save up a lot of money to go to this con and have a lot of fun and everything. But from what I can remember, and I picked this up, it was Journey in the Mystery number 10, and it's a 1953 book, and it's a nice little
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
cover
cool.
right there.
Like Bill Everett.
How many did you say you need? Like 4?
4, not the Journey in the Mystery. That's Tales of Suspense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A little further on Journey, or
Yeah. Then this one was picked up, which it's not a real big one, but still it was, since I had 2 number 83s, I had to get an 82 because I didn't have an 82, and I didn't realize I didn't have 82. But this is Journey in the Mystery 82. That's a nice condition 82 right there.
Always fighting a big bug or some weird monster on those covers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice looking book right there.
Good color, good red on that, actually.
Yeah.
Very vibrant.
This one was picked up earlier than September of this year. It was at a antique store that we went round and around with for probably a good 4 months. But I ended up walking away with, there were some other books and a spinner rack, an old spinner rack I got, which the spinner rack ended up costing me nothing in the long run because he wanted another spinner rack to replace the spinner rack that I was going to get. And I had a new spinner rack, which was given to me, a lot newer spinner rack. And so I traded him the spinner racks and got the older spinner rack. He got the newer one, which was, to him, his wife loved it because it looked newer and it held more books. But he had this one I negotiated with him. This is 1940.
Can you say spinner rack one more time for that sentence? That was a lot. There's a lot of spinner racks in one sentence.
Yeah, a lot of spinner racks. Traded one spinner rack for another spinner rack and got that spinner rack. Both of them I got for free. So this is a 1944 Schomburg, double bondage, 3 SWAT stickers, and it is a nice little book.
Oh yeah, that's a really good book. Anything with the Human Torch, for some reason, these old covers, I love them.
Yeah, I'm a big Human Torch fan. I mean, I'm trying to collect all the Human Torch, and which brings up another Human Torch I got earlier last year, which was January or February maybe, and it was picked up at a guy's house in the same area that the antique dealer had told this guy that I was buying books, and he had about 30 books, and this was his jewel of his collection and everything. That I can't remember the story he told me on this, but he had got it from another guy, which he didn't have very many books, but this was the best condition one out of the whole stack that he got from the other guy, which ended up in my hands. So it was picked up, and it's Human Torch number 21.
Boom, shakalaka. So what? My God, that's the busiest cover of all time.
Yeah, it's a nice Human Torch cover. And
cool.
And the funny thing about it is, if you look at this book, see how he's coming through a hole they melted?
I do. Huh. Look at that. He's coming through the same hole.
It's a slightly different pose on the human being, but he likes melting away through.
He is a robot. He probably does things uniformly all the time.
Biggie Shack, we have you back. Those are beautiful books. Those are beautiful.
But as you know, Marvel Mystery
Well, the red on the
highlighted.
one is the red on the one. Yeah, that red is so much darker and nicer than the one on the other one. The one that you went to put away, that was so much darker, and like the red on
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
You know, it all depends on how it's stored in the light, and
Yeah, that's
and
gorgeous. That color.
as you can see, the covers they line up, and it's like they took the same heading from the Marvel Mystery Comics and they used it in the Human Torch, so that all they had to do was change the title and maybe move the number 21 and the 56, move them kind of over, but it's basically the same background as far say as the setting of the book,
Mm-hmm.
the
So
base
it's like
the base background.
an almond joy because the one's got Nazis.
Yeah. And
Well,
Human Torch was all through the Marvel Mystery Comics. That's why I collect Marvel Mystery Comics also.
that's
And the
what
Human Torch is like one of my favorite Golden Age characters.
that's what kills me about like Golden Age books is like this torch right here, right, is better than any fucking silver almost till now torch. Just like, and this is like a random torch timely,
Yeah.
Yes.
but
This is better
it
than Ramita. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the only one I could think of is like Strange Tale Silver Age was they had a couple good torches, but this probably beats that too.
Survivalist. I use Cover Price. I know it's not an app, but I use Cover Price. I think it's the best one, but CLZ is okay as well.
Well, the Human Torch, when he was drawn back then, they took more time on the flames and more detail on the flames and the coloring of the flames. And even though this one right here, there's more red flames or yellow flames than there is red, but you can change the flames up and still have a great familiar character, but with a difference as far as the flames. There was a couple of interior pages of one of these Marvel mystery comics that his flame has a bluish tint to him when he starts heating up even more. That there's not too many issues that it has the blue tint in with the red and yellow flames, but you'll have to go into the interior pages to see that bluish tint to the flames. And
See,
yeah,
sorry.
I like the way that they drew him back then because he's more how would you say, more ruggedly drawn, and it really did just
He's
picks
right. He's
the
more right. He's
flames.
ruggedly handsome.
Yeah, there you go. And the melting, it shows more of his effects in the melting, and I just thought that was funny.
My men rugged looking.
Yeah. And this was a pickup that I got. This is the like I was saying earlier, then only like 3 or 4 getting the whole run of this series, and this was the top 2 that I was really looking for, and I was able to find them at the same time at the same con with 2 different vendors, which there was 2 of this book, and I negotiated the vendors against each other to get me the best price.
Smart.
So because I had went over to the first vendor and seen it and he gave me a price, I went over to the second vendor and seen it and he gave me a price. I went back to the other vendor and said, hey, he's got one that's not as it's about the same as yours, but if you come down a little, we can sure talk. Well, I noticed I left everything alone for a while, and I noticed the 2 vendors were over there talking. I said, now's my chance to pull up on the 2 vendors and have them battle to get me my price. So I walked over there and started talking. I said, hey, you got that book? You got that book? What can you do? And they started haggling back and forth what kind of deal they were going to give me. So I walked away at a lot lower price than what I was even going to say, yeah, I'll buy, which was Tales of Suspense number 2.
Cool.
And
you got a bunch of these suspense books at that show, right? Is that?
Yeah, and I can't remember all the ones that I got. I mean, I got a bunch of astonishing books, but I wanted to be true to, what I showed. If I couldn't remember exactly, I just didn't pull them out. You
Love
know.
the flying car. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is a Ditko cover right here.
Real Fifth Element feel to it. We're
Yeah.
going on.
So
I like the
and
little siren ball on top still, though. The little light.
oh yeah.
Even in the future, they got the little wee woo, wee woo.
And by buying this book from this guy, which he lowered the price and everything, is a book that I was going to buy from this guy anyway, but I neglected to tell him I was going to do that. But he gave me a deal. If I bought that one, he'd do me a deal on this one. So I got Tales of Suspense #1.
I like that banner. Bubble Hill.
Way to go.
That's an awesome book.
But it's pretty awesome to have the dealers battle with each other to see how cheap of a price they're going to give me.
Then you just
You know.
walk away chuckling to yourself.
Yeah, and the guy that I bought the 1 and 2 off of were later on he was at the bar, and this is kind of quick story. He was at the bar, and I walked up there, and I don't drink, and he offered to buy me a drink, and I said, nah. I said, if they got iced tea, you can buy me iced tea. So he bought me iced tea. We sit there and talking. He started chuckling about that, and he was telling me, he said, that's only happened to me twice in my career, that I didn't realize what you had done until after you had walked away with both of those books. And he kind of laughed about it, and he said, that's smart negotiating. I said, well, my chance was y'all were sitting up there trading books back and forth. I said, well, why not let y'all haggle over a customer? So, and we ended up having a grand old time because I got to hang out with him and a bunch of other guys that I got to know that big time comic dealers in Golden and Silver Age, and I hung out all weekend with Steve Borak. I mean, we sat there and talked, and the next day talked and talked. Them guys, they are awesome, and I just had a grand old time. And this is the second time I've met Steve Borak. And he recognized me from the last con I was there, and this time I got pictures of him doing weird things and everything, and we just kind of palled around for a while, and it was just awesome. This one was a graded book that I ended up getting at that con, and it's a 1942, and it's a Hitler cover, and the cover is by where's it at? It doesn't say. Thalgi Olksner and Sid George cover art. But yeah, it's a nice little Hitler cover too, and it's a number 37.
Nice.
And of course, it shows him coming in, but paper doesn't melt like the walls do, so it just kind of splits open and everything. But he's always coming in through a wall, always making a grand old entrance to the wall. This is a nice book too, and it was gotten from another vendor there that we're in negotiations right now on a Tales to Astonish #2, 6.5. Graded 6.5. We're in negotiations on that, and that may be coming to a head here pretty quick. So I just need to find out how I'm going to transfer the money, and I don't have a guy for that to transfer my money, and so I gotta figure out a way, a cashier's check, and all that. So, but yeah, we're gonna get that Tales to Astonish #2 hopefully by next 2 or 3 months maybe. And this one was also picked up. It is a Marvel Mystery Comics number 62. It's a 1945 book. It's towards the end of the run. It's a Schomburg cover also. It's a Schomburg cover also that was picked up at that con. That they just had so many. Oh, there's Callie's. Oh yeah, I got one of those there too.
It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Very nice, very nice. Let's get Callie out of here. You know, you gotta have one. If you're gonna have one, you got one. Right?
Tate's backstage.
Tate is backstage. All right. Well, we got to get back to Monty. I'll get Tate back in here, and then we'll get back to Monty. Boom. There you go, Tate. Back to Monty. There we go.
Okay. And like I said, I picked it up there, and it's a 45. And there's a lot of gadgets going on. And then again, we're back to the hole in the wall through the Human Torch. You know, him traveling through. They got a lot of gadgets down there. And what's the deal with the doll heads or the people heads in the machine?
Does that guy have a horn coming out of his head? Where's that hair?
Are you talking about up here?
Yeah, that guy.
It is. It's really like a tattoo, sort of like on Tilk on Stargate.
Oh wow!
It's like a raised tattoo, but his ears. That's his ears that look like horns.
You got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth?
No, those are fangs.
Oh, okay.
You know, he looked like a pro wrestler, but I'm just pretty weird.
Oh, dude, that guy on the very bottom. I just noticed his eyes.
Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, he is like a really. It looks like he's waiting for the heads to plop off so he can just start munching. You know, dinner time. But you know, it's strange. They have to hold them in this machine that looks like a trunk, and he's got to whack their heads off like that. That is just so bizarre. You know the mind of Schomburg. It's.
He ran out of torture devices by that time. Just, I don't know, put them in a suitcase with their heads sticking out.
I love it though. That's great.
Well, this next one is Jack Kirby, Dick Ayers cover art, 1961. It's in the later part, but it's some people consider it the first Sandman, and it was got earlier in a year at I can't remember exactly where I got it, but it's a nice little Journey in the Mystery number 70. It's a nice little book which helps fill in my run. Which there's not too many of these Journey in Mystery I have left, but I've been concentrating on suspense. And when I get through with my suspense, I'm gonna go to my Astonishing Tales to Astonish, and then back to my Journey in the Mystery, then start on the Strange Tales. And that's a run from 1 all the way down to on the Journey in the Mystery. If I get the ones I'll have the complete run 1 from all the way to 2015, and I've almost completed a complete run from 1 all the way down to wherever Tales of Suspense ends every book. So I'm looking at every book from Golden all the way till it ended or went to 2015. That's when I quit collecting the new books and everything. But that's some
really
of my
cool.
pickups, and I guess I could put this in. This is something I picked up here recently. I paid $5 for this. It's got some stamps missing, but these are United States postal stamps. I found these, and I thought I'd pick these up, and I thought,
You like Silver Surfer, right, Splash?
What's that?
You like Silver Surfer, right?
Oh yes.
Did you ever get one of these? Talking about stamps.
I can't see. No, I haven't seen that.
So you got the
stamp. The stamp. Yeah, that's cool. Did you get that at the post office, or did somebody make that and put the stamp in there?
I got it off the old eBay.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I like that.
Comic Journey, nice to see you in the chat, brother.
Yeah, I would. I just acquired my third Silver Surfer number 1 here about, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Something like that.
Take like
You got any extra Silver Surfer 3s over there?
3s?
Yeah.
No, I got a 4, but it's not extra. Which one is it with 4?
I'm not really on the
Four.
4. I don't like the 4 as much as I like
There's
the
a 3 right there, Bleeker.
I know, I see it, Callie. I see it, you jerk.
Can't have
Yeah, there's no telling how many of the other issues, but like I said, I got 3 number 1s. I got 1 number 4 and multiples of all the others. I mean, it's just crazy.
It's 3:42. We are gonna go around the horn because we're gonna get out of here. Papa Willie, you got Thursday Sweet Chin Music. You got Fortnite that you play. You're probably playing Fortnite right now while you're on stream with me, and he's streaming. Nice. Check out Papa Willie's Sweet Chin Music. Check him out on Fortnite. Are you still doing your lip syncing videos, Papa? You haven't done one in a while, so maybe we'll get a rare lip syncing video soon. TM, what do you got going on, brother?
Today I'll be on the 619 show on Tuesday. Just hanging out with them.
What time?
9 p.m. Eastern. I think.
Eastern.
Oh crap.
Paul, oh yeah, they do a good show, man. He's got good like advertisements for his show. I like the way he does his stuff. It's really funny. What do we got? We got Cali Comics. What do you got going on, Cali?
Tuesday at the same exact time as TM, I will be on Madhouse opening these boxes. And I have a Bernie Wrightson set of cards, 90 card set. I'm going to give that away during the show.
Of course, I'm busy when you're giving away Bernie Wrightson cards. They're all probably all Swamp Thing related too.
There's like 6 or 7 swamps in there, yeah.
Listen, you got enough stuff coming from Cali Comics. Jeez.
If they'll let me send it, I don't know what's going on right now.
Apparently,
I think Monday.
The computer says Monday, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, it's a local thing, I think, because one of the international stop is right here in Sacramento, so they're the ones putting the hold on it. Sorry.
And of course, catch Callie on The Hunt on every other Friday. When he's on, he's always there. He's awesome. Check him out. Rad, what do you got going on with yourself?
I'll just be hanging out at the church, and you follow me on Instagram. I'm always got commissions going, open.
Ooh. Yeah, you do good art, brother. You do great art.
I figured you're hella busy because you got something going every day.
I don't know. I've seen him not go to Silver Surfer Galactus picture in less than an hour. So I was like, we're drawing, and all of a sudden he's done. And I'm like, get the frig out of here, man. And then, it looks great. And then he finishes it, and it looks amazing. You're like, get out of here. Stop it. Splash, what do you got going on with your badass self?
Well, first off, I need to apologize. I didn't do a Saturday show. Some stuff come up, and at the last minute, I barely had time to get out here and change the header and everything and put it out that I canceled it. So I apologize for that. Next Saturday, Monday, I got to find out what weeks I'm on call in January throughout the year. So I'm hoping I scheduled it for next Saturday at 3. So if there's a change, it will be on the page. So keep eye out for it. Go to my page, go to live, and look up and see if it's been rescheduled. Right now it's scheduled for the 11th. I hope I'm not on call Monday. But if I'm not, I'll go ahead and do that show. I will open up the postcards, the other postcards that I got, because I got another stack of them. We will be setting up and making a date for the grand prize drawing for the Hulk 6. It will be given away this month.
Woof. Woof. Hulk 6 signed by Lou
Hulk
Ferrigno.
6 signed by Lou Ferrigno and other play pretties that will be put in the box.
Unbelievable.
So that will be given away this month to Martin over in England. Your box hasn't went out because I was waiting on a couple of things that I was trying to get in because trying to make your list to your liking to where you liked it. So I finally got those in, and now I know that this box is going to the United States. Then it's going somewhere overseas. I need to figure out how to pack this box so it can make it over there and not get smashed. I mean, that's what's concerning me most of all. But so whoever gets it may have to repack it into another box to make sure it gets safely over to you. And Kevin at Random Rips, your box is gone. It's on its way to you. So I'll be looking forward to unboxing. But we will have the grand prize Hulk drawing this month.
Woo!
This month. So stay tuned.
That's awesome, Splash. You've done those AOKs have been amazing. So if you haven't been paying attention to these blooming boxes that Splash has been sending out, they are freaking awesome, man. They're really awesome.
If you haven't won and your name is still in the tumbler and everything, still stay tuned, because you'll never know when I'll spin the thing and pull it out and send out another box. You know, I got the names, I got the address, I got the tickets, I got the tumbler. Why not just pull one off randomly and just send them off all through the year? So stay tuned. You never know. I may say I have to be present to win. If not, I put it back in there and I draw again. Never know. So stay tuned.
Random Reed says awesome. He's going to announce a live opening stream as soon as it arrives. So that's very cool.
And like I said, I apologize. I wanted to wait until after Christmas because I had issues before Christmas with Roberts, and I did not want that same issue with yours. So,
Tate, what you got going on, my man?
Oh, nothing. I'm just stopping in. I don't need to plug nothing.
Fair enough. You are working on something called The Shift, aren't you?
I do have The Shift over there. Yeah, it'll be hopefully launching later this month on the 21st. So stay tuned for that.
I don't have anything to announce. Just my own comic book. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, I just jumped in, so I feel like these other people that have shown amazing stuff today need the spotlight. So.
Well, I think a spotlight should be done for your work itself. The Shift, it will be out this month. Hopefully, they're working on it. You're doing Kickstarter, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we're hoping for the 21st to launch the Kickstarter. We're going to be
that's CJ, and who else is on this project?
Brandon from Dismay Comics, Matt Aitkins, who is known as Siren. He was in the chat earlier. And Ben Frazier, who is a tattoo artist and published author or artist. So
that's awesome.
It's we're going to be meeting on Monday. So if there's any updates, I'm sure this next week we'll let people know. So that's it. That's all.
Well, you're awesome, buddy. I think that's great, and you should be spreading that news a little more.
Yeah, that's badass, dude.
That is badass.
Support your supporters.
Yeah, man. Biggie Shack, what do you got going on, brother?
So hopefully I don't lose power during this winter storm. Fingers crossed. I think I'll be all right. So I've been noticing I got like 8 subscribers since my top 100 list, and it's some guys I would think would be subscribed to me. No shame. You know, I'm glad you're subscribed now. So, hey, if you're watching and you watch me every other day, and I wouldn't be so mad at you if you click that subscribe button. Go ahead and click it, and you could be subscribed while you watch. Imagine that.
I actually just subscribed to Legion of Comics. I swear to God, I was subscribed to him, and I'm like, why don't I ever get his stuff pop up on my YouTube? And
YouTube does that. YouTube does that because I've had to resubscribe to Biggie twice already through the last couple of years. Yeah, now, one time I unsubscribed on purpose, and I told him about that. Yeah, but I made sure he knew that I did that on purpose, and I resubscribed. So.
Yeah, I usually say subscribe, but yeah, so subscribe to my channel. I'll be looking forward to people supporting my top 100 and people criticizing it for the next few weeks. I've had a lot of both ways so far. You know, it's you should do this, you should do that. It's great. You're doing good, but thank you to everybody that comes on Collector Club. I'll be doing speculation. I'll be on Bleeker's Church. I think I'll be out on the hunt. They trounced me enough. I've had the hunt gimmick pounded into my brain once again, and I might take a break this week. But I'll be back. I'll be back. He's still doing good. He's the hunt champion, all that stuff. And what else? You got who that? Sorry.
The NWO is doing well on the hunt. They're kicking ass.
Well, they're doing well, but I did good for a minute, and I've been beaten to a pulp, so I'm good for a minute. At least one show, I think I can miss it. Unless they need me, if they want me to hop on, I enjoy being on the hunt, so you can have me on if you want. I don't have any plans though for this week. That's all I know. So catch me on Papa Willie's. You could watch Boston Chris and Hoodat's graphic content, Alan and Steppo's Monday special, Papa Willie's Sweet Chin Music, K-Pop's Kicking It with K-Pop, and whenever Fuck Comic Journey comes back, Comic Journey will be back. And then, Splash's giveaway, those are tremendous. Great job, Splash.
Yeah, man. It's nice to see CJ back in the chats. I haven't seen him for a couple weeks. It's good to see you back, CJ. I know I haven't seen you on anything yet, but it's nice to see that you're kicking around again. We got Kingdom of the Nerds coming in saying hi. How you doing? Good to see you. We are getting out of here. For myself, you can find me here every Sunday, church, Comic Book Church. It's open platform. We allow pretty much anybody on unless you're a big dickhead, but you can try it. We allow you on, come in, say hey, say what's up. Every Sunday 10:45 going forward. I'll be putting my Whatnot seller information in the chat or underneath my whatever, and if you follow me and subscribe to Whatnot, you'll get some money off. I'll get some money off, and we'll be selling through Whatnot pretty shortly, actually. So it's that's happening. That's going to be happening pretty soon. Looking forward to that. I'm going to take some page out of Comic Ozzy's book. He's doing really well on there, so we'll see what happens. And of course, Band of Brothers auction. I think that this month, it'll be the 15th ish. I'm not sure what the Saturday closest to that is. That might be the actual Saturday. I think it's Hoodat's birthday on the 26th, so the Saturday before that is the one that we'll do the Band of Brothers auction on. And of course, we always appreciate everybody that comes out and supports that. We try to give you the best deals we can, and sometimes those deals are crazy, too good deals. So come on down, check out the auction. We got a good group of people. If you want to sell, let us know. Let one of us know. We'll try and get you on, and you can sell some stuff as well. Papa Wheelie says the 12th. That's the one before the 26th. It seems like there's a week missing.
I think the 20th is the one before the 26th.
I thought Katie and Hoodat were talking about the 18th the other day in their chat.
Yeah, something like that. So
19th.
The 19th, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That'll be Band of Brothers auction. You'll see stuff put out soon enough for that. And of course, hopefully everybody this year gets all the stuff that they're after. Peace, happiness, all of that stuff, good families, good family time. And I'm sick and tired of hearing all this bad shit that's happening to all my friends. K-pop, she's been going through some nonsense. CJ goes through nonsense. Splash Page has been going through a lot of nonsense with his family and health and all this nonsense. So let's try and get 2025 back on track for good for everybody. Yeah, man, it's good that we all got really awesome stuff in 2024. Let's try and keep that going for 2025. I think Callie quit comic books, though. I'm pretty sure he's quitting comic books for 2025.
Well, he quit that beard. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh,
yeah.
New Year, new beard.
New Year,
No. Fuck
oh my God, is that Callie? Callie, what's up, man? It's been a while.
Hey, Callie.
No.
Welcome to the Beard Bro Club.
Callie has a big beard. He just shaves it and then it grows back a day later.
Well,
It's like
that's all right.
Right,
You got to
I know,
refresh.
right?
it's like he was born.
He just shaved it off. Fucking
And it's the nicest beard too. It's so freaking nice, dude.
It's
I'm
big.
jealous.
It's luxurious. It looks like it looks like it's lathered in special oils from across the sea.
And now he's just a man boy.
Beard, Callie. Good for you.
No more nonsense, people. God bless us, everyone. Amen, Tiny Tim. Amen.
Hey, that's it. Yeah, that's nice.
No, it is true. That's exactly what I think should happen this year. I think we've all had some hard stuff go happen, and yada yada yada, depression, and yada 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 yada. So let's.
And if you're having a hard time, there's a lot of us in this community. There's a lot of people in this community that you can reach out to if you are having a hard time. A lot of us that'll, like, I don't need to know you. If you're having a hard time, you need someone to bullshit with, reach out. So.
Yeah, seriously, we've all been through the ringer a bunch of times. I'm here for anybody that needs to chat. I might not be able to offer you money or free this or comic books, but I always have an ear open for everybody, man. You know what I mean?
One quick quote: "Suicide is not a solution."
Amen, brother. Yeah, amen. I agree. All right, and on that note, let's get out of here on something amazing.
Those are hot dogs, right?
Yeah. Want one?
Yeah, I'd love one.
That'll be $2.
Check. Yeah, but it's a good check.
Get on it. I work on a cash-only basis.
But it's a perfectly good check.
No! I'll make it very clear. You slip me the cash, and I'll